Chapter 1, The Burden of a Film Critic. This is the ending we've been waiting for? 6 episodes finished, and I still feel like nothing happened that we didn't already expect. Jason rubbed his slightly sore eyes after turning off the living room television. Jason was a devoted fan of the beloved show The Walking Dead. He had followed the story since its early days and, while waiting for new episodes, had rewatched it countless times. But the latest installment left him disappointed. Although he loved most aspects of the series, as a loyal fan, he knew there were many things that could have been done much better, more intriguing outcomes, especially involving an organization like the CRM, which had sparked so much speculation, theories, and detailed analysis from related series. And was the CRM's conclusion unexpected? No, Jason thought it was a disappointing conclusion to what seemed to be the CRM's final arc. In the end, as just another viewer, Jason could only lament. Picking up his phone beside him, a faint light illuminated the screen. It's 3 in the morning. Time to go to bed. Jason sighed, still bitter about the ending of his favorite show, as he walked to his bedroom. Lying in bed, the endings of the show's protagonists replayed in Jason's mind. He wished, with all his heart, that he could have crafted far better outcomes. If I were in that world, I'd definitely rewrite all those dreadful storylines the producers thought we'd enjoy. I could lead humanity down the right path. I wouldn't be some damn selfish character. With this thought, his mind became filled with all kinds of clever strategies that would have avoided many of the disastrous outcomes for characters who met unpleasant ends. As a viewer who knew all the enemies, he knew how to take them down and the steps he would take to deal with those consumed by evil. He knew the right way to build his own organization, the defensive measures he'd implement to avoid being crushed by the strongest, and what he needed to do to prevent everything he built from self-destructing. He'd take down the governor, crush the cannibals, and save a few people, only those who truly deserved it. How could you, with the chance to take control of the CRM, lead the most powerful force in the world, choose to destroy the only hope of rebuilding humanity the right way? Didn't you learn that the only way to keep the selfish from seizing power is by having a single chain of command in the world? Jason couldn't sleep, still angry at the thought of the unclear future left for humanity. Damn it, what a shame. Things could have been so much better. The way certain characters were written out of the story was something he would never forgive anyone involved in making such ridiculous decisions. Lying in bed, Jason was dazed, his expression turning bitter. A night with nothing to do but plenty of personal complaints. By 5 in the morning, Jason, who still couldn't sleep, heard a notification sound from his phone. He didn't want to open his eyes again just to check what had arrived at this hour, but seconds later, the notifications kept coming. Who could it be at this hour? Jason didn't have many friends, and even fewer relatives who genuinely cared, so he couldn't think of anyone who might be messaging him except maybe some friends from the military. But as the notifications kept pouring in, he opened his eyes. The moment he picked up the phone with his right hand, the world around him began to grow darker and darker. What's happening to me? Am I fainting? Without understanding what was happening that night, Jason's life took a drastic turn. Something he could never have imagined was about to happen, and he was about to discover far more terrifying things. Is he ready for this new chapter in his life that awaits him? Chapter 2, I have a bad feeling. My name is Jason, and as far as I can tell, I'm about 25 years old. Right now, I'm in a military prison, serving a sentence for things I never actually did. I'm sure you're thinking that to be in a military prison, I must have committed unforgivable crimes. But that idea couldn't be further from the truth, a truth that even I took a long time to accept. A few months ago, I blacked out while in my room. When I woke up, I was lying on a bed in an individual cell in a military prison, looking completely different. Not only had my age changed, but also my appearance, name, and history. It was hard to accept that when I woke up, I had a completely different identity. Apparently, I was serving a sentence for military crimes insubordination committed by the man who had owned this body until recently. The situation wouldn't have been so bad if the former host of this body hadn't been stationed abroad, in an area rife with hostile activity. What little I could recall was that Jason had been part of a high-priority mission. During this mission, he had received orders that he considered either morally unacceptable or tactically unsound. Jason, having been a soldier in his past life as well, could imagine what this man must have endured to end up in this situation. Anyone in his position might have refused to attack a civilian target, abandon allies under fire, or ignore a critical threat. The problem with these situations is that when someone chooses to disobey, acting according to their own judgment, it never ends well. No soldier has the right to make decisions that contradict direct orders from their superiors. When Jason returned to his country, he was charged with insubordination, disobedience, and potentially compromising a major strategic operation that endangered the nation. That's why he was imprisoned in a military facility, where he ultimately died shortly before I woke up as the new occupant of this body. The sentence lasted 6 long months, and it would have been longer if Jason hadn't been forced to sign a document stating that he would never disclose what he saw or did abroad. Jason wasn't perfect, but he wasn't stupid either. He knew that if he made a single mistake in these final months, he'd be locked away indefinitely, never to see daylight again. While Jason's previous life as a soldier had been tough, his current life seemed to have placed him in a much higher rank, so he had some understanding of what had happened. It was hard to get through those first few days, haunted by thoughts that all of this was just a dream. But over time, everything changed completely. Now that his release was close, nothing else about this reality seemed to matter. Just a few more days. Jason lightly touched the tattoo on his shoulder, unique to his battalion, and thought about many things with a cold detachment. He had been reincarnated into what seemed to be the absolute rock bottom of a man's life. Mistakes happen, but that didn't mean this was the worst possible start he could have had. The only comfort was that this body wasn't weak. No one in a prison like this would have a weak body. Unlike a regular prison, this one forced inmates to start their day early with predefined activities like physical training, assigned tasks, and military education. In some cases, inmates could receive military education or retraining programs tailored to their profile. For minor offenses, the focus was on preparing prisoners to reintegrate into service or civilian life. For Jason, there was no second chance. He wasn't that lucky. But that wasn't a problem. The fact that he had died made more sense to him than the idea of living a new life. Still, if he was here, it had to mean his luck was extraordinary, and perhaps there was a purpose far greater than the value of his existence waiting for him. He could feel it clearly. Something better. Why do I feel like everything is about to get even darker for me? Jason coldly mocked himself, sensing that something very bad was about to happen. This feeling was like his personal radar. He always knew when things were about to go wrong, and he had only a short window to figure out exactly what it was. The last time he felt this way, it had terrible consequences. He knew something was about to go south. Hey, man. Everyone knows you're about to get out, so the guys and I were wondering what did you do to end up in this place. Jason was sitting in the outdoor confinement area, a favorite spot for soldiers to exercise and relax. The man speaking to him was Tommy, a medium-height man with a strong build. His fair skin contrasted with his short blonde hair, making him quite striking. Tommy had become a friend to Jason. Even though Jason didn't talk much, Tommy was always by his side, sharing stories of his experiences in the military. Jason sighed, gazing at the sunset, and replied without hesitation, I signed an ultimatum. If I talk, they'll lock me away forever in a place no one's ever escaped from. Screw those ultimatums. A lot of guys here have signed them, and no one would dare to spill secrets in this place. It's like a sanctuary for secrets. Tommy was curious. He knew that for Jason to have been in a special forces unit, he must have been very skilled, and he respected that. We've talked about this, Tommy. When are you going to leave Jason alone? Stay out of this, Butcher. Damn it, you always have to meddle in other people's crap. Tommy glared at the man, who seemed like the resident politician of the prison. Well, all of them, including Butcher, turned to Jason, who seemed about to speak. This was a moment many of his companions had been waiting for. After all, he was the only one who hadn't shared his experiences yet. Perhaps because Jason had regained his composure long before, his gaze showed a certain indifference upon hearing the question, and he thought to himself, what more could I tell them? Let's just say I didn't want to wipe out an entire village because they saw what we did to the criminals we were hunting. I didn't want to be part of that massacre, and that's why I'm here. Jason had long since embraced the experiences and mistakes of this body as his own, knowing that he would have done the same in that situation. Dear God. Son of a bitch, I knew that's why you're here. Tommy and the others turned away, avoiding Jason's gaze. Jason, however, had taken this experience as something that could only make him a better person. Everyone here was military, from various branches, including drone operators, many of whom were here because they had disobeyed orders. No one would judge Jason here, they all understood and respected him. Then you're really screwed, buddy, but it doesn't matter. Someone with your skills could be hired by a private security firm and make a lot of money, said Butcher, who knew Jason's military career was over. I don't know. Maybe I'll buy a farm and live quietly from now on. Jason didn't see himself using his skills to stay in the private security business. It wasn't what he had envisioned, and he didn't feel ready to move on as if nothing that had happened mattered to him. At that moment, a guard approached the training area, and everyone resumed their exercises. Jason, you're coming with us. The rest of you can head to the cafeteria for lunch. Jason looked coldly at the guard and asked, isn't it lunchtime? Just follow me and don't ask questions. You might get to leave today. Isn't it supposed to be a few more days? Jason remembered the exact day he was supposed to be released, so confusion overtook him. Well, let's just say your process got expedited due to some complications. Since you've been on good behavior, the plan was to release you a few months early, but we couldn't because of the persistence of those who wanted you inside. And now it doesn't matter. Apparently not. You're not the only one being released. Jason's situation was unique. He hadn't committed a crime on his country's soil but abroad, so he couldn't be released on bail. But it seemed things had been accelerated for some reason. All right, here are the papers. When Jason entered a secluded room, a man in a green uniform with many stars, who was already present, stood to greet him and said, well, as I promised, I managed to get you out a week early. Was it you, Colonel? Jason recognized his superior. Let's just say I could only pull this off for you. Anderson knew Jason's story, so he had worked harder than ever on his case to get him out as soon as possible. Jason, with a look of gratitude, said, no, I should thank you for taking such an interest in my case. Truly, I'm very grateful for your help, Colonel. You're a free man now, Jason. Please, live the way you've always wanted and stay out of trouble. Yes, Colonel. Jason gave the man a military salute, appreciating the effort that had sped up his release. After signing some papers, he grabbed his belongings and left without any issues. Jason took a deep breath and looked around. He didn't have any family here either, so he instinctively walked without a destination. Kings County, a suburb of Atlanta. In a police car parked on the side of the road, two men were casually chatting while eating. If that bastard from earlier dared to move forward again, I'd have really smashed his damn face. Calm down, there are idiots everywhere. Rick, sometimes I really don't know what to do with everything I'm holding inside. This county job isn't for me. What are you going to do if you don't do this? Please, become a mechanic in this place. Haha, maybe I'll consider it. Shane then asked, by the way, how's Carl? My son? Come over for dinner tonight, and you can find out yourself. Alright, just make sure you've got my favorite beer ready. Don't worry. The two were sitting in the car, chatting and eating fast food. If Jason, who had just been released from military prison, were here, he would know that these two police officers were none other than Rick and Shane, two of the most important people in the main plot of this world he didn't know he was in. Now, as Jason wandered aimlessly, thinking about his newfound freedom, he unknowingly arrived in the town where these two worked as county officers. While pondering all this, he entered a shopping center to grab something fresh to eat. He needed to hydrate before continuing on his way. I should abandon the idea of a farm, Jason muttered, thinking of all the difficulties he'd face with his limited knowledge of running a farm on his own. Chapter 3. I don't like violence. That aimless walk was something Jason needed. At least now, he could imagine which path to take after returning to a reality he wasn't familiar or prepared for. Of course, he recognized the year and knew a few things that could earn him a lot of money if events unfolded as they had in his own future. After all, he was about 15 years behind what used to be his timeline. But first, he needed water. He had walked many miles without realizing it. That's why he entered the convenience store he found in this county. He'd arrived in a place whose name he didn't even know. The convenience store was a typical size but surprisingly well-stocked. From what he noticed, the owner was a very kind middle-aged woman who greeted him warmly as soon as he walked in. Walking through the frozen section, Jason grabbed a popsicle and began eating it. He didn't have much cash on him at the moment, but this wasn't a problem he couldn't handle. While thinking about what to do, an old woman stopped with her cart and said, "Hey, you can't eat the ice cream without paying for it. I'm going to tell a worker. Don't worry about it. I'm the owner's son." Jason paid no attention to the grumpy old lady. The best way to think was by eating something, and he didn't have the energy to argue over a popsicle that cost less than $2. Just as the old woman was heading to the counter, a heated argument grew louder and louder. When Jason approached, the store owner at the register was arguing with a man. Jason stood to the side and listened closely to the argument. Apparently, the man had bought frozen meat and a bottle of vinegar to cook at home, but one of the employees had given him apple cider vinegar instead of the one he originally asked for. The man just wanted a refund, but the store owner kindly asked him to purchase the other bottle of vinegar since it wasn't her fault, and the vinegar had already been opened and used. It seemed this wasn't clear to the customer, and the argument escalated. Behind Jason, near the two sources of conflict, stood two police officers, Rick and Shane. Rick was pondering something, while Shane held his head in disbelief, not understanding why the argument was so loud. "You opened the bottle of vinegar. Even if we made a mistake by giving you the wrong product, don't you know how to check what you're buying before opening it? Besides, it seems you didn't dislike the vinegar since you used half the bottle." The owner's comments made the customer's face turn green. Out of words, the man, still shouting, lost his patience and threw the vinegar bottle at the employee who had made the mistake. The store owner, unwilling to let anyone harm her workers, responded by throwing eggs at the man's face. Jason watched all of this in surprise. He didn't know whether to be impressed by the old lady's nerve or by the fact that even the police weren't stopping the argument. At that moment, Shane, who had his back to Jason, turned around, leaving Jason breathless. "John Bernthal? Wait, am I on a film set?" Jason, recognizing Shane, looked around for cameras. But after carefully inspecting the place, he found none, and John's demeanor didn't seem staged. Moments later, Rick also turned around, trying to calm the man who was now on the verge of starting a physical fight, and Jason took a step back in shock. Is this a joke? Jason looked around, and suddenly, a man in a black hoodie caught his attention with his suspicious movements. Jason wasn't stupid. Clearly, this person intended to steal something while the chaos in the convenience store was at its peak. Confused and increasingly overwhelmed, Jason, who still couldn't logically explain what he was witnessing, found himself fixated on the man's actions. If someone were to ask him later, Jason wouldn't be able to explain why he acted the way he did. Perhaps it was the initial shock of seeing two of his favorite actors dressed as characters he knew so well that led Jason to address the potential problem in front of him, setting aside the more intriguing one. The man in the black hoodie pretended to be aimlessly wandering, slowly making his way toward the store's door, appearing just as interested in the argument at the counter as the other customers. After stuffing a few more items into his pockets, the man, thinking he had pulled off the theft of the century, turned around and headed for the exit. But the unexpected happened. A strong, long arm suddenly grabbed him, and a chilling voice spoke beside him. "Hey, buddy, planning to leave without paying? Don't you know stealing is illegal and could land you in prison or with a hefty fine?" Although the man in the hoodie appeared calm on the surface, he was extremely nervous. After all, there were two police officers standing not far from the door. He hadn't expected a random stranger to grab his arm. Initially, he tried to free himself, but the grip was too strong. Jason instinctively glanced at Rick and Shane and noticed their attention was still elsewhere. He was confused, swearing these were people he knew quite well. But first, he needed to deal with the thief. Let me go. Do you think people will believe I wasn't involved if I let you go? That's a risk I'm not willing to take. Jason had no intention of releasing the thief now that he had intervened. Seeing that Jason wouldn't let go, the man in the hoodie pulled out a small knife in his right hand and aimed it at Jason's wrist. Damn meddling idiot. The next second, Jason, seeing the knife headed for his wrist, violently yanked the man in the hoodie. Despite the thief's weight, Jason sent him flying through the air, crashing near the counter where Rick was trying to calm the store owner. Looks like the training paid off, Jason thought as he walked toward the man lying on the floor. At that moment, Rick also noticed the man who had fallen into a stack of drinks beside him. Tilting his head, he saw the man in the black hoodie holding a knife. Shane instinctively drew his weapon and shouted, "Don't move. Drop the knife." The man in the hoodie, stunned from the fall, was about to get up and punch the meddling idiot who had thrown him. But when he saw someone pointing a gun at him, he froze. Damn it. After assessing the situation, he dropped the knife and skillfully placed his hands behind his head as if he were familiar with police commands. But his eyes remained fixed on Jason, and he silently mouthed, "You're dead?" Jason understood the message but only let out a dry laugh. He secretly raised the middle finger of his right hand and pointed it toward the man in the black hoodie. At this moment, Rick, the old woman, and the man involved in the dispute noticed everything happening behind them. Rick, for his part, kicked the knife near the man in the black hoodie against the wall to prevent any accidents. The man who had been complaining about the vinegar suddenly stopped talking, muttered something under his breath, and walked out of the store without causing further commotion. What happened? Why is this guy suddenly lying in front of me with a knife? Before the two could exchange words, a tall man dressed in military attire standing nearby spoke up. "Officers, I can explain. While you were resolving the issue with the civilians, I noticed this person taking advantage of the chaos to steal items from the store. When I saw he was about to flee, I tried to stop him with kind words. I didn't expect this guy to be dumb enough to attack me with a knife, so I had no choice but to use force. I didn't think he'd end up right beside you, putting you at risk, and for that, I apologize." The man in military attire, who had now become a hero, was Jason. In addition to carrying a backpack, he was eating a popsicle. Not wanting to take the blame, he emphasized that he had no choice but to act, his eyes fixed on the police officers. Rick looked at Jason, who still had chocolate on his lips. After a moment of silence, Rick turned his head and spotted many store items stuffed into the pockets of the man lying on the ground with his hands behind his head. "Shane, got it." The two were in sync, and a pair of handcuffs quickly secured the wrists of the man in the black hoodie. After removing all the stolen goods from him, Shane restrained the young man and nodded at Jason, clapping him on the shoulder. "Well done, buddy." Rick turned to the store owner and said, "Patricia, it seems the man complaining about the vinegar has left, so this matter is settled. We need to take the thief back to the station, so we'll be leaving now." Before Patricia could respond, Rick turned to Jason and said, "Sir, thank you for your brave actions. It's no less than expected from someone in the military. Thank you for your service. It was the least I could do." Jason rubbed the back of his neck, knowing it wasn't necessary to share with everyone that he had been dishonorably discharged. Rick smiled, nodded, and said, "I'm not sure if you have time. While we're all grateful, I still need to take an official statement. If you're busy, you can stop by the station another day. It's fine. I've got nothing to do right now. I'll cooperate with whatever you need," Jason replied, all the while thinking about everything that had happened with Rick. Those lingering thoughts of being in a dream had now turned into reality. When Jason noticed the badge on Rick's chest, he understood where he was. The year matched the onset of chaos when this world descended into hell because of the undead. Suddenly, all of Jason's plans crumbled. The reality he believed in became a distant illusion. "Sir, please follow me," Rick said as he began walking toward the exit and the police car parked not far away. Jason followed Rick with a confused expression. As someone who knew the main storyline, he wasn't at all excited about what he had just discovered. This coincidence had undoubtedly opened his eyes and perhaps even saved his life. Now, knowing where he was and what was to come, his heart raced uncontrollably. Without a doubt, the world was playing a cruel joke on him. Reality hit Jason like a hammer mercilessly and swiftly. He wanted to scream, but the breath caught in his throat. Automatically, he handed over his ID to Rick, who was taking his statement as the primary witness to the crime committed by the man in custody. Jason glanced at Shane, who asked him numerous questions about his service and what he was doing in the county. Jason answered everything, but his tone was dry, as if talking was the last thing he wanted to do. At one point, Jason, who had lost track of time, forced a smile. "Thanks again for your cooperation, Jason. Do you need us to take you anywhere?" Shane asked, looking at Jason's ID, noticing he seemed to be wandering aimlessly. As a former soldier who had served his country, Shane felt genuinely concerned that Jason might not have anywhere to go. "That's very kind of you, officer, but I'm just here to visit an old friend before heading to Atlanta. Right now, I'd prefer to walk and clear my head. Call us by our names, and know you're welcome here in this county. If you ever run into trouble or need help, don't hesitate to call us," Rick said, handing Jason his personal number, which Jason quickly accepted. "All right, Rick. I won't hold you up any longer. Have a good day." Take care, and don't forget to alert the police if you encounter another situation like this. It's not good to take risks like you just did, Rick said before turning and walking toward the police car. Shane, seated in the driver's seat, waved at Jason, who waved back. Watching Rick walk away, Jason felt grateful for the conversation with these remarkable people. Knowing there were no cameras around, he was sure of where he was. While there wasn't much to confirm, he knew enough. We'll meet again, Rick Grimes. At this moment, Jason, who just wanted to scream, told himself that time was of the essence. It was time to truly worry about what would happen to this world in just a few months. When he returned to the convenience store to pay his bill, Patricia, who thanked him, handed him a black phone, thinking it belonged to him. Jason accepted it. He wasn't sure why, but now that he had taken it, he simply walked away. Jason suspected the person he had taken down was a gangster. Rick mentioned that the guy had a lengthy criminal record and might be connected to a local gang. After roughly going through the phone's information, Jason found some useful clues about who he had crossed paths with. Anyway, by the time that idiot gets out, the world will probably be in chaos, and someone else will deal with him, Jason muttered as he wiped away the chocolate from the popsicle he'd eaten. People often told the old Jason that he worried too much about things that hadn't happened yet. Perhaps now, as the new Jason in control of this body, he wasn't so different. Maybe that connection had brought him here. And now that he knew exactly which path to take, he thought the world was asking him to do something for it before it was consumed by desolation. Jason knew exactly what he needed to do now. Chapter 4, First Moves. In no time, Jason began moving through the county. His first stop was a hotel, where he took a shower and changed into fresh clothes he had recently purchased at a local store. He needed to draw as little attention as possible, now that he was about to move strategically in a fight for his survival. After all, he was racing against the clock, a race he could not afford to lose. He had thought long and hard, and the only way to get large amounts of money quickly was to steal it. And no, this wasn't about robbing a bank or anything of the sort. It turned out that the phone he had taken from the man in the black hoodie belonged to a gang that had recently become very active in Atlanta. From what Jason could gather, the man's role within the gang was basically that of an errand boy for a criminal cell. As he scrolled through the messages in search of something valuable, Jason came across a particularly interesting chat. Once he understood what it was about, he decided to get involved. Pongo, Pluto, the green grass will be delivered under the abandoned bridge. This time, you'll go with the new guy to train him and get him accustomed to the business. Pluto, just the two of us. Pongo, we've already discussed this. You handle the errand work, and you won't be short on money in your pocket. Train the new guy so you can move up in the organization. Pluto, anything else? Pongo, be more cautious this time. The Atlanta feds are breathing down your neck. You'll need to hide the green grass warehouses, and that means a lot of work for us. Pongo, once you receive the package, take it to the workshop. We'll relocate it from there. The new guy will be waiting for you outside Martha's laundromat. Pluto, got it. Jason quickly realized that Pluto was the man in the black jacket who had visited the police station a few hours ago, while Pongo was that idiot's boss. I guess the money wasn't all that attractive. Pluto didn't even have enough for basic stuff like snacks, Jason murmured, hatching a plan that could either go very well or disastrously wrong. He had, of course, replied to the messages. He wanted to see if there was something in it for him. As it turned out, there was an opportunity to rob these criminals. That was the kind of person Jason was, a determined man with a clear mind. He intended to gather as much money as possible to prepare for what lay ahead. His first desperate attempt would be to rob these people. Naturally, there was a risk of dying, but time wasn't on his side. He preferred to take the risk, as the potential rewards were immense. In this world, if he couldn't accomplish such a straightforward goal, then he wasn't ready for the future. His confidence lay in his military experience, both on and off the battlefield. In both of his lives, Jason had killed. He was no stranger to the feeling of taking a life. The mortal sin, as many called it, had been committed by Jason's hands long ago. Back then, he had mistakenly believed he was fighting for the right side. In that regard, a part of Jason had died long ago, even before he arrived in this new reality. That's why, in simple terms, if he couldn't secure money for more optimal plans, Jason had no idea what he would do next. Thus, he was willing to take these risks, and that's exactly what he planned to do tonight. After getting ready, Jason rummaged through his backpack and quickly found a black military knife, long, sharp, and sheathed, perfect for use if needed. Looking at himself in the mirror, Jason, who felt an unprecedented weight pressing down on his shoulders, walked toward the hotel room door. The county was small, he didn't have to ask around much to figure out where the laundromat was, the spot where the new guy would pick him up. Truthfully, if the new guy recognized who Pluto was, Jason would need to be far more ruthless from the start, and he wasn't exactly eager to spill blood before ensuring he could get the money. Eventually, a black car pulled up. The window rolled down, and a man sitting in the driver's seat said, "Pongo sent me. Are you the guy who's going to teach me?" "Yes, Pluto told me you're the new guy. Are you ready to learn the ropes?" Jason kept his cool. If the situation didn't feel right, he would leave without hesitation. "I'm ready, brother. I'll learn everything, starting now," the man said with an eager grin. Jason raised his eyebrows, slightly surprised. He hadn't expected it to be this easy. Although his outfit was similar to what the man in the black hoodie had worn, Jason hadn't imagined the process would go so smoothly. "I'll teach you what you need. Let's get moving first. Acting as if everything was natural, Jason got into the car. During the drive, the man whose name was Daniel asked a lot of questions about the business. Although he had been given an introduction, he wanted advice from someone more experienced. You just need to stay calm, don't ask questions you shouldn't, and don't let your emotions get involved in this business. Otherwise, you'll end up dead. Jason didn't actually know much about the business, he was already questioning whether it had been a good idea to get involved. But he did know about criminals, so he answered based on that. I've heard that a lot. Daniel nodded seriously, taking the advice to heart. Jason reminded himself during the entire trip that the benefits weren't just for his own survival, they would also help him save the people he chose to protect. Even if he had tens of thousands of dollars in his bank account, it wasn't enough. He needed more, and this was the perfect opportunity to get it. As they headed into the Atlanta suburbs, Jason realized the trip to the meeting point would take longer. He needed to keep a cool head. He knew his skills were exceptional, far superior to those of an average person. As a former Special Forces operative, Jason had no hesitation when it came to killing. He was trained in hand-to-hand combat, which made him a lethal machine capable of achieving whatever he set his mind to. As he browsed through the phone, Jason discovered several things from the photos that had been taken. The gang that Idiot had belonged to was despicable. Not only were they involved in money laundering, but they were also deeply entrenched in the drug trade. This group of scum undoubtedly needed to meet their end. Looks like we arrived. Was underway, he didn't mention that he planned to get all his men into the CDC under his command. The best thing he could do now was pretend act as if he was willing to do whatever Edwin wanted and later devise plans to discreetly bring his people and some of their relatives into the CDC. At this point, Jason felt quite confident about his survival. After all, those he called followers were all former Special Forces soldiers who were just waiting for an order to make a move, as they had done until now. For those who doubted Jason's words, Tommy decided to tell them about his reactivation in a top-secret mission to convince those who didn't trust Jason's statements. Of course, a small group refused to be part of Jason's team. Some believed they had already sacrificed too much for their countries, while others didn't want to take on dangerous missions because of their families. That's why Jason decided to recruit only those who were alone, who had no family, and, for the most part, didn't want to return to them. Though it might sound harsh, these were the only ones who wouldn't abandon him when chaos hit the streets of Atlanta. Incredible. Edwin's eyes lit up with excitement, happy that Jason was at least taking his words seriously, something not many would do at this point. Jason, I didn't expect you to have such a strong team. They could all be of great help if we work together. Saying that, Edwin walked to his wife's room and knocked gently. After a moment, Candace came out with expectant eyes, walked to the living room, and sat down. Jason, let me tell you what's currently happening in the world. My husband and I are scientists working at the CDC, Centers for Disease Control and Prevention. Many around the world might not know about the CDC, but few don't understand how it operates. These research centers, dedicated to protecting the health of all humanity, work 24/7 to shield the United States from health and security threats, both foreign and domestic. Even though Jason knew what the majority did, he learned much more during his time inside these facilities. A week later, Jason and more than 10 agents joined the CDC without any issues, thanks to Candace and Edwin's help. To everyone's surprise, there were still personnel working tirelessly on research to find a cure. But they immediately noticed the panic among the CDC members because they had first-hand knowledge of the news that would never be broadcast on television. That's why many understood those who wanted to escape to leave the city for a remote area where they could take refuge from the atrocities being hidden and that were about to unfold. Of course, some people still chose to stay, including the Yanaers, Jason, his group, and a few others. Originally, Jason was equipped with gear and worked as a security guard. When he had the chance, he wondered, since Project Wildfire was in progress, why were the researchers leaving the facility? CDC researchers weren't supposed to leave. When he asked Candace about it, her answer was simple, a single sentence. We are just as scared and as human as anyone else. On July 5, 2010, Jason and the CDC staff noticed that since yesterday, the news had begun reporting violent incidents in several public places. Jason knew very well that the end of the world was approaching, and the only thing he could do was wait. Everyone was nervous, but that was all they could do. It was a good choice to trust your words, Captain. It looks like things out there are starting to spiral out of control. I hope they find a cure soon so not so many people die. Sam Valdez, a former soldier hired by Jason, shared his thoughts. Let's not be too complacent. Things can go wrong even here. We need to stay alert, just as Jason said. Tyler, who managed the security cameras, pointed out an important fact: no one was safe anywhere. We all know that. We owe a lot to Jason for explaining everything that's happening to us in detail, said a muscular man named George Bursey. We need to focus on protecting this place. It's crucial that they don't breach the security of such an important site, Tommy said, holding his weapon and speaking coldly. Billy Butcher, who was more relaxed than everyone else, said, well, now more than ever it's comforting not to have family to worry about. By the way, Gonzalez, how's your family overseas? They'll be fine. Jason helped me with the resources to move them to a farm far from society. I'm grateful and eager to do the job I promised him. With that, Nicholas Gonzalez left to patrol the building. They were all part of the small team Jason had managed to gather. They were more than enough to initially move through the facilities and, of course, take control. In some temporary shelters, there were more men under their command guarding the most exposed resources, waiting. All they could do now was wait. No hero would survive the first waves of chaos. Despite all the calculations Jason had made to prepare, it was impossible for him to save everyone. In a certain street in Atlanta, a van sped down the road. In no time, it reached a religious community that was still holding out. A few seconds later, a black man, somewhat muscular, stepped out of the van. Unlike many who weren't concerned by the news spreading everywhere, he pulled out a large amount of essentials, including water, food, and medicine, and began creating his own stockpiles. Soon, the supplies he had prepared were delivered to each of the homes within the community. T-Dog, you're here again. I understand we're bothering you with all this, so here's $100 as a tip. T-Dog, can you help me fix my TV? It stopped working after I threw a shoe at it when I heard the news. T-Dog, God bless you, you're a good guy. Be careful on your way back home. The black man, known as T-Dog, was actually Theodore and Douglas. He wasn't supposed to be working today in the community service, but due to the chaos on the streets, few dared to cover for others in this service, so he was the one covering the shifts of those who had abandoned their duties. After all, if he didn't do it, what would happen to the elderly who could barely walk to their doors? They would all die from hunger, lack of medicine, or worry. Even though T-Dog had more important personal matters to attend to, he still found time to go from house to house delivering personal supplies, hoping to help these poor elderly people. All right, Mr. James, I'll be there in a minute. After working in the community for an hour delivering supplies, T-Dog finally finished his job and drove his van back to the warehouse to prepare the next batch of supplies for other communities. Meanwhile, on the other side of the city, Andrea and Amy were driving to their father's house. Suddenly, something hit the rear side of their car, and there was a crash. Andrea's heart squeezed as she slammed on the brakes and instinctively looked back, only to see the rear of the car empty. A short distance away, there were two people struggling to run forward. Yeah, sing it with me, sister. Amy was listening to music through headphones. When she was jolted by the sudden break, she couldn't help but shout and turned her head to look at her sister angrily. You scared me. Andrea looked left and right for a moment, then turned to Amy and asked, did you hear that just now? Hear what? Amy didn't quite understand her sister's question, so she took off her headphones and heard Andrea continue speaking. It sounded like something hit the back of the car. Amy was startled when she heard this, and thinking the worst, she absent-mindedly stroked her hair while looking at the rear of the car through the rearview mirror. Not seeing anything, she began to scan the surroundings with panic in her eyes, as violent incidents were said to happen in isolated areas with few people. At least that's what they said on the news, and Amy believed what they shared. It seems like the streets aren't safe anywhere. Let's move fast. At least our dad gave us a weapon for protection. Stop talking and let's get out of here. Wow. Glenn was on his scooter, wearing a baseball cap and the pizza shop uniform he worked in, speeding down an alley. The pizza deliveries had given him an in-depth knowledge of the streets and alleys of Atlanta. That's why, every delivery he made was significantly faster than others. This was also the main reason why his cheap boss never dared to deduct his salary. It's a nice day, Glenn thought as he once again quickly arrived at the delivery spot. He skillfully parked the scooter to the side, grabbed the food, and headed up the stairs to the apartment building. Bang, bang, bang. Sir, your pizza's here. Glenn was annoyed because the customer hadn't come out quickly, but still keeping his smile, he knocked again, this time more forcefully. Bang, bang, bang. Can you hear me? Is anyone home? After waiting outside the door for about 2 minutes, Glenn exhaled in impatience, his face showing helplessness. It seemed that his boss's scolding was inevitable if he returned with the pizza. He shook his head and was about to head down the stairs when suddenly he heard a bang behind the door. He was so happy that he went back to the door and knocked again. Oh. Without waiting for the door to open, he was already pulling out the pizza receipt, but then he heard a low growl from behind the door, followed by banging sounds as if someone was hitting their head against the wood. Glenn, curious and scared, pressed his ear to the door, then knocked again. Screech. The sound of nails scratching against the door reached Glenn's ears clearly. Sir, I know you're inside. If you insist on not opening the door, I'll call the police. Bang, bang, bang. As if Glenn's voice had irritated the person inside the door, a more violent crash was heard, followed by an inhuman roar filled with rage. Glenn was a little nervous and felt something was wrong at that moment, and though he wanted to retreat, he shouted one last time, trying to show they weren't scared. All right, I'm leaving now. Arg. Glenn finally panicked, turned around, and ran down the stairs. All he wanted now was to call the police and tell them something was wrong in that apartment, but soon his expression turned pale. Beep beep. The number you dialed is temporarily unavailable. Please try again later. Damn it. Glenn pocketed his phone, unable to do anything, and drove his scooter back to the shop. King County, the Grimes house. Mom, will Dad be okay? Carl, your dad is a very strong man, and he's going to be fine. In Carl's room, Lori lay in bed with her son in her arms. Rick's sudden gunshot had a big impact on the three of them, but it made Lori suddenly realize how important her husband was in their lives. Mom, can I sleep with you tonight? Sweetie, I'm not going anywhere. You can sleep peacefully here. The sudden severe injury to his father made young Carl very sad. After worrying all night, his eyelids grew heavy, and soon he fell asleep in Lori's arms. At that moment, Lori, who was holding Carl, felt very sad and finally revealed how worried she was about her husband. Chapter 9, the core of the problems. In the early hours of the morning, the sun began to illuminate the entrance of a hospital in King County. In one of the rooms, Rick Grimes lay motionless in a bed, his eyes closed, trapped in a deep coma. 3 days had passed since the shooting, and Rick remained unaware of reality. He didn't know that, beyond the walls protecting him, the world had changed in ways that were unrecognizable. And far beyond, there was a man analyzing his possibilities with the sole desire to change the future of humanity. He trusted his skills, and despite the difficulty, he was confident he could do a better job than anyone else in this world. Indeed, Jason spent his days thinking that everything that had happened in his life until now had led to this moment, where he had to prove his worth and fulfill his desire to be the savior who never came for certain people worth protecting. Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, Atlanta. At this moment, Jason was in the CDC control room with his team, listening in silence to the emergency action notification issued by Washington, D.C., which was playing on the television. It seems it's time to act. Jason thought to himself as images of possible futures filled his mind. He knew that after the start of the apocalypse, the CDC's security had been reinforced by the military, and barricades, tanks, and rifles had been placed outside, all aimed at minimizing the advance of the walkers toward the facilities, which had become humanity's top priority. But he also knew that when the situation became unsustainable, hundreds of bodies were scattered all over the pavement, and the place was practically abandoned. At least within the first 15 days, Jason was aware that the CDC's security would be guarded, but soon, the outside would no longer be safe, and that would be when he needed to be prepared, because then it would be his moment to take full control of the situation. For now, his authority within the CDC wasn't much, and that prevented him from acting freely. So for then, when the security was under his control, he could do as he pleased and practically become the leader of this zone. By then, he needed to be ready to welcome survivors and have a high supply of resources that he had previously prepared. Prepare your gear, we'll need to move soon. Jason said directly to the others without openly sharing his plans. Understood. No one knew what was going on in Jason's head, but as they knew, if there was someone smarter than the others, they wouldn't question his decisions or contradict him. The smartest thing to do was follow his instructions to the letter, just as they were given. After seeing how chaos was escalating in the outside world, all the soldiers recruited by Jason decided to do exactly what he said. Jason, what exactly are we going to do? Tyler knew the new Jason much better than the others. He was the one who had contributed the most to all the plans Jason had made. Upon hearing this question, everyone in the room turned their attention to Jason. They didn't mind knowing what they had to do, but it would be good to prepare mentally. We need to move the resources exposed in Atlanta closer to the CDC, and although it pains me to say it, my authority here is not what I want it to be right now, but that can change later, and for now, we need the resources close to keep this place safe, which for now is still secure. Without waiting for more questions, Jason stood up and walked toward the lab to share his plans. A few minutes later, Mr. and Mrs. Jenner were sitting with Jason in the office next to the lab. The couple looked at Jason with serious faces. They couldn't understand why Jason wanted to leave. You could say that the CDC was the safest place in the world. Jason, is there something specific that makes you want to leave the CDC? Are you going to save your family like the others are doing? Edwin Jenner was very confused. When they persuaded Jason to come to the CDC with his team, he hadn't mentioned anything about his family, so now Edwin thought the only reason Jason wanted to leave was because there was a loved one he hadn't taken seriously before. Edwin, Candace, I don't have family here. I have my reasons for leaving the CDC with part of my team, and they're not personal reasons, but focused solely on protecting these facilities and keeping you safe. Let me explain my plan in detail. After saying this, Jason furrowed his brows as he scanned the room. After a few seconds of reflection, he walked up to a glass board, took a marker, and wrote in large letters, energy, supplies, experimental subjects, weapons, time. Then, Jason turned to the group and spoke with a serious tone, far removed from his usual friendly demeanor. In the past few days, I've spent time evaluating the conditions of the center. I've inspected different areas and analyzed our strengths and weaknesses. As for energy, our fuel reserves are in decent shape, but there's an obvious problem. We don't know how long we'll be here. Jason leaned on the table with both hands and fixed his gaze on Edwin. The situation with the cure remains uncertain. We don't know if they'll really be able to develop it or how long it will take. If we stay here without proper planning, we could run out of essential resources. That's why, if we want to ensure the safety of this place, we need to act now. He took the marker and underlined the word energy on the board before continuing. If this shelter remains operational for weeks or months, our fuel reserves will run out quickly. We can't afford to waste even a drop if we're not certain the military will support us at all times. Jason turned and practically ordered, Edwin, you will be in charge of evaluating the energy supply system. You have full authority here, so cut off the supply to all areas that aren't absolutely necessary. Turning off inactive equipment and limiting consumption could give us a crucial advantage in the long term. Jason turned and wrote supplies on the board, emphasizing the next point. Food is our next priority. I know the center used to store enough provisions for hundreds of people. Now, we're just over 20. That means, theoretically, we could ration the food and survive for an extended period without needing to search for more. But here's the problem. We still don't know how long this will last or if the experiment will succeed. If the cure fails again and again, eventually we'll have to leave this place and find another shelter. Jason paused, allowing the gravity of his words to sink in before delivering the next warning. If that time comes, finding food reserves will be a much harder task with the streets flooded with infected. The silence in the room became palpable. Jason allowed everyone to absorb the information before moving on to the next topic. Now let's talk about an urgent problem, the experimental subjects. Jason marked the words experimental subjects on the board and crossed his arms. For this center to continue its research, more samples are needed. We can't progress without test subjects. I don't know how you plan to solve this, but this is something we must address immediately. What do you think? The Jenners nodded in unison. Until now, they hadn't considered all these aspects together, and Jason's foresight impressed them. They had considered him a capable leader, but they never imagined how meticulous and strategic he could be in survival situations. Finally, under the amazed gazes of these scientists, Jason focused on the last point. Next is the weapons supply. This research center is not designed to withstand a prolonged crisis. If we're eventually forced to leave, we'll need more than just provisions, we'll need a good arsenal to protect ourselves. It's not enough to have a few firearms, we'll need plenty of ammunition and training to defend ourselves in any scenario. He wrote the word weapons in firm strokes and then turned to the group. In short, someone needs to go out and handle all of this before the epidemic completely spirals out of control. And the only people capable of that task are my team and me. Jason dropped the pen onto the table and looked at the faces of the Jenners. Their expressions reflected uncertainty, but also acknowledgement. They glanced at each other for a response but only found the gravity of the situation reflected in each other's eyes. The silence was broken when Candace, in a determined tone, finally spoke. Jason, what you did is something we hadn't considered. After all, the virus research itself has kept us extremely busy. And even less so the cure. We don't know when a complete investigation into the virus will take place. After hearing these words from his wife, the look in Edwin's eyes obviously softened, but he quickly lifted his head and solemnly told Jason, Jason, I'm so glad I chose you to join our group in the beginning. With shame, I leave these things to you and your team. We'll work hard to do our part as well. Of course, Jason hadn't only gone to gather supplies, but he couldn't tell the Jenners that, so he just showed a relaxed smile. Don't worry, my team and I are a group of retired soldiers, don't forget that, Jason reassured them, giving a calming smile to these people who could be humanity's saviors. Candace also smiled, stood up, and gave Jason a hug. Edwin also stepped forward and gave him a strong handshake as a farewell. We're counting on you. I also hope you can develop a vaccine as soon as possible. I'll help with whatever I can when I return. After Jason finished speaking, he pulled a walkie-talkie from a pocket in his vest and handed it to Edwin. Don't tune into the channel, I'll notify you by radio when I get back. Also, until I return, don't open the door to strangers. Each one of you is irreplaceable. You're the only researchers at the center. Your lives are very valuable. All right, you must pay attention to your safety. I will. I'm leaving now. Edwin, remember to check the power system. I'll take care of that. Edwin nodded, turned around, and walked toward the underground power supply system. Once Jason finished his explanation, he walked toward the room where his team was and said, it's time to move out. Have your weapons ready, and don't forget to wear masks when we're outside. We've got it. Tyler, carrying light gear, looked at Jason and asked, Hey, Jason, do you think I'll be of any help out there? I'm the only one who still doesn't know how to handle a weapon well. Jason looked at Tyler and said, I'm not taking you as a soldier, you'll be safer by my side. Besides, you're the one who marked the spots where we placed the supplies. Tyler fell silent and didn't say anything more. He thought he should familiarize himself with this environment, so he mentally prepared himself. John Seda, on the side, looked at Tyler's pale expression and said, Don't worry, kid, we'll take care of you. Once everyone was ready, Jason walked toward the door leading to the station's underground garage. The person left in charge looked at a group of 7 people with black masks on their faces and instinctively straightened up, saluting. Open the door. All right, boss. Behind the CDE, there was a large car garage. At this moment, a tactical vehicle from the center and several other vehicles were parked in the garage. If strangers were to look, they would definitely be captivated by one vehicle, in particular a modified RV, quietly parked in a corner. Look at this beast, it's not just an RV, it's a fortress on wheels. Tommy hit the side of the vehicle, where thick steel plates reinforced the body, and explained, reinforced armor, windows with metal grills, and bulletproof glass. There's no way anything's surprising us in here. And if we get ambushed? Asked the frightened Tyler, looking at the huge RV, scanning the roof. That's why we have the rotating turret. Tommy pointed to the top, where a heavy machine gun was ready to fire. We've got shooting slots on the sides, traps in the back, and if things go south, an electric arc on the doors to stop intruders. What about the fuel? Billy, unfamiliar with the RV, asked, intrigued by this magnificent machine. Modified to use diesel and biofuels, Tommy smiled and muttered, and if we run out, we have solar panels to keep the basics running. Of course, this engineering marvel wouldn't be used in moments where the situation was still manageable, so Jason and his team passed by the RV, leaving Tommy to admire his own creation. They soon arrived at a special tactical truck from the CDC. They stored all the equipment in the back compartment and boarded. George, the expert driver, sat in the driver's seat, and Jason sat in the back. Removing his mask, he looked at everyone and said, "This time we'll gather some supplies that were prepared for this situation, then we'll move to other objectives before returning." Looking at Tyler, Jason pointed, "Show George the places we're moving to next." "Got it," Tyler responded, a bit nervous. As for the others, everyone remained silent. Taking out a walkie-talkie and pressing the button to communicate, Jason spoke into the microphone, "ZZ. Edwin. This is Jason, we're about to leave, please remember not to let strangers in. The changes that will happen outside will be beyond your imagination. I'll be back as soon as possible, I promise. ZZ. Jason, take care out there." Jason didn't say anything else. He believed that the subtle influence of recent days had made Edwin and Candace more cautious about the approaching problem. Also, just in case things got ugly, he left some agents inside the CDC, just in case. When George started the engine, he drove under Tyler's instructions, and soon they exited the CDC. Chapter 10, Understanding Today to Overcome Tomorrow. The moment Jason understood his priorities within the CDC, he learned a lot about the place while closely studying the leading scientists who, in the distant future, could be the ones to discover a cure for the virus that was slowly wiping out humanity. He knew it was only a matter of time before the CDC's external security became a priority for the military, but that outer layer of protection wouldn't last long. The military's presence to hold back the walkers in Atlanta was minimal, so much so that Jason could consider it insignificant. At a critical moment, these soldiers would abandon their posts. That was why Jason knew he was close to becoming the absolute leader, the one who would make the best decisions for his group's survival. Many might think he had been wasting time just gathering weapons, supplies, and ways to stay alive in the future. But what they didn't know was that during this time, Jason had located the most relevant people who, sooner or later, would become part of Rick's group. His ideal plan was to bring all of them to the CDC after the chaos began and before Atlanta turned into a sea of bloodthirsty undead. However, it was clearly impossible for him to find all of them. And even if he had managed to, how could he explain to them that they had been miraculously chosen to be saved from the end of the world? Jason didn't want to fail or waste the valuable time he could dedicate to more important things that would ensure his group's future survival. While the idea of having these people with him would never be discarded, how could he ensure allies who would never consider betrayal? In the world that was about to unfold, trust was the most important thing one could place in others. The downfall of many groups and operations had been compromised by traitors, so Jason couldn't afford to exclude people he was sure he could rely on. That was why he wanted the people from Rick's group on his side. He knew that in times of crisis, he had to watch out for desperate people and carefully choose who to accept into his group. He didn't need a hidden dagger within his ranks, waiting to strike while he slept. Nor did he need people who wouldn't follow his vision for the future. If you're smart, you'll have courage. And courage, in the end, will make the difference between good and evil. Soon, laws would lose their value, and humans would lose their humanity. Hard times create strong yet ruthless people. This was something Jason had to always keep in mind if he wanted to build a powerful and stable organization, one comparable to the CRM. As for the Yana or scientists, they would be the most valuable members of his group. Each and every one of them had to survive to continue their research. After all, this was their only chance to find a cure. Regarding how Candace died in the original story, Jason knew that at some point, she became infected with the virus. He didn't know how or when it happened, but even after her death, she was used as an experimental test subject. This was what caused Edwin to lose the will to continue his research. In that moment, humanity's last hope was lost in Jason's eyes. That was why he couldn't allow the same thing to happen this time. He had to return as soon as possible after gathering the necessary long-term supplies. The best moment to act would be when Rick's best friend, Shane, took Lori and Carl to a shelter in Atlanta. That was when they would meet the people who would later play a crucial role in the main plot of this world's development. And that would only happen once Atlanta was lost. That was why Jason's first priority was to gather the resources he had left around the CDC, then return with everything and ensure the facility remained secure until everything outside was lost. Only then could he go after Rick's group, who by then would be living on a hill. This shouldn't be misunderstood. Jason didn't believe Rick's group was indispensable. However, if he wanted to gain valuable soldiers, he knew the only way to establish a solid foundation was by starting with them. Each member of Rick's group protected their own with everything they had and always sought ways to survive. That was something he couldn't guarantee with other survivors. Of course, they wouldn't be the only ones saved during this time. By then, he would have ensured a strong base of survivors, people who sought the best option for survival. Strong people whom Jason would protect above all else. Atlanta, 5 hours after leaving the CDC. Jason, who had thought a lot during his preparation time, knew that currently, the CDC had enough power, weapons, food, and security. But in the future, it would lack energy for the generators and weapons for defense, along with ammunition to deal with the ever-growing number of walkers. That was why Jason's next step, after securing his stay at the CDC, was to bring in the resources he hadn't been able to store earlier. Before, his authority and trust were minimal, he could barely act. But now that a few weeks had passed, anything he wanted to do would go largely unquestioned. The streets are lonelier than I thought. George drove under Tyler's guidance to the farthest supply storage point from the CDC, which would soon become nearly inaccessible. Watching the outside through a monitor, Tommy muttered, "It's normal for people to be hiding in their homes," terrified. The road conditions along the way were good, probably due to the violent incidents and the emergency action notice that had been broadcast repeatedly on television and radio over the past few days. At this point, humans still didn't understand what was happening. Most of them remained at home, waiting for instructions on what to do, while the military acted under martial law. That was why the journey was smooth. When they arrived at the first location, George retrieved a fuel tanker that Jason had prepared long ago. The others then began transferring additional resources onto a military-style cargo truck and a priority transport bus. The supplies Jason had purchased were stored in places where relatively few people gathered, and crowds were uncommon. Because of this, there was little need for concern, at least for now. That was why only a 10-man tactical unit had been assigned to oversee the operation and assist in loading the supplies for transport back to the CDC. At the same time, while Jason's nearly 20-man group was preparing for the transfer, Andrea and Amy were saying goodbye to their father over the phone. The two sisters never imagined that this farewell might be their last. "Andrea, listen to me very carefully. You must take good care of your sister. Remember, and never forget, that you are her older sister. While I'm not there, you must act as if you were her mother." Andrea and Amy's father understood the situation in the country better than most, and his words carried a serious tone. "Dad, I'm not a little kid anymore. I don't need her to take care of me," Amy said, slightly annoyed by her father's words, losing interest in the call. "Ha ha ha, yes, you're not my little princess anymore." Their father chuckled at Amy's childish behavior, recognizing that she was going through a rebellious phase. His only concern was that his daughters weren't particularly close, which was why he had suggested this trip to bring them closer together. This was his chance to instill in Andrea the confidence she needed to protect Amy until they could reunite. "I'll take care of her," Andrea responded with a slight smile as she watched Amy's reaction. "Andrea, things outside haven't been normal these days. Every day, the news reports more and more bloodshed. You both need to be careful out there. Try not to move around too much in the coming days and wait for further updates." "Dad, I will. I'll take care of Amy. You don't need to worry." "I know you will, sweetheart," their father said, smiling on the other end of the call after hearing his daughter's reassuring words. Shortly after, the two sisters drove down the road at a leisurely pace. "Sister, what's wrong? I know you don't like my music, but we've been listening to yours for hours, so this time it's my turn." "Isn't that a CDC convoy? Why are CDC personnel in such a remote place? It doesn't look fake, and those trucks are huge." Amy became frightened because she had been paying attention to the news in recent days, and now seeing a CDC truck was the worst thing that could happen. Andrea looked in the direction Amy was pointing and, sure enough, she saw a group of people with intimidating gear and masks on their faces, with the CDC logo on their arms, stopped at the side of the road near a long convoy of trucks. As soon as she turned the steering wheel, Andrea drove towards them. "Hey, excuse me, is something going on around here?" Andrea called out to the masked people while keeping her distance. Andrea originally wanted to ask if it was safe to drive through this area. None of the people had their faces uncovered, so she needed to make sure it was safe to travel in their planned direction. "Are you stupid? Why would you ask something like that? Be quiet. Something serious must be happening if they're so well protected." Andrea whispered to her sister when she heard the words. "We're going to be arrested. The military is taking over the country now," Amy whispered in panic to her sister, who had driven straight toward the convoy of parked trucks not far from where they had stopped. "No, they don't seem to be doing anything important." In fact, Jason, who was supervising the supply cargo, had noticed a car heading in his direction a while ago. However, the weapons and resources had already been moved into the largest cargo truck, so he didn't care if the newcomers saw them. Looking back, Jason spotted Andrea and Amy, who had stopped not too far away. "What are they doing here?" Jason was a little puzzled, then approached them and asked in a serious tone, "What's the problem?" Jason pretended to act firmly as the captain of the CDC security team. "Good afternoon, I'm Andrea, and this is my sister Amy. You seem to be with the CDC. Could something be happening here?" "It's nothing serious. We're just collecting supplies." Andrea became alarmed when she saw other agents approaching with long guns. That told her they were not just regular CDC personnel, so she quickly said, "Well, you seem busy, so I won't bother you." When Andrea heard Jason say that nothing was wrong, she knew something strange was happening in this place, so she prepared to leave. "Andrea, right." Jason, who had approached, removed the gas mask protecting him and looked at the two sisters inside the car, who seemed unsettled. He hesitated for a moment. He obviously couldn't tell them what was about to happen, so he changed his words at the last moment. The situation has been a disaster everywhere lately, so I recommend you don't stay out too long. Go home quickly. Thanks for the warning. Andrea reached a hand out the window, waved at Jason to indicate she understood, and then drove away. Jason had originally intended to warn the two sisters, but thinking about it, even if he hadn't mentioned it, they would have kept driving down the road, meaning they were heading somewhere safe. Everything's ready, boss. Tommy returned with the last supply crate. Once all the supplies were loaded, everyone boarded the trucks. Soon, a convoy of more than 7 vehicles, including cargo and tanker trucks, moved toward their next destination. That night, Jason and the others stopped at a warehouse where a group of 20 people was now resting. The urgent action notice kept playing all day on the television. Jason wasn't interested in what was being broadcast on TV or the radio. The only thing he cared about was when the TV signal would cut off and the internet would stop working. That would confirm the progress of the upcoming events. Maybe it was just his thoughts, but suddenly, the TV screen started flickering, became increasingly blurry, and finally went dark. What happened? We have the best signal here. Tyler looked at the blurry screen and stood up to check. After inspecting the TV, Tyler switched through all the channels one by one. None had a signal. Looks like everything's gone to hell. Butcher murmured in a slightly nervous voice. Damn it, the adult movies were supposed to be on at this hour. Tommy was slightly annoyed but also somewhat overwhelmed. Jason checked his watch. It was 5:30 a.m. on July 8, 2010. The end of the world has officially begun. Jason stood up from where he had been lying down, put his boots back on, and ordered, "Let's move out. It looks like things just got worse, and we can't waste any more time." Over the next 9 days, he needed to transport some of the supplies to a hidden location near the CDC facilities. If they waited a week longer to start transporting the supplies, it would become much more troublesome. By then, a massive number of refugees would be heading to various locations in the city, causing traffic to grind to a halt. Of course, thanks to their trucks having official clearance, they wouldn't have trouble getting through anywhere. However, the gridlock on the roads would be impossible to avoid. In recent days, as Jason took time to collect supplies from the furthest CDC sites, he had gradually noticed more vehicles fleeing down the streets. People were beginning to sense that something was wrong. Although the TV signal was gone, the radio was still broadcasting, warning citizens not to leave their homes and, most importantly, not to have physical contact with people displaying violent behavior. But as expected, the chaos didn't stop. It only intensified. When people ran out of food at home, they had no choice but to go shopping. But thousands of families were going through the same thing, making the situation uncontrollable. In times like these, criminals took advantage of the chaos. There were even shootouts in many places. Families who had never experienced anything like this finally couldn't take it anymore, packed their things, and planned to evacuate. Chapter 11, the days after. 10 days passed in a flash since rumors of violent attacks and bloodied bodies in the streets of Atlanta began to spread. Uncertainty expanded like a calamity over the world, and in a desperate attempt to contain the chaos, circular containment walls were erected in several regions, guarded by the army to isolate the counties still free from the virus. It was now clear that the streets were under the army's authority. They were the ones setting the rules and eliminating the infected without mercy. During this time, those who had prepared to go directly to the quarantine area hoped to find a safe place controlled by the army. Others, far more resourceful, had long retreated to their hideouts, transporting as many resources as possible before martial law took effect. Even those who were reluctant and anguished about leaving their homes had no choice but to seek refuge in containment zones, where the government assured their safety. Kings County, a suburb of Atlanta. At 12:39 a.m. on July 18, Lori stood at the door of her son's room, speaking softly to Shane while occasionally glancing at young Carl, who was reading comics in his room. "Shane, what do you mean by leaving here?" Lori couldn't comprehend Shane's words. Under no circumstances could she abandon her home or her husband, who was now confined to a hospital bed. "Lori, calm down and listen to me. The county is in total chaos, and it can't be contained. The bastards at the police station have already taken their families to the shelters they've been announcing on the radio." Shane was losing his mind due to the sheer hopelessness of the situation. He had witnessed the horrors the virus inflicted on people. "We received a broadcast from Atlanta this morning. It said they had prepared a temporary shelter in the city. As far as we know, people are being infected with a virus that makes them act strangely. You haven't seen it, but the infected won't rest until they've devoured anyone around them." The horrors Shane had faced before the military's arrival were appalling. Each experience screamed that the world was descending into uncontrollable chaos. His only thought now was to get his best friend and his family to a safe place before they, too, were affected. "Is the viral infection real? I never believed that infected people could be mindless cannibals." Lori was terrified. Just looking at Shane's pale face and trembling movements was enough to believe every word he shared. "God, I never imagined things would get this bad either. But trust me when I say we can't stay in the county anymore. We must get to that shelter in Atlanta as soon as possible," Shane said seriously as he calculated their chances of safely reaching the shelter. "What about Rick? My husband is still in the hospital." Lori wouldn't abandon her husband in this kind of situation. "I'll go tomorrow to get Rick. You focus on packing for everyone. I'll handle getting more food on the way back." Shane had promised his friend that he would take care of his family if anything happened to him, and that's exactly what he intended to do. Yes, I'll take care of it. Lori was panicking, unsure of the best way to keep her son Carl safe. I promise to keep all of you safe. Shane pulled Lori into a strong hug. All right. Meanwhile, in a completely different location, similar situations were unfolding. Crash, you damn bitch, who told you to pack this garbage in the bags? We need food. Why are you bringing these pictures? I'm sorry. Ed, I'll prepare more food. Carol covered her face, terrified. She got up from the floor and went to the kitchen to pack more food into the bags. Sophia, get me a beer. Half lying on the couch, Ed shouted at his daughter, whose face was barely visible from the room's doorway. Sophia flinched and meekly said, Okay, Dad. After taking the beer his daughter brought, Ed shouted again at his wife in the kitchen. Carol, hurry up and get ready. We're leaving tomorrow morning. I can't stay in this damn place. Damn it. Sophia trembled and ran back to her room. Similar scenes played out in countless families. Some sought comfort, while others placed blame. But all were packing their bags and preparing to head to the nearest shelter. Bang, 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 please help me. Ah. The first rays of sunlight on the following morning rose over King County, but instead of bringing peace, they echoed with gunfire and piercing screams tearing through the air. From above, the city appeared to be in complete chaos, streets overflowing with debris, gangs prowling like predators, panicked civilians running aimlessly, and countless soldiers deployed along the roads, struggling to contain the inevitable. Shane drove to Rick's hospital at dawn, only to find that the front was already heavily guarded by soldiers. Whenever a conflict broke out among the surrounding crowd, the soldiers immediately opened fire. The soldiers' orders were to eliminate all infected individuals and anyone who had been in direct contact with them. Hospitals were the first destination for most of the infected, making them the primary target for cleansing. This would explain why, after Rick woke up, there were so many body bags in the hospital courtyard and clear signs of a substantial military presence nearby. Unfortunately, this only delayed the inevitable. Many, including Shane, didn't realize that the military's actions essentially amounted to massacring their own people. We're lost. Meanwhile, Jason had spent this entire time gathering numerous supplies, and the only task remaining was to find test subjects. Simultaneously, a black armored truck with the CDC logo had parked outside King County Hospital. Inside the truck, Jason, dressed in black military-grade tactical gear, put on a mask and held his assault rifle while looking at the 10 people waiting for his instructions. You know the plan. We will capture a few subjects who haven't lost their sanity yet and bring them to the center for research. If you see anyone acting strangely and threatening your safety, eliminate the threat. The virus is deadly, and once someone is infected, there's no turning back. Shoot them in the head and stay close to me. Understood. This time, Jason's team had expanded to include 10 Special Forces members skilled in infiltration and elimination missions. These soldiers understood the importance of orders and would unquestionably follow Jason's commands. Everyone knew Jason and his rank within the Special Forces. As a captain, he was more than qualified to lead them and issue immediate orders. Many even idolized him for the circumstances surrounding his discharge. Tommy, George, and Tyler, stay back to secure the area and protect our transport. Jason, now fully masked for protection, continued, keep communication lines open. Report any detail, no matter how small. We'll be fine, Captain, Tommy responded confidently. Good, then let's move out. Over time, Jason had strengthened his communication with the group he had assembled before joining the CDC. It hadn't been easy to vet each person who decided to follow his path, but after months, he knew everything about his followers. This gave him the confidence to share the looming problem the world would soon face. When he began relocating distant resources closer to the CDC with their help, any doubts about their loyalty vanished. Everyone understood that they were serving humanity. Each carried a purpose for survival and knew that every decision Jason made was solely to keep them alive. Equipped with black tactical uniforms and CDC identification badges, Jason's independent team had encountered no issues so far. As part of the CDC, they operated above any government organization. Let's go. As the 10 distinct soldiers disembarked from the armored truck, they went on high alert. They were already aware of the chaos in the area, where gunfire echoed constantly. External control was now under military authority in a desperate attempt to contain the outbreak. Stay alert, and shoot infected individuals in the head, Jason commanded, moving forward without a trace of nervousness. Bang! Shortly after exiting the truck, John, who was behind Jason, shot an infected person in the head, rescuing a woman on the brink of being bitten. They then entered the hospital through a path littered with corpses. Bang! 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 Jason and the others continued shooting and dealing with scattered infected as they made their way quickly to the staircase leading to the second floor. Before they could ascend, a group of footsteps echoed nearby, and heavily armed soldiers aimed their weapons at them in panic. Stop right there. Lower your weapons. Although Jason had anticipated this possibility, he was prepared. He stepped forward calmly. When the soldier leading the group approached, he seemed pleasantly surprised by Jason's team's equipment. We're under martial law. What is the CDC doing in this remote part of Atlanta? The center is far from here. Looking at the masked soldiers, Jason pulled a document from his chest and said, We're here to acquire test subjects. We were informed that suitable candidates might be found in this location. Given the virus's mutations, we are evaluating the entire population of Atlanta. Is there anything new we should know, Captain? Asked the soldier after verifying the document. Just call me Jason. Yes, I have new information about the outbreak. Jason removed his mask and explained, the wildfire virus is a latent airborne virus, possibly transmitted through direct contact, with an infection rate of 99.9%. It spreads through the host's blood and concentrates in the central nervous system. The wildfire virus activates when the host ceases all vital functions or when an active agent of the virus enters the bloodstream. The soldier was stunned by this information. After reviewing the report in the document, he looked back at Jason's CDC credentials and asked, what's the quickest way to eliminate the infected? Headshots. One shot or blow that damages the brain is sufficient. Body shots are ineffective. The soldier nodded and gave a military salute. Thank you for the direct report. I'll inform my battalion commander immediately. Do you need reinforcements to retrieve the test subjects? No, we'll do it quickly and withdraw from this location. Jason's eyes swept coldly over the surroundings. Inform all soldiers of this information. It will be vital for faster containment. Understood, sir. Sir, please help me. Just as Jason and the others were speaking, and while some soldiers were preparing to contact their superiors by radio, a figure suddenly emerged from the shadows. Stay still and don't move, or I'll shoot. The soldiers did not expect other people to suddenly come running behind those seemingly healthy silhouettes, and they didn't bother contacting their superiors. They raised their assault rifles and warned them not to come any closer. Jason had sharper eyes and noticed more figures behind the infected person. He commanded, Valdez, open fire. Under Jason's order, Sam stepped forward and mercilessly opened fire. Bang, bang, bang. Amid the wave of gunfire, Jason looked at the soldier and said, the CDC is still researching a cure, so you need to contain the outbreak. Got it, let's move. Jason turned to his team and signaled for them to keep moving. This was one of his main reasons for visiting this place. Upon reaching the second floor, several soldiers were ruthlessly gunning down infected individuals. Looking at the people in the corridor, Jason entered a room and saw a person lying on a stretcher. Spotting a nurse who was about to run, Jason stopped her and asked, is he infected? What? Is he infected? Jason asked coldly, pointing at the person on the stretcher. He was bitten, but for now, he only has a fever. Prepare him for transport. If you help me with that, I can guarantee your safety. Jason glanced back and instructed, get ready to move him. Understood. In another room, Shane's heart raced as a soldier opened the door. Just as he was about to pull out his gun, he heard a voice. This area is secure, we'll handle it. Got it. As the voice faded, footsteps echoed through the door, and the voice spoke again, I saw you enter that room, Shane. Do you remember me? Jason had been monitoring the hospital for days, waiting for Shane to appear to know when he would decide to go to the city. The reason was simple, he wanted to establish a different type of connection in hopes of changing the future. So when he saw Shane enter Rick's room, he approached as soon as possible. Jason? Yeah, I remember you. We met a few months ago. What are you doing here? Shane looked at Jason with confusion. His attire suggested authority. At that moment, a group of civilians was arguing with the soldiers at the end of the hallway. Suddenly, the soldiers raised their machine guns. Bang, bang, bang. The civilians quickly fell, and Shane's face turned grim upon witnessing the scene. He looked at Jason and asked, do you know what's going on? Shane, there's no time. You need to get out of here and evacuate with the others immediately. Captain, the test subjects have been selected, Gonzalez reported from outside the room. Jason, are you with the military? Jason nodded slightly and explained, sort of. I work for the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention in Atlanta. I returned today to collect some subjects for testing. What happened to Rick? Is he infected? No, he was shot and is now in a coma, Shane clarified, dispelling Jason's misunderstanding. Nurse, give me a report on this person's condition. At that moment, the nurse helping Jason with the test subjects entered the room. She approached the bed, conducted a simple examination, and reported. Rick's injury is severe, and the location of the gunshot is relatively fragile, which likely caused damage to nearby internal organs. Judging by his current state, he shouldn't be able to wake up anytime soon. Upon hearing this, Shane ran his hands through his hair, looking extremely distressed, and asked in anguish, what am I supposed to do now? He then grabbed Rick's arm and shouted anxiously, Rick, brother, wake up. We need to leave right away. Jason quickly grabbed Shane's hand and stopped his outburst. Hey, calm down. He needs to rest now. Even if you wake him up, what are you going to do with him? Right, so what should I do then? Lori and Carl are still at home waiting to find refuge in Atlanta. I have an idea. Do you have a solution? Jason paused before responding, I have some authority at the CDC. I can transport Rick in an ambulance and relocate him, so you can return and evacuate to a shelter in Atlanta with the people you just mentioned. In Rick's current condition, he shouldn't be moved recklessly, but we have enough medical facilities to treat him. I'll contact you when Rick wakes up. What do you think? Shane's eyes lit up at those words. The plan seemed feasible, but he then asked, so why can't we go to the CDC with you? Chapter 12, Among the Living Dead. In the room where Rick lay, Jason looked at Shane and said, "That would be complicated because, as you know, the CDC has strict rules, and my authority isn't that significant. I can use what little authority I have to get Rick in, but if I bring a group of people to the center, even Rick might not be allowed entry. Do you understand?" Initially, Jason had also hoped to bring Shane and the others directly to the CDC. However, without Shane, it was highly unlikely that Rick's future group could fully reunite. Therefore, Shane had to take Lori and the others to Atlanta as originally planned. Once everyone was together, Jason would be able to bring them back. But first, he needed to secure a fixed point where his authority was maximized, allowing him to make decisions without consulting a superior. Only then would most people listen to him. "All right. I appreciate your help during these difficult times. Jason, thank you so much. I knew you were a great guy when you stopped that thief." After resolving this important matter in his mind, Shane relaxed considerably. His tone was noticeably calmer as he extended his hand and patted Jason's shoulder gratefully. Jason returned a reassuring expression and instructed, "Let's move quickly. Help the nurse with the stretcher, we'll clear the way. By the way, don't worry about the outside. Just help me get Rick and the other subjects out of the hospital." When Jason exited the room, he spotted 2 infected individuals and warned, "This place is no longer safe. Let's get out of here immediately." Shane observed the soldiers in black tactical uniforms and masks. He instinctively thought that Jason held a much higher position than a mere CDC worker. Not wanting to fall behind, Shane moved his comatose friend. As they advanced, Jason remained vigilant, scanning the hallways and slightly open rooms. His weapon was naturally poised. Upon hearing a sound to his left, he reacted swiftly and fired. Bang! With precise aim, the bullet pierced the walker's head, sending blood mixed with brain fragments splattering across the wall. The infected person, whose brain was destroyed, lost all control over its body and collapsed motionlessly to the floor. Blood continued to gush from the wound, forming a pool and releasing a strong odor. Since these walkers had only recently turned, their movement speed and reaction time were much faster than Jason had expected. "Some of them are fast. Be careful," he warned. Seeing the infected fall, the nurse accompanying the group seemed to lose all her strength and collapsed onto the floor, gasping heavily. "Don't stop. Keep moving," Billy shouted in a deep voice. "Don't look to the sides, focus only on what's ahead," Shane advised. As a police officer, he was more accustomed to seeing such scenes, but even he was shaken by the decisive actions of those around him. Jason observed all of this coldly. His spirit remained intact, feeling nothing but calm. He had long learned that he was a cold-blooded person, resolute in his actions to achieve his objectives. Whether it was a walker or not, he wouldn't hesitate to act if it meant ensuring his survival. "Keep moving, don't stop," Jason commanded as he resumed walking. As Jason advanced, he turned to the right and noticed some walkers to his left. He took 2 steps forward and opened fire. Bang, bang, bang. Thanks to the suppressor on his weapon, the noise was muffled and less noticeable. 2 more infected fell weakly to the ground. "Let's keep going." However, just as Jason was about to turn around and continue leading the way, a group of horrifying walkers emerged from a blind spot that few had noticed. "Watch out behind you," Shane yelled in alarm, ignoring his task as he saw the danger approaching. But Jason reacted faster. He spun around abruptly, extended his leg, and kicked the chest of the first figure emerging from the room with force. The unexpected kick caused the walker to lose balance and fall to the ground. Jason then stepped on the walker's back, pulled out his dagger, and stabbed its head, ending its life. Those who had served as soldiers and were familiar with Jason found his decisiveness natural. However, for those who didn't know him well, he appeared to be someone without compassion. Jason withdrew the dagger and stared at the other approaching walkers. Without waiting further, he aimed his weapon and fired. Bang, bang, bang. Shane and the nurse began pushing the stretcher forward. Meanwhile, John, Billy, Sam, and the others carefully moved the test subjects from behind. "Contact," Sam shouted before opening fire on the enemies. The number of walkers around them continued to grow, and it seemed the soldiers had left the area for some reason. "Turn right," the nurse directed with a trembling voice. Following her guidance, the group advanced safely. Jason led the way confidently, eliminating any walkers he encountered with a simple headshot. The path ahead became impassable, and walkers approached from behind. Jason and his group suddenly found themselves surrounded by infected. "Take them down calmly. Remember, we have the advantage," Jason instructed without panicking as he began firing. Bang, bang, bang. As the situation intensified, Jason and his group halted and started clearing the path. There was no other choice but to shoot, as the route was completely blocked. For everyone's safety, continuing forward was too risky. With bullet casings hitting the floor, they eliminated over a dozen walkers emerging from rooms and hallways around them. After a while, the group continued down the corridor. Shane was surprised, as he hadn't initially seen Jason as a leader type. "Tyler, we're getting close to the exit," Jason reported over the radio. Upon reaching the main door, Jason signaled Shane to wait. Jason and 2 others cleared the remaining walkers in the area. "All clear? Let's move," Jason announced. A short while later, the roar of an engine echoed, and a specially prepared truck appeared, stopping in front of the hospital. "How are you?" Tyler quickly got out and opened the truck's rear door. "Everything's fine." Jason had no time for conversation. He loaded Rick's stretcher into the modified truck. The test subjects were also successfully secured. Jason briefly entered the truck, then turned and threw a black object to Shane. Shane caught it and saw that it was a walkie-talkie. He understood Jason's intention and also noticed him taking out a backpack and handing it over. Shane, we'll communicate through this. The channel is noted on the back. Make sure you don't run out of battery. Once Rick recovers and the situation at the CTC stabilizes, I'll contact you. Got it? Listen, man, I really want to thank you for everything you've done. I wouldn't know what to do without your help. Shane's eyes were sincere at that moment. He was truly grateful to Jason and also happy for his good friend Rick, who had unexpectedly met such a valuable ally in these circumstances. Needless to say, if you want to thank me, you can buy me a drink when Rick recovers. There are weapons and ammunition in the backpack, along with a note detailing the situation and what is known so far. Safe travels, my friend. Please, help me take care of Rick. Don't worry. George drove all the way back to the CDC, taking a detour since the road leading to Atlanta was now starting to become blocked. Looking at the test subjects that had been prepared, Jason made sure they were properly secured. Meanwhile, the group as a whole discussed everything they had just experienced. Something unimaginable is happening. Shortly after parting ways with Jason and leaving the hospital, Shane picked up Lori and Carl and briefly talked about what had happened at King County Hospital. When Lori realized that someone had taken care of keeping her husband safe, she thanked God for their luck. She hadn't expected that a person her husband and Shane had only briefly known would end up saving his life at such an alarming moment. Shane, when we settle down, we'll never forget this favor. Yeah, if it weren't for him, I really don't know what I would have done today, Shane said emotionally as he drove. Mom, is Dad okay? That man named Jason is amazing. Is he some kind of special soldier? Little Carl didn't understand half of what he had heard. He only knew that his father had been rescued by a soldier and his squad. What mattered most to the innocent boy at that moment was which army the heroes who saved people belonged to. Lori lovingly stroked Carl's hair, secretly sighing, thinking that her son was still just a child, but even so, she had to warn him. Carl, Mom doesn't know either, but you must remember that when we meet that person soon, we need to thank him, okay? Little Carl nodded vigorously. Okay, I will, Mom. Yes, you will, Carl. Shane leaned toward Carl, determined to protect the boy. At that moment, after packing up and getting into the truck, a rather comfortable atmosphere could be felt. What they didn't know was that the urban area of Atlanta had already turned into a hell on earth, and countless people were frantically fleeing toward the outskirts of the city. That same night, Shane and the others found themselves stuck on the road, staring at the endless line of cars ahead of them. Many people even stood on top of their vehicles, trying to get a better look at the situation they were in. Lori took some pieces of bread from a backpack and handed them to Carl and Shane, who discussed their next plan while eating. At that moment, Carl noticed a girl near where he was sitting, staring at the bread in his hand. The longing in her eyes was so strong that even Carl, who was just a child, could feel it. So Carl broke off a piece of bread and casually handed it to the girl. Are you hungry? I'll give you some of mine. I can't eat that much. My name is Carl, what's yours? The girl timidly looked at the bread in Carl's hand, took it silently, and then looked back at her mother. At that moment, the girl's mother also heard Carl's words and turned her head. Seeing this scene, she smiled and said to Carl, Sweetie, Sophia has food, you don't have to thank you, though. Lori also noticed this, turned her head to look at Carl, and gently said, Carl, don't bother others and just eat quietly. It's okay, the boy is very kind. If it weren't for him, I wouldn't have realized that my Sophia was already hungry. Hello, my name is Carol. This is my daughter, Sophia, and my husband, Ed. Carol always spoke softly, as if she was used to talking that way. Lori nodded politely at Carol's words and introduced Carl and Shane. Then, both sides fell into silence, and when the situation started to feel awkward, Carol spoke up again. Are you heading to Atlanta for shelter? Or are you going to see some relatives? We're heading to a shelter, we don't have any relatives there. Lori slightly shook her head. A dejected look crossed her face as she thought of her husband once again. Carol noticed Lori's expression change, glanced at Shane as if she sensed something, and randomly changed the subject. We're also heading to the shelter. We should gather more people? After all, no one knows what's happening there. If we have more people, many things will be easier to handle. Do you understand what I mean? Lori felt that Carol's words made sense, so she turned to look at Shane. Shane had also heard Carol's words, thought about it, and then spoke. Carol, I think you have a good point. To be honest, I'm a county police officer. Upon hearing the words county police officer, Carol clenched her hands tightly where no one could see, but her expression didn't change at all, and she continued listening attentively to Shane's words. I think we can use my status to contact some colleagues along the way. That way, no matter what happens in the future, it'll be much better than facing it alone. He's right, it's better to act as a group rather than being separated. With a smile on her face, Carol cheerfully waved before indicating that she would go talk to her husband. Then, she turned and got back into the car. Shane, on the other hand, checked what Jason had given him in the backpack and was surprised by what he found inside. Military rations, medicine, ammunition, and several pistols, among many other important things. Jason was definitely well prepared, and Shane was grateful that he had been willing to help him. Chapter 13, willing to do anything. Atlanta City, CDC. After many difficulties during the journey, Jason and his group finally arrived at the CDC, but what they saw worried them. At this moment, in front of the center's main entrance, there were many corpses lying on the ground from left to right. There were dead soldiers and a few walkers scattered around. Jason was concerned that something had happened inside the CDC, so he abandoned the idea of clearing the area and told George to drive to the rear garage. How is it possible that the soldiers were wiped out like this? Tommy couldn't believe what he was seeing. They were an advance unit, infantry. I think they had an internal infection that compromised them along with the surrounding walkers. If things have reached this point, it's time to imagine the worst. Tyler felt his hands turn cold. He never thought the situation would escalate to this level. No, it looks like something is happening. Jason ignored his group's conversation and grabbed the radio. ZZ. Edwin, are you there? Jason waited for a while, but there was no response. He grew anxious and ordered everyone to be ready. In an instant, leaving Rick under Tyler's care for the moment, Jason and his group rushed toward the central laboratory. Clear out the infected in the area. Jason wasn't worried about the noise from gunfire since everyone had silencers. Got it. Everyone spread out and began shooting with precision at the walkers that were slowly approaching. Bang, bang, bang. John, Sam, and the others started eliminating the walkers. Everyone knew something had happened at the CDC. Just as Jason was about to enter his identification to access the inner part of the center, the radio on his chest crackled. ZZ. Jason. ZZ, can you hear me? ZZ. Candace? Where are you? I'm on the 4th floor. ZZ. Be careful, there are people. ZZ. Candace's words quickly painted a scene in Jason's mind, and without hesitation, he swiped his ID card. As the door opened, the radio crackled again, and Candace said, on the 4th floor and in the basement, there are people infected with the virus. Now that his worst fear was confirmed, Jason turned to his group and shouted, move. There's an outbreak inside, and people are infected. We need to clear the area and secure the survivors. Jason didn't know how the virus could have spread inside the CDC, but judging by the people who weren't there before, he assumed the infantry had somehow allowed civilians in. But now wasn't the time to dwell on it. Jason was anxious to save Candace. Everyone moved without a word, but their expressions turned grim. After all, this research center was too important. The CDC wasn't too small, but it wasn't too large either. Jason entered the facility with his team and immediately took the elevator. Turn on your flashlights. Jason ordered in a deep voice. This doesn't look good. Tommy muttered with concern. Stay alert, everyone. The hallway was dimly lit. This time, Jason decided against using a long-range weapon. Instead, he silently drew a knife from his waist and slowed his pace. Tommy, take half the team down the other hallway and clear the area. Understood. Tommy took 2 people and headed in another direction. Walking slowly while scanning his surroundings, Jason heard the distinct growling of walkers, echoing as if they were roaming the 4th floor. There were bloodstains on the walls between the hallways. In the corner of a corridor, a corpse lay motionless. Judging by the clothes, it appeared to be a civilian. This person had been shot multiple times in the head and chest. The shooter must not have been very skilled, as they needed several shots to land a fatal hit. At that moment, Jason confirmed his suspicion civilians from the outside had indeed entered the CDC. Jason and the others only glanced briefly before continuing forward. Finally, they came across 2 walkers near the exit of a stairwell on the 4th floor. SHHH. Jason signaled for everyone to remain silent and swiftly moved behind the walkers. Crack. The dagger in his hand pierced precisely through the back of the first walker's neck, and blood splattered to the sides. Before the second walker could react, Jason swiftly eliminated it. Wiping the dagger on the walker's clothes, Jason opened the stairwell door and peeked inside. There were no walkers in the hallway. Looks like they're all at the cold storage door, Jason whispered. Then, Billy stepped forward to lead the way. They're all here, boss. Billy and John moved to the sides of the hallway and aimed their assault rifles. Jason also held his rifle at the ready and kneeled down. Looking toward the cold storage door at the end of the corridor, there were no fewer than 10 walkers crowding around it, all seemingly trying to get inside. Knock knock knock. Seeing all those walkers, Jason used the barrel of his assault rifle to tap a metal pipe, instantly drawing the walkers' attention. When they turned to see 3 silhouettes aiming flashlights at them, they started moving in their direction. This was exactly what Jason and his team needed at that moment. As soon as the walkers moved away from the door, Jason and his group could eliminate them easily. Once the walkers were clear of the door, Jason, who had been holding his position the entire time, gave the command, now, open fire. Bang, bang, bang. Billy and John quickly and precisely shot the walkers in the head. Their shots were steady, and the bullets tore through the walkers' skulls. Blood splattered across the hallway, and within seconds, all the walkers were eliminated with precision. Inform the others that the area has been cleared. Billy nodded and grabbed the radio. Hey, Sam, Tommy, how's your side? ZZ. Everything's fine. We took down 2 walkers, and there doesn't seem to be any more traces. Search every corner thoroughly. We can't leave a single one alive. Knock, knock. Jason knocked on the cold storage door and shouted, come out. We've taken care of the infected in this area. ZZ. Jason, is that you outside? Yes, it's safe now. Click. The cold storage door slowly opened, and Candace's trembling voice came from inside. Are they all dead? You can come out. It's all over. When the people inside the storage heard it was safe, they finally stopped hesitating and rushed out, all of them in a panic. Their bodies were covered in white mist, and their hair, eyes, and eyebrows were dusted white from the layers of ice that had formed. Jason and the others looked at them with an ironic smile. They checked everyone's condition, but Jason didn't see Edwin and asked, "Candace, where's Edwin?" Candace hugged herself and quickly rubbed her hands together, trying to get the blood flowing again. Hearing Jason's question, she tried to explain clearly, Edwin, when the infection spread, we got separated. He drew the infected's attention. Edwin might be in danger. After saying just a few words, Candace couldn't hold back her tears. Another researcher beside her, Martha, quickly embraced her and explained, "Many of the infected chased us here, and Edwin suggested we hide in the cold storage." After a brief pause, Martha continued, "The infected were drawn to Edwin, but unexpectedly, when we shut the cold storage door, the noise brought many of the monsters back, and we got trapped too." When Jason heard this, he knew they had to rescue Jenner immediately. He turned to the person in front of him and said, "Billy, stay with them and make sure they're safe." Jason then looked at John and said, "Let's move. We need to find Dr. Edwin." Billy nodded seriously and said, "Don't worry. I'll take care of this place." After Jason and John left, the researchers didn't immediately move to a safer location. Instead, they started checking the surrounding corpses, and soon, one of them exclaimed, "Oh God, did you all notice? These infected were killed with headshots. Did anyone share that information with the agents? God, don't scare me like that. How can you shout like that in a situation like this?" Billy gripped his weapon tightly, thinking a walker had gotten back up. After calming down, Billy explained, "Well, Jason told us that as long as we shoot them in the brain, we can eliminate any living being, whether or not they're infected." Hearing this, everyone looked at the bodies and realized there were no wounds anywhere else. They were pleasantly surprised. Candace suddenly said, "It's no surprise. All the security personnel who joined us at the last minute are ex-soldiers. We should be grateful for how capable they are. Let's collect as many samples as possible. They're still valuable." Billy's eyes widened as he watched the researchers move the corpses as if they were handling candy, sorting them from best to worst. "This is disturbing. It's giving me chills." Under Billy's supervision, everyone worked together to carry the bodies, but they still whispered among themselves. When they realized the guards who had been missing for days were ex-soldiers, all the researchers couldn't help but feel a sense of security. Having such skilled people around was definitely reassuring. "Tommy, we have a highly valuable scientist we need to find." As Jason and John ran through the hallways, he reported over the radio, "Got it. We'll move quickly." Under Jason's orders, everyone searched the area rapidly. Although Jason and John sprinted through the hallways, they quickly picked up on Edwin's escape route. Walker footprints were visible on the walls and floor. Turning from one hallway to another, they finally heard the sounds of walkers moving. "Let's take them out." Jason gripped his assault rifle, and as they turned the corner, they fired. Bang, bang, bang. Under the hail of bullets, the walkers ahead fell in rows. The remaining infected turned around upon hearing the gunfire and changed direction. As they closed in on Jason and John, another burst of gunfire was unleashed on the infected. But the shots were clearly audible, meaning the weapon producing them didn't have a suppressor. The gunfire rang out for almost 2 minutes, pausing only briefly when reloading. Jason and John carefully advanced, firing at any remaining infected as they moved along the walls. "Edwin, are you there?" "I'm here. Everything's clear? You can come out." There was a muffled sound, followed by an exclamation inside the room. Then came the noise of tables and chairs being moved. After a long moment, Edwin finally opened the door, clutching his head. His clothes were dirty, and he still had an M4A1 slung over his shoulder. Jason and John were momentarily speechless. They looked at the weapon Edwin was carrying and asked, "You had a gun. Why were you running? If we hadn't come back, were you planning to just stay trapped here with nothing but that? Even with just a pistol, you could have cleared out these infected." John smirked at the scientist, clearly joking, and added, "I'll have to teach you how to shoot. You're too valuable to let these dead sacks of meat take you out." Edwin looked embarrassed. He scratched his head and stammered, I don't know how to shoot. None of us do. We fired over a dozen shots in the stairwell just to take down one. I went through so many magazines before you arrived, but, honestly, I'm just happy I got to fire a gun. The recoil, the adrenaline, it gave me more of a rush than I needed." Jason was too tired to respond. At that moment, Edwin suddenly seemed to remember something and grabbed Jason's arm. His tone quickly turned to panic. At the same time, Jason, who had just calmed down, became alert again. "Now what?" Chapter 14, The Situation Changes. "What's wrong?" John broke into a cold sweat when he saw Edwin's horrified expression and couldn't help but ask what was happening. "Speak now." Panicked, Edwin grabbed Jason and ran in the direction they had come from, without properly explaining what was going on. Candace and the remaining investigators who were in the center when the infection broke out hid in the cold storage room. "I couldn't draw the attention of all the infected. Half of them turned back when I tried to distract them. Hurry, we need to save them." "Wait. There's nothing to worry about. Everyone is safe right now." Edwin, who was sweating profusely, stopped, and then an expression of relief appeared on his face. As other agents checked every corner of the facility, they walked toward the surviving investigators. On the way, Jason grabbed the radio and contacted the others. They had to give the green light to the agents outside who were clearing the parking lot so they could enter. When they arrived at the cold storage room, Candace was the first to see Edwin approaching and rushed to hug him. The others smiled as they watched the two and then stepped forward to embrace him one by one after they separated. This touching scene had no effect on Jason, who was busy communicating with his agents. This time, more people had returned than were originally registered in the CDC, but at this point, it didn't matter. By the end of the day, all his agents would enter the CDC, some of their family members would join them, and when the opportunity arose, the most essential resources would be relocated much closer to them. "I'll take care of counting the weapons," said Tommy, who was swinging a massive axe. He nodded at the instructions he was given. Seeing that everyone had finished their greetings, Jason asked Edwin directly, "All right, tell me what happened here. Didn't I specifically instruct you not to open the door when we weren't here? Their safety is crucial. They can't take that kind of risk unless someone is there to maintain security inside the center," Tommy said with a serious expression. Edwin smiled wryly. Had his efforts not been enough to prove he could keep this place safe? The sight of walkers devouring people had left a lingering fear in everyone. Those who had seen death pass before their eyes in mere seconds would definitely not take such a risk again. That was the only advantage of having survived this catastrophe. It had nothing to do with Edwin. "I was the one who opened the door," Candace cut into the conversation, expressing her apology to everyone. "I'm really sorry. If it weren't for my mistake, this wouldn't have happened, and I wouldn't have put our entire future at risk." No, you made a decision that we all agreed on. No one could have predicted this would happen." After listening to Martha's explanation, Jason realized that a group of people had arrived at the CDC seeking help just as an army infantry unit was battling the walkers. At that moment, Candace decided to take action and let them in. What she didn't expect was that the entire group ended up in conflict long after the door was opened, and not everyone entered the center immediately. The conflict seemed to arise from differing opinions within the group. Some wanted to take control of the place, while others preferred to do nothing but wait. The two factions began attacking each other. Those who wanted to take over the CDC were blocked outside and attacked by walkers. Edwin and the others managed to close the main door, but many of those who had entered had already been killed, and others were severely wounded in areas where they had been bitten. The few unscathed individuals also became infected shortly after, once the dead started coming back to life. Later, security footage revealed that many of the people outside had not moved. When they tried to check through another entrance away from the infected that had entered, both areas full of walkers became compromised, and chaos erupted. Panicked, everyone fled to the cold storage room, the most isolated area where they could survive without being infected. People can be dangerous. No, this is entirely their fault, and some of the investigators who died here did so because of their decision to save others, which ultimately led to nothing. Jason was furious. Where was these people's survival instinct? They had sacrificed everything for people who couldn't be saved. Had Jason influenced that decision? He didn't know, but from now on, he would take responsibility for making the calls that could affect everyone's lives. The entire group mourned what had happened as they reached the main hall. Just as they were about to start cleaning up the area, a noise came from outside. A group immediately looked out the window, only to see a squadron of helicopters flying not far above the sky and a heavily armed force slowly approaching along the main road leading directly to the CDC. What are these troops here for? The investigators stood by the window, looking outside with excitement. It looks like the soldiers outside were just a reconnaissance squad. It seems the main force has arrived now. As he observed, Jason realized what would happen next. He knew very well that these troops were here to establish a temporary base outside the CDC, assess the status of survivors, and secure the area. As for what came next, there was likely a relevant transfer plan, but that temporary camp was eventually overrun by a massive wave of walkers. Jason had been confused when he saw all the corpses and some of the soldiers' bodies outside the CDC. At first, he thought the soldiers had arrived much earlier, but he never imagined that they had arrived so soon after he reached the CDC. Thinking about the future, Jason didn't dwell on it too much. Right now, his priority was to thoroughly inspect the place and ensure security inside the center. Not long after, Tyler returned to the lab with a nurse, pushing an emergency bed at the same time. Rick was lying on the bed. The others also brought in the bodies that would serve as experimental subjects. These subjects were properly restrained and moved to the laboratory. A room was prepared, the nurse changed Rick's medication, and then she left. The Jenners walked toward them, and Jason explained before they could even ask. "This is a friend of mine. He was shot about half a month ago during a shootout with criminals. He's currently in a coma, and according to the nurse, he's showing no symptoms. I'll take care of him. There's nothing to worry about." The Jenners exchanged glances. They didn't have much to say after all. They themselves had put the center at risk not long ago, so they could only express their thoughts. "Well, now that the CDC's rules and regulations are useless, I suppose this is good news for your friend. But he'll need a blood test." "No problem, you can do it as soon as possible." A few hours later, Jason left the room, followed by the scientists, the Jenners. "All right, everyone, let's get some rest early today. You're all tired too. Go take a hot bath, rest, and we'll continue our research tomorrow." After saying that, Candace dismissed all the staff who had been working on the cleanup. Jason, during all this time, had been checking every corner of the CDC with his group, searching for any walkers that might have strayed. He couldn't sleep without going through every part of the place at least 3 times. Although many people were exhausted at this point, they were still busy with their work, making them somewhat reluctant to leave. Many remained in front of microscopes, showing no intention of resting at all. That's enough for today. Listen to Candace and get some rest. This day has been full of strong emotions, Jason said with a slight smile, seeing how hard everyone was working to find new clues about the virus. When he arrived at this place and explored it, he noticed that the research room had been moved from the upper floor to the underground level, and the electricity had been cut off on the upper floors, leaving only the lower areas powered. Rick had also been transferred by Jason to an underground room. So far, almost all of Jason's initial arrangements had been set up, and the next step was to wait for Rick to wake up. Jason left Rick's room and walked toward the stairwell. At the stairwell door, he ran into the Jenners. The 3 of them reached a window on the first floor, gazing at Atlanta in the distance, where faint light flickered through the city's buildings. Candace was the first to speak. She looked out the window and murmured, "Is this the end of the world?" Edwin wrapped his arm around his wife's shoulders, silently accompanying her. Jason didn't think much about it and said, "I don't care if this is the end of the world. If it is, we will bring hope to it. As long as we are alive, we can rebuild." Suddenly, massive bursts of flames erupted one after another in the distant city of Atlanta, instantly illuminating the once dark sky. The buildings in the distance became ghostly silhouettes against the backdrop of the flames and were gradually swallowed by the explosions. More fireballs appeared. The city exploded, soon turning into a sea of fire. Are they abandoning the remaining survivors? They're insane. Edwin's grip on Candace tightened unconsciously. Feeling her husband's unease, Candace reached out and took his hand. Jason remained calm and spoke lightly. "We can't change the world, but we can change ourselves." At that moment, the radio on his chest began emitting sounds. "ZZ. Jason, can you hear me? It's Shane. Have you seen it? Atlanta is finished. Now we have no way to reach a safe shelter." Chapter 15, The End of the World. "ZZ. Jason, can you hear me? Over." The Jenners were startled by the sudden sound but felt relieved when they realized it was coming from Jason's walkie-talkie. Picking up the radio, Jason responded, "Roger that. This is Jason. There are a lot of things to take care of on my end, and I can't leave at the moment. I suggest you find a place away from the city, not too far from the suburbs, and stay there for a while. I'll come looking for you as soon as I can. Over." "ZZ. I understand, buddy. I'm just glad you're okay." Considering that Shane had taken good care of Rick's family at the beginning of the end of the world, Jason was at ease and not at all worried about anything happening to them during this time. To be honest, he had too many problems to deal with here to be concerned about others. If he didn't resolve them soon, he wouldn't be able to think beyond the days ahead. Most of those who felt relieved to see the military outside had no idea. Very few were truly aware that this was just the beginning. That's why Jason had to secure a solid path to achieve optimal objectives in the future. There were so many people who needed to be saved that he preferred not to think about it. Those who crossed his path would have the opportunity to be taken under his care, and if they were a threat, they wouldn't meet a good end. While Jason was thinking about the future, he heard his radio buzz again, and a woman's voice came through, sounding worried. "ZZ. Hello, Jason, my name is Lori. I'm Rick's wife. How is my husband?" Letting out a troubled sigh, Jason responded, "He's fine. I've placed him in a safe location, and he'll be under observation. Don't worry. ZZ. Thank you, Jason. Lori's voice trembled slightly, unable to control the waves of emotion she felt upon hearing that the man she loved was safe and sound. She paused for a moment before the intercom buzzed again. "ZZ. This is Shane, Jason. I'll find a safe place as soon as possible. We'll stay in touch. Over." "ZZ. Copy that. Check the bag I gave you carefully and pay attention to your safety. My team and I will pick you up once the situation is under control on my end. ZZ. You too, buddy. Over." After putting away the walkie-talkie, Jason didn't explain much to the Jenners. He simply said that these people were also his friends. "It seems like you're not even used to being thanked. You show a lonely expression whenever that happens," Candace said without looking at Jason. "I don't know much about close affection either." "That's normal," Edwin spoke, trying to relate to this man to whom he owed more than just words of gratitude. Ha, ha, ha. Jason chuckled quietly. To be honest, whenever he heard about love and affection, he felt an emptiness in his chest, as if those kinds of feelings couldn't exist within him. This was normal for Special Forces soldiers. They were trained for all kinds of situations, increasing their aggression. They had to be effective, brutal, and expert killers, only knowing how to take lives in the best possible way. Maybe that was what kept Jason from being expressive. He had been so busy that he had never thought about his emotional development. There's no time for that. When will we die, and how far will we get? Jason thought, not giving much importance to those feelings. At that very moment, on the outskirts of Atlanta, on a highway some distance from the city, a caravan was slowly moving away. Dale Horvath was sitting in the driver's seat of an RV, his eyes wide open as he looked in the rearview mirror. The massive fireball from a moment ago had caused his pupils to shrink, and cold sweat was dripping down his forehead. In all his years, he had never witnessed a scene like the one that had just unfolded. Oh my God, how could they do that? Boom! Distracted driving often has consequences, especially when following another car. Dale's RV crashed into the vehicle in front of it. It was a miracle that the speed wasn't too high. Two young women stepped out of the front car, Andrea and Amy. However, Dale Horvath didn't even notice. He was staring out the window toward the city. Due to the commotion, the two sisters didn't pay attention to the damage to their vehicle. Instead, they were fixated on the massive explosions erupting in downtown Atlanta. The shocking scene caused countless people to step out of their cars and stare at the burning city of Atlanta behind them. The fireball had engulfed not only a large part of the city but also the homes of countless people. However, without anyone realizing it, the explosions weren't just happening in Atlanta but all over the country in cities like New York, Nebraska, Chicago, and many more. Half an hour after the bombing stopped, the cars on the main road leading into Atlanta had come to a complete halt. Some people began packing their belongings, planning to leave on foot due to the traffic, while others gathered to discuss where to go next. Near Dale Horvath's RV, a group of people had gathered, including Dale, Andrea, Amy, an Asian man, a burly black man, a black woman, two men who looked like bikers, and a family of 4. Originally, it was just Dale talking things over with the two sisters and a few others nearby, but more people unknowingly joined them. Dale was still deep in thought. Once the crowd had gathered, he seemed to have found an outlet. His eyes were as wide as copper bells, and the beard at the corner of his mouth quivered as he spoke. This incident was absolutely unnecessary. Let me tell you, if the situation weren't already lost, the military would never have dropped incendiary bombs on the city. This is so immoral. Where are our human rights? Why did they destroy our city? Stupid human rights, old man. They don't care about your damn human rights. What they care about is whether they can save tomorrow the interests of the rich. Do you understand? The older of the two biker-looking men was full of crude words, which made the surrounding people frown in disgust and step away. Can you show some respect, for God's sake? Andrea stood beside Dale and spoke with some reproach. Merle Dixon grinned maliciously and, with a crazy smile, said, "Oh, sweetheart, I'll listen to you. You know why? Because you're beautiful. I like beautiful women. Who doesn't like beautiful women? Even the old man next to you would be enchanted by a pretty face." A twisted smile appeared on Andrea's face, which immediately turned into an expression of disgust as she turned away. Amy was about to say something, but Andrea grabbed her arm, silencing her. Seeing her sister's expression urging her not to cause trouble, Amy held her tongue, though her face was filled with anger. Dale was equally stunned. His eyes widened even more as he just stared at Merle in surprise. Merle didn't say anything, he just sneered strangely. But Daryl, standing behind him, suddenly spoke up. "I don't care about the nonsense you're saying. Doesn't anyone here want to talk about those damn undead roaming the streets? In my opinion, those people are already dead, so why are they still walking around and trying to eat people?" After saying that, Daryl pointed out, "Is there anyone here who actually cares about that?" Upon hearing this, the Asian boy in the crowd stammered as he spoke about what he had seen and heard. "Speaking of that, in the past few days, I've come across those kinds of undead. They seem incapable of dying. I saw soldiers shoot them dozens of times, yet they could still stand. Some of their internal organs had even fallen out, and they were still able to move freely. You said you saw these things the other day, did you, Glenn?" The strong-looking black man standing beside him also spoke. "Yeah, to be precise, yes. I heard that roar exactly the same, in a residential house long before all of this started. It's total chaos in the city right now. I just hope the army comes to rescue us soon," said the man nicknamed T-Dog. "Don't count on it, Theodore. Haven't you seen how much the military has lost? They're helpless. Otherwise, why would they have bombed the city?" The black woman standing next to T-Dog also spoke, and everyone heard her continue. "I work in the city's urban planning department. A method like this, one that completely destroys a city, is only used as a last resort." "Jackie, are you saying it's pointless to go to another city?" Glenn was well aware of the meaning behind Jackie's words. Jackie remained silent for a moment before nodding. "Basically, yes. All right, let's discuss what to do next. My name is Morales, and this is my wife, son, and daughter. I think instead of worrying about this, we should first discuss how to deal with the current situation." "What do you all think?" said the man standing beside his family of 4. Ha, ha, ha. "How to deal with it? I'll tell you how. Those government bastards can go to hell. My brother and I were born for this kind of world. We can hunt and survive in the wild. As long as everyone listens to us, we'll protect you. What do you think?" As Merle Dixon said this, he lit a cigarette. With smoke drifting from his mouth, he spouted a few more nonsense words, then raised his eyebrows at Andrea with a lewd grin, making her shudder. Just as they were about to turn around and leave, they suddenly heard a deep male voice behind them. "I don't think so, and I'm sure the others don't think that's a good idea either." A tall white man stood behind Andrea, looking at everyone with a calm gaze. Before anyone could ask, the newcomer spoke first. "Hello, my name is Shane Walsh. I'm a police officer from King County, a suburb of Atlanta. I just overheard your conversation, and I apologize. But I have a lot more information, and I have a place to go. I don't know if you'd be interested." After Jason mentioned the suitcase to Shane, Shane found many interesting things that he hadn't initially paid attention to. Chapter 16, The World We Have Lost. Shane is a cop. He must know something we don't. Listen to everything he says, that's the only way we'll be saved. The hushed whispers of several people caught the attention of those nearby, all trying to hear what Shane was about to say. I'm really sorry. I'm here as just another civilian, and I don't have knowledge of what's happening or what will happen in the future. But I can say that I have more information than most, and I don't rule out the possibility that someone might come to our aid if we stay united. As soon as everyone heard him, they felt as if his words had illuminated the abyss they were being drawn into. Shane took advantage of the moment to form a strong group that could help keep his friend's family safe. I am a victim of this incident just like all of you. My city was in chaos days ago when I left in search of shelter. Right now, my only priority is the safety of a work companion. But that doesn't mean I don't understand everyone else's situation. Right now, you may be wondering who is in charge of public security. Even though I abandoned my post as one of the last officers, I still have my badge, and I currently have direct contact with a CDC member. Shane wasn't a selfish person. Even though he knew that security could be compromised if someone in the group was infected, he was willing to take that risk, considering the advantages of a large group. I know how to use firearms, and as long as I am able, I will help keep you safe until all of this passes. In our current situation, the worst thing we can do is act alone. Only by joining forces can we form a group, work together, find a temporary shelter, and wait for my friend to contact me. Shane's words were well received by most of those present. Hearing that he had a government contact, they all decided to follow him. Officer Shane, you're right, but I want to ask you something. Do you have a place that can serve as temporary shelter? Morales was more concerned with practical matters. Like many there, his priority was his family's safety above all else. Seeing that it was just a simple question, Shane felt this was a great opportunity. He continued speaking to reassure everyone. I know a good place. It's near a quarry that's been abandoned for many years. The infrastructure has been demolished, making it inaccessible, and very few people go there. After saying this, Shane showed them a map with the route marked. This had been specially prepared by Jason, who had foreseen that something like this might happen. Everyone looked at the map and agreed to follow this plan first. Andrea was the first to raise her hand and said, "Let's go. We have to leave. It's better than being stuck on this road." Glenn also spoke in a serious tone. "I'll go too. I only have food for one more day. I can't stay here waiting for help that will never come." "Yes, but we need to discuss things beforehand to find a truly safe place to settle," Dale added, joining the conversation and expressing his agreement. More and more people raised their hands in approval, and soon the rest followed. "All right, now that we're clear on the plan, let's return to our vehicles and get ready. We'll meet back at the edge of the road once we're set," Shane instructed. He then turned to Dale and added, "Dale, have some people ride in your RV so we can drive with as few vehicles as possible." Shane tapped the side of Andrea's car and continued talking to Dale while pointing at the map. "At some point, take this section of the road. There's an intersection a few hundred meters ahead. Switch to the reverse lane and then head west. I'll be waiting for you there." Dale nodded, fully understanding what he needed to do to reach the quarry. About an hour later, Shane and the others met up with Dale's RV. Shane signaled for them to follow him, and they all headed toward the difficult path. In just under an hour, the group arrived at the quarry. Shane had mentioned a valley surrounded by mountains and trees, with a mountain standing in the center. They reached the top of a mid-altitude plateau and found a relatively flat area where everyone agreed to set up camp. "This place isn't bad. Shane has some foresight," Morales commented as he got out of the car, chatting with Daryl, who simply listened. "We can wait here while things settle down," Shane murmured, a somewhat nervous look in his eyes. Everyone started setting up the camp and dividing responsibilities. They had no idea how long they would be staying there, so mutual cooperation was essential. In the documents Jason had left for Shane, the virus situation and the hopes for a cure were detailed. To be honest, the future looked grim, but he still had hope that this would all be resolved. CDC headquarters, Atlanta. And all of society collapsed in just a matter of days. George stared at the distant buildings, lost in thought. With a mustache, long hair, wheat-colored skin, and dark eyes, he had joined Jason as soon as he heard he could return to service. To be honest, it still felt strange to be back in an institution that allowed him to wield a weapon again. The pay was high, and the requirements were almost non-existent. After learning what he had to do and joining the CDC with the others, he now felt incredibly lucky to be in this place. He had companions, people to talk to, which meant there was still a chance to fight for life, and that brought him comfort. Nicholas frowned. What was happening was unimaginable. He couldn't process the government's decision to bomb the city with missiles and napalm. If this was happening in Atlanta, the same must be happening all over the world. What awaits us now? Nicholas asked with a deep sigh. Hearing his words, Tyler, who was watching the raging fire, felt the situation was truly dire. If the government had resorted to such drastic measures, then the military had completely lost hope in restoring order, hadn't they? In such a short time, society had been consumed by the virus, and it was clear that the world they once knew would never exist again. The only thing left for us is to survive. We have to be strong and grateful for our current situation. Not everyone has the same conditions as we do in this place. While fear gripped some, many others simply watched in silence. The number of walkers was increasing, and it was only a matter of time before things got even worse. Scientists around the world were still fighting to find a cure, while soldiers continued to contain the virus. The elderly had lost all hope and simply waited in silence. On the top floor of the CDC facility, Jason stared out the window with cold eyes, his mind deep in thought, considering all the possibilities. As the sound of gunfire echoed from time to time, his focus remained fixed on only one thing: what he needed to do next. Chapter 17. The announcement. Emergency broadcast. Attention, attention. It is reported that the virus known as wildfire is spreading at an alarming rate worldwide. Recent reports indicate that security in Atlanta has collapsed. The situation in other regions of the country remains uncertain. Stay tuned for further updates. The World Health Organization, in collaboration with elite teams from several countries such as France, the United Kingdom, Russia, and China, together with the CDC, is working tirelessly to contain the wildfire virus. It is estimated that a vaccine could be available within a minimum of 4 months. We ask for calm and cooperation during these critical times. The government has established multiple refuge points for the civilian population. With martial law in effect, military forces have been deployed to ensure the safety of all citizens and manage the situation regarding the infected. Follow official instructions and proceed to your assigned shelters. The chaos is increasing. We reiterate the call: if you are experiencing symptoms or know that you are infected, report immediately to health authorities. Your decision will not only protect your loved ones but will also contribute to society's survival. Be brave and die for the living before you kill humanity's hope of returning to what it once was. CDC, Atlanta, days after the bombing. Jason sat in a chair, his left hand gripping a rifle as he watched the camp that had been set up outside the facility, analyzing his odds. A part of him wanted to save the civilians outside, while another part told him to wait. It had been an entire week since the military established itself outside the CDC facility, but according to Daniel's reports, these soldiers would not be able to maintain security for many more days. But Jason had known this from the start. After all, in his past life, this facility had been an important location for those who knew its history. And he knew better than anyone what his priorities were: protecting the facility to avoid losing Candace. If they admitted civilians into the facility now, it would be unfair to the many who could not get in. There wasn't much he could do for the people outside at this moment. Controlling a large crowd would only disrupt his upcoming plans. It is said that to build a new society, the old one must be destroyed, and that comes with making many enemies. He had thought it through, and he would only help the soldiers and civilians outside once the barricades became unsustainable. But for now, he just had to wait until everything settled and start planning what to do next. This is a disaster, isn't it? Hearing the voice beside him, Jason shifted his gaze and saw Tommy, his hands tucked into his vest. Like the others, he was growing anxious from staying inside the CDC for so long. When Jason had first contacted Tommy to have him join his private security company, everything had started as a series of plans that would later change. Over time, he had shared his story with Tommy, and they had become close friends who understood each other better than words could express. Jason knew that Tommy loved music and chewing gum. His favorite pastime was treating people with his limited medical skills. But despite his noble personal interests, his perpetually irritable personality meant he had few friends. That was why Tommy had insisted so much on having Jason as a friend. After all, they were remarkably alike. Looking outside the CDC at the refugee camps, Jason saw families embracing, their faces filled with worry. The soldiers were no different. They all knew firsthand the hell that had been unleashed upon society, and all they could do was hope for the announcement of a cure that had yet to come. Even if we can't do much for those people outside, we need to broadcast valuable information on the radio about how to deal with the infected for the rest of the world. Jason referred to the infected as people, as no one had yet grasped the concept of walkers. Hearing those words, Tommy looked at Jason with wide eyes. He had seen the innocent expression on his friend's face, but he knew better deep inside. Jason was a true monster. Tommy felt uneasy about Jason's expression, so he nodded in agreement and said, "We must keep this place secure at all costs. If the scientists discover a cure, all the chaos will end, and people will be able to return to their normal lives. Do you know what will actually happen?" After a moment of silence, Jason placed his hands on the window glass and said, "The order you know will crumble, and what remains will be nothing but the ashes of a forgotten civilization. There will be no rules, no mercy, no humanity. Those who survive will do such atrocious things that even beasts will fear their shadows." Jason scoffed at his younger self, knowing there was nothing exciting about living in a world like this. There was no fun, no thrill, just despair eating him alive. Will it really be that bad? Tommy had always respected Jason, but seeing him like this truly terrified him. Jason, who had been reading a lot lately, looked at Tommy and said, "You know it. The population will shrink, food will become scarce, and desperate people will turn to cannibalism. Betrayal will come from those closest to you." Saying this, Jason paused, looked at Tommy, and grabbed him by the shoulders. "When the time comes, we must create a strong and united society, one that is hardworking and responsible. I hope that by then, you'll be able to help me, Tommy, because I won't be able to do it alone. Will you stay by my side until the end, Tommy?" "Of course, I'll support you wherever you go, Captain. All of us who have followed you until now will continue to do so." That night, as the world slept and silence enveloped every corner of the facility, Jason closed his eyes. But sleep never came. Instead, memories surged through his tense mind, bringing fragments of a past so hazy he could barely piece them together. They were like distant dreams, blurry images of a yesterday that felt foreign, and yet, every morning, when the sun rose over the horizon, those memories returned to him with cruel clarity. They weren't just shadows of what once was, but open wounds that never healed, sensations so vivid they burned into his skin. Jason feared that one day he would forget who he truly was. Secretly, he hoped never to forget. But unfortunately, he was losing memories, making his certainty about what was to come even more vivid. "Give me the strength to walk this path, to build a new world," he murmured, praying to any god who would listen, despite not being religious. For a few seconds, his prayer went unanswered. But he didn't need a response. He had learned that faith in others was a luxury he could not afford. For days, he had studied every agent under his command within the CDC. Jason was about to take the next step, so he needed to know the people he had been observing now that the world was collapsing. Their gestures, their words, their deepest fears. He knew what they wanted, what they feared, what made them human, and what made them dangerous. He could not afford the mistake of blindly trusting people he didn't know. He had worked too hard, gathered too many resources, and drawn up plans with surgical precision. Every effort, every sacrifice, every decision made in the solitude of his mind formed the foundation of his future. He would not allow anyone to take away what was rightfully his. Throughout that week, he forced himself to interact more with others. He measured their responses, assessed their loyalties, and searched for the slightest crack in the facade of those around him. And when he promised to make decisions for the good of the group, to take risks before putting anyone else in danger, it wasn't just words. It was a leader's vow to his subordinates. Outside the CDC, dozens of army trucks began loading supplies, and all their engines roared to life. More than a dozen armed soldiers climbed into the vehicles, fear evident on their faces. Just minutes ago, the defenses had been breached by many of the walkers they had been holding back with ease. The unexpected came shortly after that, was the outbreak of an infection within the temporary civilian shelter. "Sergeant, are we abandoning these people?" a soldier asked hesitantly. "We've done everything we can. The defenses of this camp are unsustainable." The middle-aged man didn't even lift his head at the question. Instead, he kept studying the map, searching for a viable relocation point. The soldier said nothing more, shutting the small iron window before leaning back in the passenger seat, watching the chaos unfold outside. "What about the CDC's security? Is it really impossible to create a cure in such a short time?" "Shut the hell up. This decision fills us all with shame. Don't make it any heavier." In the rear compartment, the middle-aged man in special combat gear looked at the soldiers before him and said, "All right, if we evacuate using this route, we'll avoid the main streets. We haven't received any government reports in a week. There's nothing more we can do but retreat. Move out." Several army vehicles began leaving the provisional camp, and the civilians, realizing this, scrambled to find a means of escape. But not everyone put their own survival above their duty. While some soldiers fled, others were giving everything they had to protect the people they had sworn to defend. Bang, 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 boom. "The defenses have been breached. Get to the vehicles and start loading people in. We need to get out of here." "Understood, Captain." The few remaining soldiers had solemn expressions as they acknowledged the importance of their actions. With eyes full of determination, they responded in unison. Everyone began moving, but they knew this was unsustainable. With the chaos that had just erupted, many had already been infected with the virus. It was only a matter of time before everything collapsed. Bang, 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 move, now. "Mom, I'm scared." The soldiers opened fire on the numerous walkers swarming the camp, but the situation was spiraling out of control. "Marcos, we need to fall back now," shouted a sweat-covered black soldier. "Everyone, follow me. Retreat along the planned route and find an exit." Around 30 soldiers moved alongside hundreds of civilians retreating with them. From a distance, they could see that the entire temporary camp had been overrun by walkers. Many had already fallen victim to those monsters' teeth. Bang, 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 reloading. "Mike, cover me," Marcos shouted as he looked at his comrade, who was positioned far ahead of the rest. "Shit, this is my last magazine, Captain." Mike, the black soldier, glanced at the people behind him, morale at an all-time low. With the military retreating, they had lost a clear defensive line, and chaos consumed everything. There are too many of them. As everyone retreated toward the CDC's main gate, hoping it would open, they struggled to hold their ground, firing at the closest walkers. On the other side of the gate, Jason stood with a team of 50 elite soldiers strategically positioned to contain a potential walker breach, awaiting orders. "All right, we're saving these people." "Understood, Captain." Just as the soldiers who had run out of ammunition were about to lose hope, the gate behind them opened, and a heavily armed group surged forward. Moving past the retreating soldiers, they opened fire on the advancing walkers. Bang, 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 "Everyone, get inside now." At those words, dozens of civilians and soldiers rushed into the CDC without a second thought about the people who had come to their aid. Jason, leading the advance group, aimed with precision and fired at the slow-moving walkers. He still couldn't believe how these creatures had overwhelmed armies armed with powerful weaponry. "Captain, everyone's inside," Billy shouted loudly. "Good, fall back." Not wanting to waste more ammunition, Jason stopped firing and stepped inside the facility to face the next challenge. Once inside, whether soldier or civilian, everyone was deeply grateful. But at that moment, the highest-ranking soldier among them stepped forward and murmured, "Thank you for opening the door. You saved many lives when that wasn't your responsibility. Jason ignored the black man's words and instead focused on the civilians gathered in the massive reception hall. I'm relieved to know everyone is safe. Yes, it all happened so suddenly. After recovering from the shock, the black soldier named Mike took a closer look at the elite unit that had saved them from the walkers, wondering who they were. If they were from the CDC, they shouldn't be this heavily armed. All right, everyone will undergo a blood test. Removing his mask, Jason spoke clearly and firmly. Now, I'm going to ask 2 questions, one for the soldiers and one for the civilians. Sensing something unusual, Mike and his friend Marcos looked at the man speaking. My name is Jason. I risked my life to save all of you under my responsibility. Now, my job is to maintain security in this facility, so I ask you, will you remain soldiers, or will you become civilians? Jason observed the soldiers, their faces frozen in shock. The emotions they had just experienced had clearly taken a toll on them, and for the civilians, courage is indispensable in this facility. Nothing will be given for free. You must prove your worth to stay here. Do you agree that we all must help one another? If some of you wish to stop being soldiers, you may become civilians, whom we will protect. But for those who want to be useful, believe me, there is plenty of work to be done here. Jason paused before adding, but if you choose to remain soldiers, you will follow my orders absolutely. Chapter 18, Taking Control, Part 1. Official Statement, Current Situation and Emergency Measures. Source, Center for Disease Control and Prevention, CDC. To all citizens, this is an urgent announcement regarding the latest developments in the ongoing health crisis. In the past few hours, containment forces have suffered numerous casualties in a desperate attempt to slow the spread of the virus. Despite coordinated efforts, the infection continues to expand, leading to an escalation of the national emergency. The Center for Disease Control and Prevention, CDC, reports that in case of exposure to the virus, it is crucial to act quickly and take drastic measures to minimize the risk of transmission. It has been confirmed that if a person is infected in vital areas of the body, such as the torso, neck, or head, the infection is irreversible, and no effective treatment is currently known. However, in cases of bites or wounds localized to the limbs, the only chance of survival is the immediate amputation of the affected area. This must be done within the first few minutes after infection to prevent the virus from spreading through the bloodstream. Subsequently, the wound must be cauterized immediately to reduce the risk of secondary infection and improve the chances of survival. The population is strongly advised to stay informed through official channels and avoid contact with infected individuals. Cooperation and quick decision-making can mean the difference between life and death. Stay safe. Center for Disease Control and Prevention, CDC. To the entire population, this is a high-priority message issued by the Center for Disease Control and Prevention, CDC. It has been confirmed that infected individuals, once their vital activity has ceased, completely lose their humanity and fall into a state of instinctive aggression induced by the virus. According to previous research, these individuals no longer possess consciousness or memories and act solely under the impulses of the infection. It is strongly recommended to immediately eliminate anyone who has succumbed to the virus. The most effective way to neutralize them is to aim directly at their head, as the brain is their primary weak point. To all survivors, remember that you have a crucial advantage over the infected. You are stronger, faster, and, most importantly, smarter. Your ingenuity is the key to enduring in this devastating scenario. Stay united, plan your movements, and never let your guard down. Once the virus invades the body, there is no chance of recovery. The CDC continues working tirelessly in search of a cure. In the meantime, your priority is to survive and resist. Every day you stay alive is another step toward the possibility of finding a solution. Do not give up. Persist. Fight. This radio broadcast had been aired under the CDC's alias by Jason's orders, hoping to reduce the chances of an outcome he already knew too well. But he was not entirely desperate, and now the situation at the CDC in Atlanta had changed. The facility housed over 100 active soldiers, more than half of whom belonged to special forces. Among the civilians were police officers, security guards, and firefighters, many of whom had previously served in the military. Training them wasn't difficult after all, using a firearm is easy. As for the other civilians who had joined the facility, they worked in various areas to keep the place running. Including scientists, guards, and civilians, the CDC had a total of 217 people. With proper supply regulations and food distribution, everything was running smoothly. Jason had taken the time to carefully observe the survivors who entered his territory. He studied them, and he even learned their names. After the military abandoned the temporary shelter, they left behind many valuable resources that Jason couldn't ignore. In the following days, he gathered machine guns, military vehicles such as Humvees, tanks, and trucks, as well as weapons, essential supplies, and various equipment. The resources left behind by the soldiers in their attempt to flee proved to be extremely beneficial for Jason's group. While the remaining walkers were eliminated, the area was thoroughly cleaned to prevent infections and diseases. After some time, the facility was completely cleared, and the corpses were incinerated. The resources were transported to the 5th floor of the CDC and the parking lot. For now, Jason's authority was absolute. Everyone looked up to him, believing he was capable of things others could not. His vision of future events was the best, and he was always prepared for any situation that might arise. In the command center, Tyler ensured that the broadcasts changed daily so that those still fighting for survival would not lose hope in the government. As everyone gradually adapted to life inside the CDC, Jason was making preparations to receive new survivors. According to him, the reach of refuge announcements should be limited, ensuring a controlled number of newcomers within his ranks. Jason was highly intelligent and had established certain restrictions moving forward. Survivors who arrived would be subject to strict rules. He was not a savior, and if people wanted his protection, they needed to be useful in some way. Upon settling in the CDC, all newcomers were required to undergo a 1-week isolation period while they learned about the facility and its regulations. If they failed to follow the rules or caused trouble, they would be expelled. And for those who sought to cause more than just trouble, their end would come swiftly. In the blink of an eye, nearly 40 days had passed since Jason returned to the CDC. During this time, he had contacted Shane on multiple occasions, keeping him informed about the situation. He also took charge of resource runs while training soldiers on the proper way to kill walkers. Today, there were 200 people capable of using firearms, practically soldiers under Jason's command. They had all learned the importance of rules and the necessity of working to earn the benefits they received. Those who were not part of security teams had other crucial jobs. Some possessed skills that were not yet useful, such as farming or hunting, and they were usually assigned to cleaning duties. Jason was extremely strict and observant when categorizing everyone at the facility. As of today, the CDC housed a total of 418 people. On multiple occasions, Jason had led the new soldiers on expeditions. Every time they returned, they brought back resources. By ensuring sustainability, Jason could keep this group under his wing. He knew he couldn't act alone, especially as finding trustworthy people became increasingly difficult. Although Shane and the others struggled at the quarry, they managed to survive. Since it was the beginning of the end of the world, Glenn and the rest had also managed to gather a good harvest in the city's outskirts. Jason had heard that they were planning to head downtown, a place they hadn't ventured into in recent days. Jason secretly calculated the time. It should only be a few days before Rick wakes up. And all signs pointed to the beginning of the story. But this was something Jason had disregarded long ago. For now, he couldn't afford to consider those factors while he was focused on creating a strong and sustainable refuge. Jason arrived at the garage and inspected the numerous vehicles inside. There were 20 Humvees, all armed with functional machine guns, 10 M1 Abrams tanks, and several military trucks for transporting people or supplies. The arsenal in Jason's hands was more than enough to keep the refuge secure. As long as he remained cautious, nothing bad would happen here. Looking at the RV he had prepared and specifically modified, it was ready to be deployed at any moment. Now, it had been equipped with a heavy machine gun. Now, when Rick woke up from his coma, Jason would be ready to meet Shane's group and consider his next steps. On a specific floor of the basement was the staff dormitory. The upper floors had also been prepared for people to rest. Rick, who had been in a coma for almost 2 months, slowly woke up. In reality, he had not been in a deep coma, but his senses of the outside world were severely dulled. He vaguely knew that something had happened around him while he was unconscious, but he couldn't remember after suddenly trying to think about it. Almost 2 months of bed rest had slowed his body down a bit, but thanks to the good care he had received in this place, he was much better. That allowed Rick to sit up, looking at his hands and touching his abdomen. He clenched his fists and felt every corner of his body. Is anyone there? A hoarse voice came from his throat. 2 months of silence had made his throat feel a bit uncomfortable. Just as he was about to call out again, he felt a tickle in his throat. Cough, cough, cough. The violent coughing fit left Rick momentarily breathless. He turned to the side, trying to get some water, but the strength in his legs was weak, and he collapsed straight to the floor. The door to his room opened, and the nurse followed by Jenner entered. When they saw Rick lying on the floor, they immediately stepped forward to help him up. After making sure Rick wasn't injured, the nurse began checking his condition. Rick, right? You've been in a coma for a long time. Candace smiled at Rick, giving him a reassuring expression. Rick was filled with doubts and was about to ask something, but Jenner pulled out a radio and said, "Zizi, Jason, your friend is awake." "Got it, I'll be right there." Only a man's voice came through the radio. Just 2 minutes later, footsteps were heard outside the door, and a rugged-looking man with a strong build, messy black hair, and a uniform entered the room. Rick suddenly felt that this person seemed familiar. He had definitely seen him somewhere before. "Hey, Rick, do you remember me?" Jason changed his serious expression to a friendlier one, walked toward the bed, and glanced at the medical report. "Who are you? I think I should know you." Rick searched through his still confused memory, and Jason's face gradually overlapped with a person he recalled. "You were the one who took action against that thief. What was your name?" Rick clumsily patted his head. "Don't force it. I'm Jason. Although we didn't interact for long, you should remember me. How's the preliminary checkup?" Jason asked, looking at the nurse. "Yes, Jason. I remember now. I feel fine. There's no need to check my condition." Candace suddenly spoke up from the side. "I think you should let them check your condition. You've been in a coma for a long time, and we need to assess how well you're recovering." Rick silently nodded when he heard this and obediently lay down. After an inspection, the nurse removed the stethoscope and said with a smile, "Rick, congratulations. You're in great health, and your recovery is complete." Originally, when Rick woke up among the undead, his wounds hadn't fully healed, but that was because medicine and nutrition had been insufficient. Many might say it was unreasonable for Rick to have survived after being in the hospital for 2 months. But in reality, it was possible due to various factors that had not been known at the time. While everyone was busy surviving, the hospital in King County remained occupied for the following month. Even after the outbreak, there were people in King County helping the patients. The patients in the hospital died one by one due to a lack of medicine, but some continued to care for the remaining ones. A large number of walkers gradually gathered in one particular room, the same room where Rick later saw the words, "Dead inside, do not open," after waking up. Now, thanks to the good care he had received, Rick was recovering well, and his wounds had long since healed. Finally, once the inspection was over, Rick asked the question he had been holding in for so long. "Jason, where am I? Where's my family? Why am I here with you?" Rick fired off a series of questions, none of which he could answer himself. Patting Rick on the shoulder, signaling him to lie down first, Jason said, "Rick, your family is fine, and Shane is alive. Don't worry, I'll tell you everything that happened." Jason then briefly recounted to Rick what had happened over the past few days from the moment he was shot to the moment he woke up. Rick held his head in disbelief. He couldn't believe he had been unconscious for a full 2 months. Edwin Jenner also added from the side, "When Jason and his people brought you here, I thought you were a test subject and infected. You really have to thank him. Thanks to Jason, you received care under conditions that are nearly unthinkable in today's world. Many thought you wouldn't wake up, but Jason was convinced you would." Rick slowly sat up, placed his hands on Jason's arm, and said solemnly, "Jason, I don't know how to thank you. I owe you my life." "Yes, you owe me your life." Jason kept a serious expression and repeated Rick's words in the same tone. The two men stared at each other for a few seconds before Rick couldn't help but laugh, followed by Jason. "Ha, ha, ha." Their bond deepened through laughter, and a sense of trust began to form, one that needed no words. Jenner and Candace exchanged glances and smiled. In these times filled with death and betrayal, this kind of mutual kindness felt incredibly valuable. Jason signaled for Rick to wait a moment, then took the radio from his vest and pressed the button to transmit. "ZZ. Shane, this is Jason, do you copy? Over. ZZ. Copy that, Jason, this is Shane. What's going on? Over. ZZ. I think you should call Lori. Over. Over. ZZ. This is Lori, I'm right next to the radio. What happened? Did something happen to Rick?" Lori's voice carried a hint of worry. Jason didn't respond directly. Instead, he handed the radio to Rick, who was visibly emotional beside him, and said, "Take your time. ZZ. Lori, it's me, ZZ." Rick's hand trembled slightly as he held the radio. Learning what had happened during this time terrified him. Thankfully, his wife and son were safe. "ZZ. Oh, thank God. You finally woke up. Do you have any idea how worried Carl and I have been?" Lori's voice cracked with emotion. "ZZ. I'm sorry, Lori, I'm so sorry. I shouldn't have been gone so long. I should have been there to protect you. Listen, I'll come find you tomorrow. Just wait a little longer." Rick displayed the responsibility of a man, something Jason deeply admired. The reason Rick had become the most popular character in his entire story was because his temperament and decisive personality made him the perfect example of someone who would do anything for his loved ones. Rick didn't say much more. He just asked Lori about her recent situation and then handed the radio back to Jason. "ZZ. Shane, things are calm on my end, and I can now leave without worrying about the CDC's safety. Get ready, we'll be there tomorrow." Chapter 19, Taking Control, Part 2. The next day, the clock struck 7 sharp, and Jason instinctively woke up. He stared at the ceiling of his small room and took a deep breath. Today seemed like a day full of things he didn't usually do very often. But today would be the day he started expanding and ignoring the surrounding situation. As he got dressed, Jason looked at himself in the mirror with a serious expression. To be honest, he had never struggled much to communicate with others, mainly because he was the only one who knew what the future had in store for them. The pressure of never failing followed him wherever he went. "I won't make any mistakes." Jason repeated these words every morning without fail. Once he was ready, he left his room and headed to the command center. The place and the paperwork had changed, and Jason had assigned Tyler the task of monitoring the area through the security cameras. As for the others, the soldiers routinely cleaned the surroundings of the CDC and collected important resources. The ranks and security measures remained clear. Civilians were just that and had to contribute to keeping the place running. Meanwhile, soldiers or people with weapons training were ranked slightly higher than those who always stayed sheltered. "Get ready to head out. We have a long journey ahead, and we will be selecting the survivor routes that are in contact with us. But keep one thing in mind, there is always a risk factor, and that is an ambush by guerrillas," Jason said, surprising the others. He, better than anyone, knew about thieves, traitors, and murderers who would kill them for a slice of bread. That was why he was always one step ahead. As the observer, there were very few things that escaped his notice during his short trips after returning to the CDC. "Are we starting phase 2 now?" Tommy showed a certain degree of excitement as he said this. After all, he had grown bored of simply eliminating walkers around the building. This phase 2 implied expanding their search for resources and, obviously, survivors who needed their help. "Don't underestimate the walkers. Let's move out, Jason ordered with a serious look, as this time he planned to take half of the soldiers under his command, most of whom had had little contact with the outside world. Some of them weren't even real soldiers, they had undergone training for a month to prepare for survival with the best tools available. As a leader who never ordered anything he wouldn't do himself, Jason always took the lead on expeditions. Through these missions, he got to know the people who had decided to keep protecting others based on their own actions. I'll gather the team, sir, said Mike, the black soldier Jason had saved when the temporary shelter outside the CDC had been abandoned by the military. With a group of 40 people, Jason looked at all of them with a serious expression and said, "Here's the situation, we're heading to King County to search for resources and survivors. After that, we'll move to Atlanta and take a detour from there." Understood. Prepare the vehicles? We leave in 10 minutes. Yes, sir. Looking around, Jason sighed and walked toward the exit. Turning to Mike, who seemed very serious, Jason said, "The trip should be smooth, but remember, fear the living, not the dead. Those walkers are slow and brainless, you just need to keep your eyes open so we don't run into a horde." "I understand, sir," Mike nodded. Since joining Jason's command, he had learned a lot about the walkers. The area outside the CDC had been cleared weeks ago, and all walker bodies had been burned far from the site. At the moment, at least the immediate surroundings of the CDC were free of corpses. Although a few bodies were still scattered around, those were just the kills from the day before. At that moment, Rick and Jason, along with the other soldiers, boarded different vehicles and drove out of the CDC's garage. Seeing the walkers approaching the convoy, Jason pointed out, "Rick, the people infected by the virus are no longer human, you need to remember that." As Jason watched the designated route, a series of gunshots rang out not far from their position, followed by the sound of a higher caliber weapon, likely a rifle. "I get it." The gunfire startled Rick, and he turned his head to look out the window in the direction of the sounds. However, there were too many buildings in the way, and it seemed like the shots were coming from farther than he had initially thought. Jason, noticing this, folded the map and gripped his assault rifle. Picking up the radio, Jason reported, "Even though bullets can't penetrate the armor, be cautious of a bigger attack." Roger that. The previous night, Jason and Rick had discussed their plans for today. Their first stop was the police station in King County to collect any remaining weapons and ammunition. Even though Jason had plenty of resources stored in various supply caches, he wasn't in a rush to take everything at once, so anything they could gather was welcome. Another reason for this trip was to pick up some survivors who had taken shelter in the county's buildings. Jason had occasionally received radio transmissions from them. Although the road leading to King County was blocked, the opposite lane was clear. Occasionally, they passed a few abandoned vehicles, but they didn't significantly slow down their progress. It didn't take long for them to reach the town, and there weren't many walkers around, perhaps because the townspeople had already left in search of refuge, leaving very few infected behind. Rick looked around and couldn't help but sigh helplessly. After mentioning his house, the convoy took a detour onto the street where Rick's home was located. Upon stopping, everyone got out of the vehicles, and Jason walked quietly down the street. "Jason, I'm going inside for a quick look. I need the key to the police station." "Wait here," Rick said before entering the house with an M1911 that Jason had given him. Jason walked toward a building in the distance, peering through the windows. He then raised his hands and called out, "It's safe to come out. We're here to take you to a safe place." As soon as he finished speaking, Mike and some soldiers hurried to his side. Looking at Jason, Mike quickly asked, "Are they survivors?" Glancing at the houses, Mike noticed numerous eyes staring at them in silence. His heart pounded as he shouted, "There are survivors? Prepare the truck for immediate evacuation." Seeing Mike so agitated, Jason explained, "Most of them are elderly people who couldn't escape due to the chaos. Places like this exist all over the country. Fortunately, we've managed to contact some of them, and this seems to be one of the many shelters. If we didn't care about their future safety, they would likely starve to death. There aren't too many of them. Get them into the trucks and check for any injuries." "I'm on it." Hearing Jason's words, Mike agreed. These were difficult times, and nowadays, few were willing to take in elderly survivors. It was surprising that Jason approved of rescuing the elderly, but then again, if they didn't save them now, who would be there to save them when they grew old? Jason didn't follow Mike to help evacuate the survivors. Instead, he walked along the edges of the street, drew his dagger, and silently took down several walkers one by one. Crack! Black blood oozed from their brains, staining the ground. After being stabbed in the neck, they stopped moving. He then walked into the yard of a nearby house and tuned his radio to a specific channel before speaking. "We are here to evacuate people. It is safe to come out." The second-floor window suddenly opened, and a dark-skinned boy leaned out, waving at Jason before rushing down the stairs. Not long after, the front door opened, and a family of 3 stepped out. Jason recognized them immediately: Morgan, his wife Jenny, and their son Dwayne. "Jason, they're here." Morgan hugged Jason with a smile on his face, and Jenny also stepped forward to embrace him. "Hello, Mr. Soldier." Dwayne approached alongside his mother and greeted Jason. Jason smiled, patted Dwayne's head, then turned to Morgan and said, "Morgan, Jenny, I didn't think there would be so many survivors in this place after our last communications. To be honest, I didn't expect you to come back through here so soon. If it weren't for you and your group, Jenny wouldn't be with us." Morgan was pleasantly surprised by Jason's arrival. The first time they met, Morgan was fleeing from walkers with his family, but they got trapped in the middle of the horde due to traffic. Just when he thought he would lose his family, Jason and his group had appeared and taken out all the walkers. Jason had promised to come back and rescue them, and since receiving his message less than 12 hours ago, Morgan hadn't expected him to arrive so quickly. Morgan, we are passing through King County and have decided to take all the survivors you've gathered here with us. After saying this, Jason continued, today, I can take you to a place where you'll be safe. It's too dangerous to go out searching for supplies every day. This time, we're heading to Atlanta for another group of survivors, but first, we'll split up. I believe that the more people we have, the better we can rebuild. Just as Jason was speaking, Rick stepped out of a nearby house. Seeing a stranger, he hesitated for a moment before approaching. Jason, do you know them? Rick asked, looking at the three people in front of him, a family just like his own. Jason turned to Rick and said, this is Morgan, Jenny, and Dwayne. I met Jenny when my group and I passed through here before. We stopped and took care of some walkers before we parted ways. After speaking, Jason introduced Morgan's family. This is my friend, Rick. It's obvious he's a cop, one of the good ones. When Morgan saw Rick's police uniform, he could roughly guess his identity, and upon hearing Jason's introduction, he nodded at Rick in a friendly manner. Rick still eyed Morgan cautiously and asked hesitantly, this house, it belongs to someone else. Morgan simply nodded and said, we never saw the original owners. The house was empty when we arrived. Just as the conversation was about to continue, Mike approached Jason and reported, sir, the civilians and their belongings have been loaded onto the truck. There are 18 people, most of them elderly. Get ready to move out. Jason ordered in a serious tone. Staying in one place for too long was never a good idea. Understood. Mike acknowledged before stepping back and giving a brief salute. Quickly, he withdrew and began instructing the soldiers to prepare for departure. Jason noticed the surprised expressions on the others' faces and said, even though it may not seem like it, I'm a retired soldier, and I'm currently protecting a CDC center that's still operational. That's good news. I'm glad there's still some of the military left on the streets of this country, Morgan said with a relieved smile. Rick was surprised that Jason, who looked so young to have such a background, was maintaining the security of a refuge. Jason lowered his hands and glanced at his watch. It was already past 8 in the morning, and as his fingers tapped on the dial, Rick understood that it was time to go. He turned around and walked toward the car. King County Police Department, Armory. Boom! The King County Police Station was completely empty, and a group of people quickly made their way to the ammunition storage. There are far fewer weapons here, Rick exclaimed as he stepped inside the armory. The group quickly moved to the deepest part of the storage room. There were still plenty of firearms and some bullets left in the weapon racks. Everyone hurriedly gathered weapons and ammo. Rick holstered his Colt Python revolver and picked up a Remington 700, handing it to Morgan. Rick said, it may not look like much, but it's a very accurate weapon. Morgan took the rifle, aimed it to the side as a test, and nodded. If we're done here, let's move out, Jason said with a slight smile. Finding new weapons always felt good. A few hours after regrouping with the other battalions, Jason sent the less skilled survivors to the CDC. Chapter 20, Cleanup Plans and Military Resources. After looking at the equipment Jason and his soldiers had, Rick, who had insisted on taking all the weapons from the police station, murmured, well, I guess you don't need weapons, you're well prepared. That doesn't change the fact that we'll take weapons from different warehouses. Anything that can kill is welcome to us. Everyone began moving the equipment into the storage area, and in an instant, they carried off 3 large bags of weapons. Various other items were loaded onto the cargo trucks, to be used only if necessary. Jason had been in communication with several cleanup and resource extraction teams stationed in the surrounding areas. One of the reasons he was in the county near the city was because survivors could be found and rescued more easily here. He had left that task to Morgan, and now that he knew the ideal moment had come to take more action, he decided to start making bold moves. Seeing the elderly civilians in a military truck, Jason didn't hesitate. He decided to send them to the center first, allowing them to rest and recover from the stress of not knowing how much longer they might survive. All right, let's get out of here. Once the orders were given, everyone got into the cars and trucks, leaving the place behind in a cloud of dust. Sitting in the passenger seat, Jason ensured everything was in order. As the one giving the orders, he led the way back for the main convoy. Around 10 in the morning, the group split into 2. The first headed directly to the CDC with most of the resources, while the second, led by Jason, went to rescue Shane's group. Looking out the window as they got closer to their destination, Jason picked up the radio and spoke in a serious voice. ZZ, Shane, we're heading toward Atlanta. Is everyone ready to be picked up? A short time later, Shane's voice came through the radio. We're not all here. Part of the group went out for supplies a few days ago and hasn't returned yet. They're still in the city. Then we'll pick them up first and come back for you afterward. Be careful. An irrational decision? Not for Jason, who knew all too well that the course of events could change now that he was here. That's why he was willing to take on responsibilities that might not be the smartest. Any small change, no matter how minor, had to pass before his eyes, or he wouldn't notice the difference between today and what lay ahead in the future. That sounds good to me. Hearing Jason's decision, Rick also nodded. From what he understood, that group of survivors was with his wife, and although his desire to reunite with his family was strong, he couldn't help but feel grateful to those who had stayed with his loved ones all this time. He also wanted to see what condition the city was in. Maybe it was even better than King County. As for the soldiers, someone like Tommy, for example, was thrilled to venture into danger and see with his own eyes just how bad the rest of the world had become. With the plan set, 2 trucks and 2 Humvees with mounted machine guns drove toward Atlanta. Based on the information displayed on the map, their marked route shouldn't be far from the mall where Glenn and the others had gone. Jason analyzed the location and, after determining that it wouldn't be wise to proceed with such a large group, decided to leave the main team behind. After all, he didn't want to risk his entire team on an idealistic mission fueled by his own arrogance. Looking at Morgan, who had chosen to follow Jason as a way to thank him for saving his family, he said, "Morgan, go up to the upper cabin using the stairs. There's a good vantage point. You can keep an eye on the surroundings for now. Before we return, you can help protect this place along with the other soldiers." After giving his instructions, Jason took Rick and 2 other soldiers to the shopping mall. In truth, Jason hadn't wanted to visit Atlanta, but he was obligated to do so. He vaguely remembered that there was a group of good-hearted refugees in Atlanta, and if he took Rick straight to the camp, Glenn and the others might not make it out alive. Keeping this in mind, Jason wanted to see what the city was like and sharpen Rick's survival skills. Following Jason's instructions, Morgan found the entrance to the mezzanine on the roof, settled in firmly, and continued observing the surrounding area through the shooting port. At that moment, Jason, Tommy, and another soldier, all dressed in black tactical uniforms, prepared to head out. As for weapons, they were all equipped with modified M4s, several double magazines on their vests, and pistols at their waists. Rick was still wearing his county sheriff's uniform, with a pistol holstered at his waist and a machete in hand. Considering that firepower shouldn't be necessary, everyone carried melee weapons to ensure a quiet approach. The spot where they got out of the vehicle was still some distance from the shopping mall Shane had mentioned. There were relatively few walkers outside the city, which didn't pose too many obstacles for the 4 of them. Influenced by those around him, Rick attempted to use his machete to take down walkers that weren't particularly dense along the way. After all, they were aware that even a silenced gunshot could cause unnecessary trouble. After walking for about half an hour, the 4 finally approached the mall marked on the map. "Keep your eyes open in all directions. Any alley could be our escape route," Jason reminded them, his sharp gaze scanning the surroundings. "Understood, boss." "The city seems relatively empty," Tommy said, glancing around with slight nervousness. "Look, the area is full of useful weapons and resources the military left behind. After we bring everyone out this time, we should plan to clean this place thoroughly and transport those heavy weapons to the CDC." As he walked beside Jason, Tommy spoke with the soldier about future plans. Jason had been very careful and had taught everyone that whenever they could secure valuable resources, they should take everything, even if it didn't seem useful at the moment. All those heavy weapons lying around could eventually fall into enemy hands, so to prevent that, they needed to expand their cleanup operations. Now that Jason was in this world, he paid attention to even the smallest details, ensuring nothing slipped past him. No matter which group or community he encountered, when the time came, he would have more tanks and weapons than they did. If they had more members, he would have highly trained soldiers in his ranks. Jason only wanted to see who, in the future, would dare to challenge him. Anyone who failed to adapt to the new order or sought to harm a stabilized society, he would cut them to pieces or riddle them with so many holes they wouldn't know where they were breathing from. Crack! Rick's machete split the forehead of a walker next to a truck. He lifted his leg and kicked it off, then turned his head and asked with uncertainty, "Why are you collecting so many weapons? Isn't it enough to have a few for self-defense? I saw that the CDC even has tanks outside." Jason and Tommy turned their heads and looked directly at Rick. Seeing that everyone was staring at him, Rick seemed uncomfortable. Just as he was about to speak, the soldier beside him, who had remained silent, answered the question. "I'd say it's like candy when the candy is delicious and there's less and less left in the jar. The people who love that candy will fight with all their might for what remains." "What would you do?" It was a perfect way to describe how those with more weapons would have food on their table. Rick frowned, thinking carefully as he processed the message, and said, "But if there's no food, we can grow it. As long as there are people, there shouldn't be a problem surviving." "That's your way of seeing things. There are many ways of life trying to survive. Maybe someone else would choose to steal food, another might try to intimidate or threaten to get what they want. Those who don't want to harvest food might even resort to cannibalism. Have you thought about that?" Hearing this, Rick said nothing as he mulled it over. "It's not that you haven't thought about it, you just don't want to believe it. The end of the world will reveal the darkest side of human nature, and all it takes to see those scenarios unfold is time." After saying that, Jason smiled and pointed out, "That's something we can't change, but we can take care of ourselves and our people to avoid those problems. I understand what you're saying, but I still firmly believe there are more good people than bad. All men are bad, Rick. All humans are selfish. The sooner we accept that this world has gone to hell, the sooner we'll learn to survive," Tommy said, repeating something Jason had taught him and that he had come to learn for himself. As they talked, they neared the shopping mall, which had been built on the outskirts of the city. The group of 4 kept moving forward, clearing walkers along the way, and soon Jason spotted a tank parked at an intersection. This was so familiar. Jason walked to the side of the tank and motioned for Tommy to help him climb up. Seeing this, Rick whispered urgently, "Hey, what are you doing? We need to keep moving." Gesturing for Rick to wait, Jason quickly entered through the hatch on top of the tank. In less than a minute, he popped his head back out, grinning at Rick as he held up the items in his hands. Rick took a closer look and saw that Jason had found an M9 pistol and a grenade. He gestured for Jason to climb down quickly. "Resources are valuable. I think this is my new obsession," Jason murmured, earning smiles from his companions. But at that moment, bang! A gunshot rang out from somewhere above their heads, and Jason quickly turned to scan the surroundings. Bang! Bang! "Locate the shooter's position immediately," Jason ordered as he jumped down from the tank and took cover. Always on high alert, he suspected those shots were aimed at them. The gunfire sounded like it came from a single-shot rifle. Rick turned his head, scanning the area, but what he saw was a large number of walkers emerging from a distant corner. "Move to the alley on the right," Tommy shouted as he cleared the path. "Rick, let's go." Jason grabbed Rick and pulled him along as they all ran into the alley. Bang! 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 Rick drew his pistol and shot the 3 walkers crawling toward his feet, one by one. "Climb the ladder." Tommy and Jason fired precisely at the heads of the approaching walkers. Rick was helped up by the other soldier, and then Jason ordered Tommy to climb next. If the gunshot from earlier was what he thought it was, and assuming things were happening as he remembered, it had probably been fired by Merle from the rooftop, which meant Glenn was likely nearby. But Jason didn't like guessing. He preferred not to assume or confuse what he knew with the reality he was living in. Everything felt strangely familiar, yet he could only recognize certain details from vague memories. Few things were exactly as he remembered, especially when it came to events like these. Chapter 21, No changes. "Hurry up, now," Jason shouted with an almost unnatural expression. He had overlooked a very important detail when he started this journey intentionally: the sound of gunfire. He wasn't a genius, nor did he have control over the altered timeline of this world. That's why small things like these couldn't always go perfectly, and imagining going any further would be pushing the luck he had had so far. Bang! 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 As he stepped back, Jason fired at an almost superhuman speed, precisely hitting the heads of the nearest walkers. He noticed something important in these few seconds: the walkers were faster than the ones he had killed so far. But now wasn't the time to question the differences, it was time to exterminate the closest ones to cover their retreat. "I'm reloading. I'll cover you." Bang! 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 Under Tommy's cover, Jason quickly swapped his rifle's magazine and resumed shooting. With his keen eyesight, cold blood, and superior ability to act under maximum tension, he remained unfazed by the massive horde of walkers that was nearly upon them. "We need to retreat, boss. I've got your back. Go up now," Jason instructed Tommy to climb the ladder next. That was how he always operated, which was why he had earned the respect of even the soldiers who later joined his group. Bang! 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 The heads of those walkers were blown apart as bullets pierced multiple targets at once. Judging by the way they fell, some bullets had passed through multiple walkers' skulls at the same time. At that moment, Jason entered a trance, focusing only on eliminating as many walkers as possible without stopping. Ignoring the ladder entirely, he kept firing. "Jason, climb up now," Rick shouted from above, his face tense. Bang! 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 Switching magazines, Jason slowly backed toward the ladder. When he could no longer keep firing, he climbed up immediately. Midway, he glanced down at the horde with a cold expression. Arg! The rotten heads, the stench of decay, and the guttural growls were more than unsettling. Tommy shuddered slightly as he saw the massive horde that had swarmed them in less than 5 minutes. Remembering all of Jason's warnings, he broke into a cold sweat. How did Jason predict this? On top of a nearby building, an Asian young man was stunned to see soldiers in black uniforms escaping from the walkers. He noticed that they seemed to be trying to take the tank when suddenly, the sound of gunfire alerted every walker in the distance. By the way the soldiers moved and fired, the young man, who was actually Glenn, knew they were well trained and experienced at taking down walkers. "Sir, are you okay?" Tommy asked, concerned about Jason's condition. "I'm fine." Jason showed no anger or nervousness after surviving the life or death situation. Instead, his gaze fixed on the walkers in the alley. From what he could see, they weren't in a bad situation, and based on their options, they could leave the building without trouble. "If everyone is okay, let's move up," Rick said, looking exhausted. These weren't the best exercises to do after coming out of a coma. Before proceeding, they counted their spent ammunition. It wasn't even a third of their total supply, so it wasn't a major concern. The gunfire shouldn't have attracted too many additional walkers either. After all, considering the horde that had surrounded them, there wasn't much room for more. Soon, the 4 of them climbed to the top of the building. As Jason was reaching the roof, Tommy suddenly shouted in a deep voice, "Don't move, you son of a bitch." "Whoa, whoa. I was just trying to help you guys get up." Glenn panicked as 3 assault rifles were pointed at him. "Wait, it's okay. He seems to be from the group we came to find." Rick calmed the situation and said, "Hey, my name is Rick. What's yours?" "I'm Glenn. I just saw you and thought you needed help. I didn't expect you to make it out of that mess on your own." Glenn raised his hands with an awkward smile. "Relax, he's with the group we're here to evacuate." Jason had no reason to hide information that was already easy to recognize. Looking at Glenn, he asked, "Are you okay?" "Wait a minute. How do you know me?" "Don't tell me." Are you the soldiers who were supposed to rescue us? Glenn's eyes lit up, and he looked at Jason with excitement. Yeah, we're here to help you, Rick confirmed. He was here not only to return the favor to the people who had possibly helped his family but also to better understand the situation in Atlanta. It's really you guys. Realizing this, Glenn ran to the rooftop, not far away. It's a miracle to see you here. I thought you'd never come for us. Just a moment ago, I figured you were just people who wandered into the city without knowing any better. Glenn leaned against a wall, looking at the four men. Glenn, I'm Jason. This is our first time meeting, but for you, it's not the first time hearing about me. I wanted to evacuate everyone at the quarry, but I found out that part of your group came to the city for supplies. So I brought a small team to get you out. After saying that, Jason extended his hand to shake Glenn's. Rick and the others did the same. Rick, right? I know you well. You're a celebrity at our camp. You were in a coma for so long. We even had a bet on whether you'd wake up or not, Glenn said, then suddenly remembered the bet and murmured, I'm really sorry, but I bet you wouldn't wake up. Glenn was honest, and mid-sentence, he realized how inappropriate it sounded, but Rick just smiled and didn't mind. Glenn, take us to the others. We're here to evacuate you, so we shouldn't waste time. Seeing the conversation drift off topic, Jason didn't want to linger when they needed to pick up the pace. Of course, follow me. Resuming their journey, the five of them quickly reached the back alley of the mall through the emergency stairwell outside the building. The intersection between the back alley and the main street was blocked by a bus, so there weren't many walkers. We're at the back door. There are 5 of us, and 2 walkers will need some help. Glenn radioed T-Dog through the intercom as he climbed down the ladder on the other side. When he reached the ground, Glenn raised his arms to stop the 2 people behind him, but they ran past him without hesitation. Take care of them all, Jason ordered as soon as he saw the walkers ahead. Drawing a knife, Jason walked forward naturally before striking the first walker that approached him. Crack! With a clean slash, Jason pierced through the walker's skull. Blood splattered as the infected collapsed. Tommy and another soldier, Jimmy, silently took down several other walkers using the same method. If they could save bullets, there was no reason to waste ammunition they might need later. Thud. At the same time, the back door of the mall burst open with a loud noise, and 2 people wearing plastic raincoats and gloves stepped out. They were Morales and T-Dog, members of Glenn's group who had come to the city for supplies. As the duo prepared to eliminate the walkers at the entrance, they froze upon seeing that none remained. Give me your machete, Rick. Seeing Jason's request, Rick handed him the machete without understanding what he was about to do. Tommy, leave the last 3 to me, Jason said as he prepared to do something he had never done before, but he certainly knew the theory behind it. As the walkers approached with slow steps, Jason seized the moment. With several swift cuts, he severed the arms of the 3 walkers. Lifting his leg, he kicked each of them one by one. At his hands and saw that the other person was silently staring at him. He frowned and considered his next move. Are you with the camp up ahead? Jason asked, pretending not to recognize the man before him. What if I am? Daryl responded coldly. A long silence followed before Jason replied. If you're with them, I'll lower my weapon. If you're not, I'll keep it raised. Rick and the others, thinking there were more walkers, arrived shortly after, only to find Jason pointing a gun at Daryl. Daryl. Shane recognized him instantly and was surprised to see their confrontation. He quickly explained to Jason. Jason, this is one of ours? He's Merle's younger brother, Daryl. Only then did Jason pretend to suddenly realize and quickly lower his gun. Oh, sorry. I thought an enemy was trying to attack the camp. My bad, man. Daryl, with a grim expression, lowered his crossbow and walked toward the deer. Chapter 28, Everything in Motion. After some explanations from everyone, Daryl finally understood the current situation at the camp. He never imagined that after being away for just a few days, things would have changed so much. Right now, he was only chasing a deer that had escaped through the bushes. That was the only thing that mattered to him. The most shocking part was seeing that a walker was dead right next to his prey. Daryl was furious about being ambushed by a stranger and having a gun pointed at his head. Now, seeing that all his effort to hunt the deer had been wasted, he couldn't help but explode with rage. Jason, standing to the side, watched as Daryl stepped forward and began kicking the dead walker fiercely, cursing from time to time. You filthy, disgusting thing! You bit my deer. Son of a bitch. It's dead, stop it. Dale grabbed Daryl, trying to calm him down. But Daryl shook off Dale's hand and roared angrily. What do you know, old man? Huh? Do you have any idea how long it took me to track this deer? Even after yelling, he was still furious and kicked the walker a few more times. Suddenly, Daryl thought of something and pointed at the bitten area on the deer with a questioning tone. Do you think it'd be fine if we cut this part off and eat the rest? Even though Daryl had yelled at Dale, the old man, being a good guy, didn't take it personally and still answered him. It's not worth the risk, so forget about it. Daryl only showed a regretful expression when he heard Jason's voice behind him. Well, considering the time of the bite, it wouldn't be too bad to eat it. If we discard half of the body, it could still be edible. Jason understood that the virus in this world was lethal. He didn't know if a cure could be found in the future, but if the most affected part was discarded and the meat was well cooked, everyone could eat it without getting infected. It was known that for someone to be infected by the virus, it had to enter the bloodstream. That's why cannibals hadn't been infected, even after eating human flesh that should have been contaminated. When Daryl heard Jason's words, the anger in his chest flared up again, thinking his words were full of mockery. Did you just say it's fine to eat the meat? He said it's fine because he knows more than we do. He's more familiar with the virus. He's from the CDC. He knows that because he takes care of the scientists who are still looking for a cure, Rick suddenly said after thinking it through. Who the hell are you? Rick Grimes. Rick Grimes? You the new neighborhood cop. Daryl sneered, looking at Rick in his sheriff's uniform. Just a friendly county officer. Brother, you're back. A hoarse voice sounded. Merle had also heard the commotion and walked over. Merle? Why are there so many weirdos in the camp? Come on, help me clean these squirrels. Daryl ignored the deer on the ground, walked toward Merle, and showed him his catch. Merle glanced at Jason and said, I'll talk to him. Jason didn't care in the slightest, so after making sure there was no more danger, he returned to camp. Due to this incident, the camp's atmosphere was a bit tense. Everyone discussed it and decided to stay one more night, but Jason dismissed those words. Jason didn't want to waste any more time in this place when he had things to take care of at the CDC, so he suggested that everyone calm down and leave once they were ready. He didn't know when or how another attack might happen in this camp, and he wasn't ready to lose valuable allies he might need later. Jason climbed into his RV and saw George listening to music. He smiled and greeted him. How are you? Everything okay? Hey, boss, everything's great. Looks like dealing with new survivors is tough, huh? George had heard all the drama from earlier. There are some tough guys in this camp, but they might be useful later. Jason shook his head. Dealing with people he already knew was harder than he had expected. Hearing that they were about to leave, everyone started preparing. They understood that Jason had his own responsibilities and couldn't stay away from the CDC for more than a day. After nearly an hour of preparation, everyone was resting while getting the squirrels ready to cook. This would be their last night in this place, so they talked about everything that had happened. While everyone was chatting, Jason and Shane spoke away from the group. This time, they were about to leave for the CDC, and Jason wanted to make a few things clear to Shane. The place I protect has several rules. Are there any unstable people here? You've known these people longer, so I want to know what you think. Hearing Jason's words, Shane understood what he was asking. To be honest, he had faced the same challenges when trying to keep order in the camp without knowing anyone well. Everyone's relatively calm. If I had to point out anyone, it'd be Merle and Ed Pelletier. But as long as they follow the rules, there won't be any problems. Shane looked into the distance and asked, how many people are in your shelter? After thinking for a moment, Jason finally answered. Well, I don't know exactly, but we could easily be around 500 people with us. Then, if the place is that big, we need to create new shelters. We need to expand for the sake of the future, Jason added with a thoughtful expression. All right, we'll do that later. See you around. Shane nodded and walked away from Jason's RV. Hearing those words, Jason remained silent. He knew Shane could be very useful in the future, so he decided to consider him in his more important plans. I don't like this place. We should go back as soon as possible, George added with a calm look. Jason looked at George and nodded. If he remembered correctly, this place would soon be attacked by walkers, and that was something he wanted to avoid. Many could get hurt. After a few more hours, Jason approached the group and said, all right, we're heading to the CDC now. Once we arrive, everyone will undergo a blood test to confirm they're not infected with the virus. After that, you'll have food, water, a bed, and safety. There's still a long road ahead. Let's stick together and stay on course. Jason looked at everyone and prepared to set off for the CDC. Jason recognized that many people here wouldn't be the same as they were in the original story. His changes to events were creating an entirely different timeline. He just hoped that, in this one, a cure for this nightmare could exist. That was the only way humanity could be saved. Jason had been away for too long and needed to check on his shelter. Since the next phase of development was underway, there were new refugees that needed monitoring, and he would handle that as soon as he arrived. Everyone has a lot to learn, but that can be done slowly. We're not exactly in a rush. Jason knew he didn't need idiots like Ed, and if they caused problems, he wouldn't hesitate to remove obstacles from his path. This trip had brought many benefits. He had gained reliable people. Now, he had to think about expanding his territory. He needed to grow his influence and control his people. He also had to make it clear that they weren't exactly military personnel, they didn't work for the country, and they owed nothing to anyone. Jason was about to announce that this wasn't about the government. If people wanted to eat and drink as much as they wanted, they'd have to work hard for those comforts. For now, he had already identified strong leaders who would follow his orders to the letter: Shane, Guillermo, Merle, and Rick. They were all men with a natural air of leadership, and Jason now had his new captains ready to help him grow his power. ZZ. Remember, everyone is welcome. Don't feel uncomfortable, and let's enjoy ourselves while we can. In this world, we never know when we'll turn into one of those walkers. Chapter 29, Arriving at the CDC. Now, get ready. As soon as Jason finished speaking, everyone applauded and expressed their agreement with the arrangements made by these soldiers. All right, I appreciate your trust. I can assure you that I will do everything possible to ensure your safety. We will be strong in this new world, and nothing will stop us. Rick stood next to his wife, looking at this friend he had only truly gotten to know a few days ago. He, who used to speak little, was now communicating with those around him, and surprisingly, everyone had confidence that Jason was the one who would lead them out of this hell. At that moment, Rick suddenly realized that Jason was well suited to be a leader. He had a much broader vision than anyone else struggling to survive, he didn't hide behind others, and he was always thinking of ways to improve their situation. We won't achieve that if we leave everything up to just one group of people. Shane's voice came from the side. Rick turned his head to look at his friend and smiled slightly. Yeah, that's why we're going to help him. Although everyone planned to leave the next day, Jason had different thoughts. He ordered everyone to get ready and then walked toward Ed's tent. Need any help? Jason asked with a friendly smile. At that moment, Carol stepped out with a large suitcase and looked at Jason standing not far from her tent. You've already done so much for us. We're very grateful that you decided to take us all in. Jason glanced into the distance and watched Ed loading things into a truck. He then turned back to Carol and said, one day, you'll have to deal with it. Do you want me to help you with that? Carol seemed surprised. She had no idea how Jason had figured out her relationship with her husband in just one night. It doesn't matter. I just hope that one day, he changes. I hope so too. But his behavior seems explosive, and that's something that won't be tolerated in the shelter. Jason reached into his vest and pulled out a thin knife, handing it to Carol, who took it with trembling hands. I hope you understand this world needs strong people. If you want to protect your daughter, you must become a strong woman. After saying that, Jason smiled and returned to his RV to organize his people. He didn't want to interfere too much in Carol and Ed's relationship, but if she didn't resolve that brewing issue, he would take care of it himself and show everyone that his authority in the shelter would not be challenged. When everyone was ready to leave, Jason got into his vehicle, and the journey began. Priority transmission alert. This is an emergency message from the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, Atlanta facility. This shelter remains operational and is capable of receiving refugees. The immediate presence of military personnel or any government agency receiving this transmission is requested to reinforce perimeter and operational security at this designated safe point. This message is retransmitted at regular intervals. If you can hear it, there is still hope. On the road, Jason heard the announcement playing on the radio just as they entered the transmission range. He needed to strengthen his ranks and expand his territory. And the only way to do that was by taking in more refugees, which was why the broadcast played 24/7. Do you have a future plan for the CDC? Morgan leaned against a seat in the RV, feeling a bit tired. He looked at the silent Jason and suddenly asked. From what he had heard, the message on the radio came from the shelter they were heading to. The journey was long, and they had barely spoken about anything until now. He just wanted to know more about the plans in Jason's mind. From his experience, he knew that resources would become a major issue for a shelter with so many people, so he wondered how Jason intended to solve that problem. It was hard to imagine maintaining control in such circumstances. It required incredible authority and a firm hand to manage large groups filled with desperation. Jason looked out the RV window at the road, thought for a moment, and said, before all of this happened, society had many different groups pursuing their own goals. Some of those groups were dangerous, and others didn't care who they had to eliminate as long as they achieved their objectives. As he spoke, he pulled a sheet of paper from his bag and said, nowadays, can you imagine how many refugee groups like ours exist in the country? It's only been a few months since the modern world collapsed, and food is already starting to run out. What do you think those groups will do when they encounter smaller ones? It doesn't matter if we're a group of 5 or 20, larger groups will find a way to take what little we have. My goal is to expand our territory, find refugees, and prepare to create a new world within this hell. After briefly explaining his plan, Jason looked at Morgan and Guillermo, who remained silent. And what about you? Do you think my approach is right? I do, Guillermo nodded and said. We need to move much faster than the others, secure valuable resources before they become scarce, and prepare everyone for the world you're talking about. Jason nodded and said, while they work on a cure at the CDC, we'll need to expand our forces, train those who don't know how to use a weapon, and prepare for the future. I can only say that I'll help. I want to protect my family, and I won't allow any other group to come into our safe place and turned his head to meet his wife's slightly dissatisfied expression. Although he understood Lori's concern, deep down, he still agreed with Jason's proposal, which ensured peace for everyone. After a brief silence, Jason looked at everyone and announced, I'd like to give you a piece of advice. Don't expect the world to go back to how it was before or even to become better. Jason looked at Edwin Yanaer and his wife. They nodded, and he continued, there will no longer be a society if a cure is not found, and that's because everyone present, including myself, is infected with the virus. This statement caused murmurs to explode among the crowd. Suddenly, there was a lot of discussion, and even 2 women collapsed to the ground, fainting. Several people standing next to Jason also looked at him in shock. Jason, is what you said true? Then why haven't we turned into those infected? Dale couldn't help but be the first to ask. Everyone fell silent, looking at Jason, expecting answers about what he had just said. Jason had anticipated this reaction from the people. He hadn't planned to reveal this secret, but he finally did after hearing Edwin's words. After all, there was no benefit in hiding this information. I believe those answers will be provided by the lead researcher of this center, Candace Yanaar. After Jason pointed to Candace, she nodded and stepped forward. Indeed, it wasn't important to mention this before because there weren't many people in this place. But now, everyone needs to be aware of the truth. The answer is yes, we all carry the virus in our bodies. The reason we don't immediately turn into infected subjects is that our immune system manages to contain it to some extent. But once the body stops functioning, whether or not you were bitten, as long as the brain remains intact, we all eventually turn into the infected known as walkers. Candace paused and continued, because of this, until we find a cure, it doesn't matter who you are with if someone dies of natural causes, remember to be compassionate and damage the brain as needed to prevent those around us from turning into walkers. After she said that, the crowd erupted in shouts one after another, and it was difficult for people to accept it. Although reality was cruel, Jason also believed that telling the truth was better over time, people would get used to it. With this in mind, it was best for everyone to be aware that people who die of natural causes can also turn into walkers. For the elderly who are bedridden, certain precautions must be taken, and for safety reasons, protocols must be in place. At first, Jason didn't agree with Rick's decision. He had kept such important news to himself and insisted on waiting for casualties before revealing this information. But Jason couldn't take those risks. He needed to ensure that this shelter was sustainable and that the CDC would be the main base for his SCT community and the foundation of a new world. Looking at the people discussing in front of him, Jason had no intention of stopping, so he pointed out, "You should all understand why I am sharing such important information with you. But for those who still don't understand, there are 2 key reasons. The first is that you must all be aware that even if we eliminate all the walkers in the world, even if many of us die to achieve that, there will still be walkers everywhere. And that is why we must keep the CDC safe. I am pleased to inform you that the scientific research project led by Mrs. Yanaar is about to make significant progress, though nothing is certain yet." After saying this, Jason paused and added, "But things aren't all bad. Recent research has solved the initial problems of the undead virus, and soon, we may assume that even smaller issues can be addressed." Jason turned his head to look at Candace beside him. The 2 exchanged places, and Candace's slightly haggard face showed some excitement. "Hello, everyone. As Jason just mentioned, our team has been conducting experiments day and night in the laboratory long before the virus was officially announced. Thanks to the continuous efforts of many members of my team, we have recently discovered a small substance that can eliminate certain amounts of the virus. We are also improving the component as quickly as possible, and I believe that in a short time, we may be able to develop a vaccine that will prevent death from a walker bite if it is administered immediately after infection." Immediately, the crowd began asking questions. "What do you mean by immunity within possibilities?" Edwin explained, "Literally, it means that we cannot be completely immune to infection from scratches and bites from the infected. However, there is a possibility that with a vaccine, we can prevent people from turning into walkers. In other words, if someone is bitten, there is a chance they might not die from the virus infection." Candace nodded and continued, "That's right. This reagent is still in the experimental stage, but we will take advantage of this time to refine it and produce a finished product as soon as possible." "Incredible. Great job. Ha ha ha." Jason raised his hand to signal everyone to be quiet and took this opportunity to interrupt and explain everything clearly. "Let's stop here regarding the vaccine. The 2 doctors need to return to the lab to continue their work. Next, I will mention 2 more things. The first is that I will conduct research in the areas surrounding Atlanta during everyone's training period. I will try to find a new location that will allow us to have a second shelter and the possibility of moving if this place becomes unsustainable. I will try to locate our next refuge. The second point is that next week, Sam, Shane, and Rick will be in charge of training in shooting and combat skills, and then we will begin exploring and gathering resources. Merle and his younger brother, Daryl, will always be providing survival training. Is there anything you want to add?" Merle's rough voice sounded, No problem." Daryl didn't speak, he just nodded at Jason. "All right, I've finished discussing today's matters. Everyone, listen to the arrangements. Rick, Shane, and Sam will begin today's training plan immediately. All right, the meeting is over." Chapter 31, A Visionary Man. It is said that with money, anything can be found if searched for in the right way. Money allows transactions to be made quickly and securely, as long as both the buyer and the seller are decisive men. Long before even considering spending the first days of the end of the world at the CDC, Dante and his companions killed many people to acquire resources. They robbed, made deals with arms traffickers, and even raided weapon warehouses. Many were on the verge of a mental breakdown, but then everything started to take shape, and the words Jason had told them became reality. Thanks to this, Jason was able to lay the foundation for his community. In a place where very few people could gain access, weapons of all types, sizes, and power were being traded. When Jason was purchasing a large number of weapons from different sources, a seller privately contacted him during his last transaction and offered him a suitcase called Black Candy. This suitcase was available only to the most active buyers, and at that moment, Jason was a prime customer. But the strange thing was that no one wanted the suitcase known as Black Candy. This suitcase, which could have contained anything, was something only potential buyers would have explained to them in person when the transaction was about to be completed. If the buyer refused to purchase the suitcase for $1 million after the contents were explained, they would be forced to pay the seller half the price as a penalty for not taking it. At that moment, Jason wanted to secure his final batch of weapons, and he accepted out of sheer curiosity. Using the money from the traffickers he had killed in recent weeks, he met with the seller, and to everyone's surprise, Jason bought the Black Candy. When Jason explained to Tommy what this black suitcase called Black Candy was, the blood drained from Tommy's face, and he didn't dare to even touch it. But Jason made sure to take great care of this suitcase because inside it lay the most powerful weapon in the world, one capable of wiping out hundreds of thousands of people if used correctly. Oh, Black Candy. In a room, Tommy was drawing a completely black piece of candy. To outsiders, he was simply distracting himself, but to Tyler, this was the greatest secret he was keeping from Jason. Beside the Black Candy, he had drawn an onomatopoeic explosion. Boom. Black Candy contained a bomb large enough to devastate an entire city. In other words, this suitcase held the greatest weapon of mass destruction ever integrated into a suitcase. This is terrifying. Well, it's better that it's in our hands than in enemy hands, Tyler thought with an ironic smile. In a basement room of a cleared-out building, where the most important resources were stored and could not be touched by just anyone, Jason silently stared at a suitcase placed right in the center of the room. Jason smirked sinisterly. Fate had placed the world's most destructive weapon in his hands, and most importantly, it could be transported in a way no one would ever suspect a bomb was hidden inside. After a while, footsteps approached the room, and a voice sounded shortly after. Sir, it's time to clear new areas and expand our domain. We've located abandoned military bases with tanks and state-of-the-art helicopters. The guys want to seize those resources. Good, then let's bring in the rookies, Jason said before locking the metal door with a coded padlock. This door was strictly off-limits, and anyone unauthorized who tried to approach it would be expelled from the refuge. After all, this place housed Jason's secret room, the headquarters of the SCT community. All the guards protecting Jason's SCT community understood the importance of expansion and following orders. No one within the community could dream of breaking the rules. Let's begin. A group of 12 people stood outside a supermarket. To the keenest observers, half of them looked tense, while the other half remained calm. It had been decided that it was time for those who had been training for a month to start resource search missions. This time, they were all outside a large supermarket. Jason and the others were launching a clearing operation to take everything inside. They had brought multiple trucks on their journey, and the plan was for everyone to start loading resources and leave. But first, the supermarket had to be cleared of walkers. Crack! Someone in the group threw a red brick, which smashed against the supermarket's glass door, shattering it and leaving a large hole in the middle. The impact caused a deafening crash that attracted the walkers inside. The supermarket was dark and appeared devoid of people. Jason's group stood outside the entrance. One of the well-equipped men reached through the hole to unlock the door from the inside. Soon, the sounds of shuffling walkers echoed from within, and moments later, the first one emerged through the doorway. Jason, seeing this, looked at the first man about to make his first kill and instructed. Keep your distance, watch your surroundings, and remember you must always aim for the head. Yes, the man responded, gripping a long machete. His heart pounded rapidly, and sweat dripped down his forehead. Now, the moment Jason's voice rang out, the man swung the machete in his hands, slashing the walker's forehead in a single motion. Crack! Black blood and parts of the walker's head sprayed in all directions. The man gripping the machete tightened his hold and stepped back. The slashed walker collapsed to the ground, motionless. Very soon, more walkers started approaching from all directions. When everyone noticed this, they formed a circle and prepared to eliminate the walkers just as they had trained. Look straight ahead, watch your partner's back, stay calm, and everything will be fine. Crack! 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 Everyone began taking down the walkers with melee weapons. It was understood that, although they had plenty of ammunition, it should be preserved for dealing with living threats, while melee weapons should be used against walkers. This ensured two things: the physical improvement of all the fighters and their ability to survive in situations where they might not have a firearm in hand. In a matter of minutes, all the walkers were eliminated by the group of 12 people. While no one was watching, a group of 3 was observing the situation from a distance. This group of 3 carried rifles and were guarding the area where Jason and the others were clearing out the undead. According to their orders, they had to report if anything seemed out of the ordinary. They're all down. Well done. Quick, there's still plenty of food in the warehouses. We need to take everything in this place back to the shelter. Ha ha ha, we won't leave anything behind. As the glass doors of the supermarket fully opened, the group outside began moving supplies into specially designed bags for carrying large amounts of resources. While everyone loaded the supplies, others were responsible for transporting them to the trucks stationed outside. Similar scenes were happening in key locations around the city. In hospitals, a group of heavily armed men wearing bandanas with the initials SCT were gathering all the medicine and essential tools needed for surgeries. Under Jason's orders, large-scale resource collection had begun. Even those who were not well trained had to work to get the supplies onto the trucks as quickly as possible and transport them to secured warehouses. This gun store looks clear. Let's get all the ammunition and weapons out as fast as possible. Shane, who was in charge of leading a group, started securing the firearms. Across the street, Mike examined the weapons and trucks left behind by the military. All the walkers in the vicinity had been wiped out by the overwhelming firepower they had unleashed. Take the machine guns and the trucks. Check if those tanks are functional. We're taking everything, Mike commanded coldly. The SCT community was growing rapidly, which meant they had to move and secure more weapons. The resources left behind by the military were proving invaluable in strengthening their defenses and gathering the means to establish another refuge. While the experienced combat groups handled the more distant locations, a smaller team focused on extracting gasoline from abandoned vehicles. Even small tasks like these were crucial for resource acquisition. During this period, Jason's entire SCT community remained in constant motion. Many more survivors were accepted into the group, while others were eliminated when their true intentions were discovered. Following Jason's orders, they had to maintain a low profile. As a result, they stopped broadcasting messages about a safe haven. Jason knew the time had come to stop trusting people. When the news revealed the truth to all those sheltering at the CDC, panic spread among them. They all realized the importance of surviving through their own efforts. People announced their willingness to help. No one could remain idle, waiting for someone else to ensure their safety. Everyone understood that kindness had an expiration date. From that day forward, every member of the SCT community began taking action, learning how to shoot, how to carry out operations to secure resources in every corner of the area. A strong security system was established across many streets to prevent walkers from entering CDC territory. Roads were blocked off, and a designated entry and exit route was set up. By now, money no longer mattered. Everyone was focused on contributing resources to the community. Everyone wanted to be valuable, and cooperation quickly became second nature. Humans can adapt to uncomfortable environments over time, and now, everyone had adjusted to growing and surviving. After a few days, Jason remained in the SCT community, gazing coldly at the sky, watching as everything unfolded rapidly. Sam Valdez, who had been responsible for training new recruits and maintaining security within the CDC, looked at Jason and asked, "Is there a specific reason why the broadcasts were stopped?" "To protect them. We don't need to be discovered right now. It's time to find a more secluded place away from the city. We've gathered tons of resources, and there's not much more we can take from this area." Jason didn't want to face other government-controlled communities just yet. Though his strength was formidable, he knew he had very little real authority compared to high-ranking officials. To avoid triggering internal conflicts, he needed to consolidate his power first. Only then could he think about offering more help. Sam Valdez glanced at the tanks stationed around the refuge and the heavy machine guns set up at various strategic points. What is Jason trying to avoid right now? Finally, after a week, the decision was made to find a more isolated location outside the city. Jason intended to take the prison from the original story as his own, but for now, he had to consider many more factors and move cautiously. Not everyone was ready to keep up with his pace, so most people continued gathering critical resources and clearing areas farther from the community. Meanwhile, Jason and a small group of people set out in search of that new place. Chapter 32, Expansion and Gunfire. The safe territory around the CDC kept expanding, and soon several buildings and parking lots were completely cleared of walkers and corpse remains. The streets were sealed off to prevent walkers from outside from entering the safe zone, and vehicles were moved off the main roads. Those with mechanical knowledge were in charge of dismantling vehicles and extracting special parts for repairs. All vehicles were drained of their gasoline and moved to locations where they were unlikely to be touched in the near future. A week passed quickly, and under everyone's observation, it was considered that the training mission had completed a cycle. The next step was survival training led by the Dixon brothers. Of course, this did not mean the training was over. The week was merely meant to familiarize everyone with the mindset of combat so they wouldn't feel lost when facing walkers in the future. After all, what truly helps people grow is real combat experience. With specialized techniques, as long as they didn't encounter a large horde of walkers, everyone was expected to eliminate them with melee weapons relatively easily. Ever since Merle last spoke with Jason, he had been unusually quiet. Aside from his foul mouth, he hadn't changed much, but he also hadn't done anything out of line. Jason wasn't sure what was going through Merle's mind, but no matter what he was thinking, Jason was always prepared to handle internal crises. On the other hand, Daryl's change in attitude surprised Jason. Ever since Jason included him in the hunting plans, Daryl's attitude toward him had inexplicably improved. This also made the next wilderness survival training much easier. After all, there is a big difference between sincere cooperation and mere obligation. Nowadays, Guillermo's people had officially joined as reserve guards. They were all equipped and ready to respond to enemy attacks at any moment. That's why Jason was no longer at the CDC. While Mike and a military squad were in charge of clearing locations, Tommy and his team were gathering supplies from distant areas. Meanwhile, Jason was exploring farther locations with Rick, Guillermo, Shane, Glenn, T-Dog, and Morgan. His intention was to strengthen his ties with these people, as they were far more reliable than the average person under his command. Now, many people were gathered around a highway packed with abandoned cars. This place is definitely a mobility nightmare, Jason said with a wry smile as he looked at the map, hoping to locate the prison where Rick and his group had once taken refuge. I think we should move forward. Do you see this point here? It's a suburban factory. I've been there before. It's a large area full of factories, and there wouldn't be a problem occupying it. T-Dog was the one with the most experience in navigating the surrounding areas. Many people preferred to stay in their own city and rarely traveled, which was one of the reasons why, at least in the beginning, the story was centered around Atlanta. Another reason was that transportation had become a major issue in recent days due to abandoned vehicles. However, as long as they avoided rural areas, the highways were relatively clear. Originally, Jason's plan was to grow his strength in Atlanta. He needed to lead one of the strongest and most united communities in the area. To do this, he needed multiple secure settlements in the city and a precise communication network. No, I'm afraid the factory can't be considered a viable refuge for now. What we need is a sustainable shelter, one that maintains a unique level of security with minimal modification costs. If we look at the factory, the cost of securing the exterior would be too high. Rick stated his point of view, and everyone agreed. Guillermo stood beside him, frowning as he studied the map in front of him. He didn't seem to have a clear idea, so he grabbed his weapon and stepped aside. I'm going to scout the area and see if I can find a suitable location. Let me go with you. We'll be safer if there are two of us. Glenn also grabbed his weapon and followed him. Be careful, both of you. Use the radio and contact us if anything happens. Jason watched the two leave, gave them a few instructions, and then turned his attention back to the map. In truth, he wanted to go to the Georgia prison. He knew it was somewhere in the state, but he was still hesitant about whether expanding now was the best idea. For now, he was considering going to Herschel's farm first and saving that group of people, as they would be crucial for developing agriculture as soon as possible. Herschel's tragic death had left a deep impression on him when he first saw it. Because of the soft hearts of many, they had spared enemies, which led to the downfall of many good people in the future. One could say that everyone paid the price for their own actions and ended up losing the prison, which was one of the best places to live, far better than Alexandria or any other large shelters that appeared later on. Morgan pointed at a large open space on the map and said, "Have you noticed this? There's a large open area on this side of the road. I think there should be a farm nearby. What do you think of the terrain? It's an open space. If we find an unused residential building in the center, we could renovate it." Upon hearing this proposal, Jason simply shook his head and, after a moment, said, "Even though the farm has good terrain and visibility, it lacks secure defenses. Even if we built a perimeter around it, it would consume a huge amount of manpower and materials resources we can't afford to waste, especially since we need to leave the city as soon as possible. It would also be difficult to create strong defenses. Not to mention, we now have new survivors arriving at the shelter. I think the ideal place would be one designed to house a large number of people, far from the city, with solid exterior defenses and farmland we can cultivate." Everyone fell silent for a while. They knew that the farm wasn't a great option, but the real problem now was finding a place that met all their needs. Just as Jason was about to suggest naming the prison, he noticed Rick's expression light up. At that moment, Rick, who had been silent for a long time, suddenly said, "Jason, a place like the one you described really exists." Everyone turned to look at Rick. He glanced at Shane beside him, smiled, and said, "It's got good land, walls, and it's far from the city. Can't you think of where it is?" Shane scratched his head, frowned, and thought for a moment. Suddenly, he realized it and exclaimed, "Prison. Yes, the prison. It meets all our requirements and has full facilities, a cafeteria, an infirmary, and an armory. Now, the question is, does anyone know where there's a prison nearby?" After Rick finished speaking, he turned to look at those around him. They exchanged puzzled glances before all turning to look at T-Dog in unison. T-Dog's expectant expression gradually darkened as he saw everyone staring at him. "Wait a minute. What are you all trying to imply by looking at me like that? Just because I'm black, I'm supposed to know where the prison is? Is that what you're saying? I'm a religious man, you sons of bitches." Hearing T-Dog's rapid response, Jason hid the smile on his face and interrupted, "Man, we just think you're more familiar with the surrounding area because of your community work, so you're more likely to know than the rest of us, that's all." The others nodded in agreement, and Morgan patted T-Dog on the shoulder. T-Dog was speechless for a moment before saying, "Sorry, I really don't know." Jason grabbed the radio and contacted Merle and Daryl's group, who were out hunting in the surrounding areas. "ZZ. Merle? Can you hear me? Answer me, quick. ZZ. Ha ha ha, this is your old friend Merle. Is there anything I can do for you, our esteemed leader of the S.C.T? ZZ. Speak in words we can actually understand. I need to ask you something. Do you know where there's a prison near Atlanta? ZZ. Are you kidding me? Got an old friend you need to bust out of jail? Ha ha ha. ZZ. Merle, you know I can stop you from getting alcohol, right? ZZ. Alright, I'm just messing with you. Yeah, there's a prison west of Georgia, near Atlanta. Why? ZZ. Do you know exactly where it is? ZZ. I just know it's west of Georgia. I don't remember the exact location. Shit, I've never been there. Why the hell would I need to know where that damn prison is? You think I visit them like churches to spread the Lord's word. ZZ. Alright, got it? You can get back to what you were doing. ZZ. Yeah, whatever. Merle has changed a lot. I guess he considers you a friend. He's not someone who submits to others easily, Shane said, having listened to their conversation. Ever since they left Atlanta, Merle's attitude had changed significantly. Jason replied indifferently, he stays true to his way of living. It's not like he's truly a bad person. Shane nodded at those words. Bang! A loud gunshot echoed through the forest in the distance. Then, Glenn's terrified voice came through the radio. ZZ. Guys, we're under attack? Oh god, Guillermo's been shot, get here fast. Chapter 33, An Unexpected Encounter. ZZ. Guys, we're under attack? Guillermo got shot? I don't know what to do, come quickly. We're in the forest to the west, hurry. How is this possible? Is it another group of survivors? Jason couldn't help but frown. He grabbed his modified M4 and prepared to head out. The others' expressions changed drastically. They picked up their weapons one by one and ran in the direction where Glenn and Guillermo had gone just moments ago. Jason feared encountering a hostile group of survivors. His group was growing, and he couldn't afford to start a war, especially when most of his people were inexperienced in this area. He knew they were near Herschel's farm, where people lived. For that very reason, he had warned everyone to stay alert while exploring. Soon, they saw them in the forest. Unexpectedly, a fat man was standing next to them. Guillermo was on the ground, and from the others' perspective, they couldn't tell if he was alive or dead. The fat man standing there said something while wiping the sweat from his forehead. Seeing this scene, Jason's usually calm face showed an expression of disbelief. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. There was no doubt that the fat man in front of him was Otis, but he really couldn't remember if this was the day Carl got shot in the original story. But now that he thought about it, did the shooting have to happen for Rick to meet Herschel at any cost? If so, Jason knew he was the only one to blame for Guillermo getting shot when his original intention was to interact with the people on the farm. Several people ran forward. Jason immediately began checking Guillermo's wounds while Shane and the others aimed their weapons at Otis. Who are you? Why did you attack them? Where's your partner? Otis was stunned at that moment. He had just been hunting and hadn't expected to wound a stranger who had suddenly appeared. Nervously, he responded, I'm Otis. I didn't mean to shoot him, I was just hunting. Look, that's my deer, right there. It wasn't my intention, I swear. I aimed at the deer and didn't realize there were people here. Shane nodded, furious, and continued questioning Otis loudly. You're lying? I don't believe you. I really didn't mean to. Believe me, I was just hunting. You have to believe me. Otis was holding his rifle tightly as tears welled up in his eyes. Jason did a quick check. He discovered that while Guillermo had passed out, the only thing he could determine was that the injury was serious, but it was too soon to make a final judgment. In cases like this, it was difficult to assess the extent of the damage caused by a gunshot wound just by looking, as the bullet's trajectory was unknown. Jason looked up at Otis, stood up, and placed a hand on Shane's arm. He was supposed to be hunting. Guillermo was injured by accident. The wound isn't deep, but he needs surgery. After finishing his sentence, Jason turned to Otis, who was still apologizing. Otis, right? Is your house nearby? Do you have anything there that can help us? He needs a minor operation. Herschel has the equipment to save him? I can take you there. Where? That way, just straight ahead. Otis pointed into the forest. Lead the way. Shane grabbed Otis's shirt roughly and was about to march forward when Jason's voice stopped him. Even if the wound isn't fatal, we can't just move him carelessly. God knows how far we have to carry Guillermo in our arms. Then what do we do? He's bleeding a lot, and if we don't hurry, I'm afraid he'll die. While everyone was at a loss, Jason suddenly ran to a small tree, pulled out his machete, and started cutting. After quickly chopping down 2 small trees, Jason swiftly trimmed some branches off the logs. In the blink of an eye, he had 2 sturdy wooden poles. Jason looked at a few people and pointed at Glenn and Otis. Take off your jackets, both of you, quick. After speaking, Jason also removed his own jacket, then ripped open the legs of his pants and cut some fabric strips with a few quick slices. In just about 2 minutes, Jason had skillfully manipulated the jackets into a simple stretcher. All right, looks like it's done. Everyone fell silent, then quickly moved to place Guillermo onto the makeshift stretcher. Jason helped secure it and began instructing the others. Rick, you and I will take the left side. Shane and T-Dog, take the right. Hold him steady, move. After speaking, the 4 of them lifted Guillermo together. The stretcher felt stable enough. They followed Otis, who was being dragged along by Shane, running out of the forest in a completely different direction from where they had come. In no time, they had run relentlessly, carrying Guillermo on the stretcher. Except for Jason, who was the most trained, everyone was breathing heavily. Shane, out of breath, yelled angrily at Otis, who was barely managing to run. You damn idiot, run faster, or I'll put a bullet in you myself. Move it. Otis dropped to his knees, gasping. I'm sorry, I can't run anymore. You guys go ahead. There's not much farther to go, just keep going straight. Seeing that Otis could no longer keep up, the 4 didn't waste any time and just kept running. Glenn, who had been behind with Otis, was also out of breath but was in much better shape. He stretched his arms to help support Otis and slowly followed the 4 people ahead. After running out of the forest, Jason spotted lonely houses in the distance, standing in the middle of the fields. Keep going? Come on, come on. Don't stop. Rick and the others also saw the houses in the distance and finally felt a bit of relief, picking up their pace. Herschel? Is Herschel there? Dozens of meters away from the house, Jason shouted loudly. Soon, a few girls ran out of the house, followed by an elderly man with white hair and a beard. By then, the four had already reached the house's entrance. I'm Herschel. What happened? Is he hurt? Herschel immediately spotted Guillermo unconscious on the stretcher, his bright red blood staining his abdomen. Shane had been holding in his anger for a while, but now he finally exploded. You're Herschel, right? He got shot? Otis shot him. Herschel didn't argue with Shane. He simply stepped forward to examine Guillermo's wound. All right, bring him inside and lay him on a bed. I'll be able to check him properly, Herschel said quickly. Glenn, go get the medical backpack. We have plenty of supplies for situations like this, Jason said as they carried Guillermo inside. The only thing Jason needed was a sterile place to treat Guillermo properly. Yeah, I got it. After a while, Herschel spoke. His internal organs and arteries aren't damaged, but we need minor surgery to remove the bullet fragments. I heard you have equipment here, I need to use it. Yes, you can assist me and get whatever you need. If there's anything else, don't forget to tell me, Jason said seriously as he walked to the bathroom to wash his hands thoroughly. All right, I understand, Herschel replied before turning and heading into the room. Jason was in charge after all, he had medical knowledge that would help in this kind of situation. But having some extra help wouldn't hurt. Chapter 34, Everyone is gone. All right, let's begin. Herschel stood to the side with a worried expression, watching Jason's movements while staying on standby in case he needed help. The important thing is to remove the shrapnel from the wound. Let's hope I can get everything out and that no internal organs are damaged. After saying that, Jason started the operation, his movements slow and careful. As he steadily moved his hands, Herschel ensured the wound was well lit so everything remained visible. The procedure was slow, but Jason successfully extracted the first piece of shrapnel. Based on his initial observations, no internal organs had been hit, so everything was proceeding well. Outside, the previously silent surroundings were gradually filled with an indescribable tension. Jason's mind was racing as he analyzed how he should act based on what had just happened. For some reason, things kept unfolding as he remembered, yet differently. Although the future had now been significantly altered by his decisions and ambitions, some events still occurred in the same way. As he had done so far, he needed to remain careful and act in the most favorable way to take advantage of his still useful knowledge. This mistake would not happen again. From now on, he would stop considering others so much. Lately, he had been too focused on his refuge, neglecting other crucial factors. Now, he needed to concentrate on what was coming. There were many dangers but also countless opportunities awaiting in the future. After half an hour of surgery, Jason, lost in his thoughts, had managed to remove several pieces of shrapnel. Despite the lack of proper medical conditions, everything had gone remarkably well. The sound of shrapnel clinking against the metal tray snapped Herschel out of his own thoughts. Are you a doctor? Not at all. It's not my specialty, but I received medical training in the special forces. Are my movements too stiff? Jason asked while making sure everything was still in order. Herschel, standing beside him, wiped the sweat from Jason's forehead and said, even though you have the knowledge, it seems like this is your first time doing this. Of course, the old man was right. Jason had never done this before, even though he had the theoretical knowledge. That seems to be the last one. I'll check a little more before closing the wound. At this point, Herschel decided to take over the finishing touches, seeing that Jason had handled most of the work. A sigh of relief filled the air upon realizing that Guillermo seemed like he would recover. Jason couldn't afford to lose a friend and someone who would be crucial to his future plans. After some time, Herschel began stitching up Guillermo's wound with ease. In about 2 hours, Herschel had completely finished. According to him, everything went quickly because the shrapnel hadn't penetrated any internal organs and was relatively easy to remove. When they were done, Jason started organizing the room and couldn't help but admire the old man's ability to work under pressure. As Jason stepped outside, he saw that people had been waiting for a long time. As soon as Herschel emerged as well, they hurried forward, eager to hear the news. Smiles appeared on several faces. Rick immediately approached and asked, how did the surgery go? I remember Candace saying you had some medical skills. Will Guillermo be all right? Jason nodded, scanned the group with a serious expression, then turned to Herschel and said, I have to say, we owe a lot to Herschel. He helped me tremendously, and from what we've seen, Guillermo's injury isn't as serious as we first thought. Fortunately, the bullet fragments didn't damage any internal organs. You have incredible composure, even in situations like this. If you were a doctor, you'd definitely be one of the best. A deep voice came from behind the group, and Herschel stepped forward to address everyone. Herschel extended his hand toward Jason and said solemnly, let me formally introduce myself. I'm Herschel Green, a veterinarian. These are my daughters, Maggie and Beth. The one who injured your friend is Otis. Jason shook Herschel's hand, turned, and introduced his group. My name is Jason. You can just call me by my first name. These are my friends, police officers Shane and Rick. This is Glenn, T-Dog, and Morgan. The guy in the bed is Guillermo. We're all survivors from Atlanta. Herschel immediately spoke with a slight note of apology. I'm sorry for causing you such trouble. We'll take responsibility for your friend's injuries. He can recover here with us. During this time, you're welcome to stay at our home temporarily. We'll provide food and shelter until your friend gets better. Rick stepped forward and said, the good thing is that this didn't turn out worse, right? You don't need to take responsibility, Herschel. I insist. Then we'll take you up on your offer. This place can serve as a stronghold while we scout the surrounding area. We won't be a burden and can also help ensure your safety. Jason agreed with Herschel's proposal. Then he noticed the horses on the farm and asked, Herschel, I have a question. Do you have some horses here? Herschel nodded and pointed toward the nearby stable. Yes, they're in the barn. Could I borrow 2 horses? Our convoy is stuck on the opposite road, and we need to bring it back. Just as Jason finished speaking, Rick interrupted him. Jason, get some rest. We'll go pick up the vehicles ourselves. Hearing this, Herschel turned back toward the house and called out, Maggie, come here for a moment. Soon, a woman in casual clothes peeked out and asked suspiciously, Dad, what's going on? Go to the stables and get a couple of horses. These gentlemen need to head to the road, escort them there and then come back. Maggie shrugged and asked Rick and the others, which one of you is coming with me? Glenn, you go? You're relatively light, so you'll be able to ride faster. Hearing Maggie's question, Jason immediately assigned the task to Glenn, who looked quite excited. As someone who had witnessed the lives and deaths of many people around him, Jason couldn't bear the burden of caring about his friend's future love life. Although this was his reality, there was still a lingering sense of guilt, and it wasn't as if Jason was particularly enthusiastic about romance at the moment. Huh? Me? What? Glenn hadn't expected to be mentioned so suddenly. He had been staring at Maggie for quite some time, and when Jason called him, he immediately got nervous. Go with Maggie on horseback and drive our car back. We left a lot of important things behind. Oh, all right. After the 2 of them left, Jason entered the guest room of the house. As soon as he lay down on the bed, he felt his eyelids grow heavy and fell asleep after taking a deep breath. Inexplicably, he felt strange, so he decided to sleep it off. Atlanta, nursing home. A few days after Jason helped the people in this shelter escape the city with some extra supplies, a group of individuals was rummaging through boxes in the surrounding area, as if searching for something among the abandoned belongings. A tall, handsome white man stood in the middle of the backyard, staring at a statue of a child in the fountain at the center of the yard. On the back of this statue, a pair of small wings extended. The child had a broad smile on his face, and his tiny hands held a book, pointing in the direction where the man stood. At that moment, a middle-aged man with glasses, shorter than the man beside him, approached and spoke in a low voice, Philip, I searched everywhere and found nothing. The people from this place seem to have left, and the thieves we captured don't seem to have anything. After the man finished speaking, Philip Blake remained motionless, still staring at the child's statue. After half a minute, they watched as he turned around and walked toward the corner of the yard. The man who had come to report looked in the direction Philip was heading and saw nothing but a few scattered bricks. Still, he didn't dare to ask any questions. He saw Philip crouch down and sift through several bricks before picking one up, holding it in his hand, and slowly turning around. Milton, do you know why we're here? Philip asked in a slow, dangerous tone as he walked toward him. Milton couldn't help but tremble and quickly responded, I do. We're here to find medicine. Philip stood still by the fountain, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, but there was no smile in his eyes as he asked, word by word, then, tell me, why the hell can't we find that damn medicine? As he spoke, his anger grew, and his expression gradually turned into a crazed look. With each word, the brick in his hand struck the child's statue. By the time he finished speaking, only the crunching sound of the brick hitting the statue could be heard. Milton stood there with his head lowered, his body trembling with each crackling sound. At that moment, he felt an overwhelming sense of fear take hold of him. The man who was now losing his mind was once called Brian. A gentle, kind, and honest man who claimed to have a daughter, though in reality, she was his brother Philip's child. This man, better known as the Governor, was beginning to move more and more in Jason's footsteps. Chapter 35, The Past and Present of Philip, the Governor. It was then that Milton discovered that his friend Philip's character was becoming increasingly strange. When he was inside the refuge he had worked so hard to maintain, he was a very kind and gentle gentleman, but once he stepped outside, he became extremely cold and aggressive. Philip would often lose his composure inexplicably and abuse the survivors he encountered on the road during expeditions. A clear example was just a few days ago when Milton found a corpse in a bathroom near the survivor camp. He knew that Philip had killed him because he was very familiar with the scars on the victim's body marks left by Philip when he was interrogated. Milton gradually began to fear the man he once considered a friend. Like any true friend, he tried to reason with him, but nothing could restrain a man who was worsening by the day. In this way, Milton watched Philip's development step by step until today when he had become the leader of this group of survivors. He could confidently say that he was the only one who truly knew Philip's past, eventually becoming his right-hand man. To the eyes of those survivors, Philip was an intellectual, rational, powerful, and perfect leader. But to Milton, Philip was truly insane. Today, he knew that Philip was searching for a place to settle. He truly wanted to have a place to call home. In that search, he did everything possible to obtain resources, but the massive hordes of walkers had made things significantly more difficult. Georgia County, in a place abandoned by the living. A group of people, who had never stepped foot in this area before, arrived. The walkers wandering aimlessly nearby were drawn by the sound of the approaching convoy. They emerged from every corner, slowly surrounding the vehicles. Bang, bang, bang. The convoy's firepower was overwhelming. In no time, the walkers were effortlessly eliminated. Everyone jumped out of the vehicles. They seemed like just another large group of survivors, but there was one man who stood out above them all. He walked ahead of the group, pointing toward the two passageways at the front and rear of the community. After observing for a moment, he ordered, "Call everyone down from the bus, then split into two groups. Once everyone is off, we'll position the bus to seal the street. Next, we'll find the smaller exits and take care of sealing them. Meanwhile, the other group will clear the surrounding area of walkers. Stay alert and be careful." Occasional gunshots echoed from different directions. Philip stood in the middle of the street in this new territory that would become the foundation of his power, watching people rush in and out, clearing houses. Survivors who passed by greeted him, and Philip smiled and nodded, satisfied with how things were progressing. The clearing operation lasted an entire day, and by nightfall, they had finally inspected the entire community. That night, everyone sat around the campfire, eating various canned foods they had gathered along the way. Philip didn't eat. He simply held an open can and looked at the people around him. The orange light flickered against their dirty faces, but it couldn't illuminate their eyes. There was an emotion in them that disgusted him deeply. He didn't want to live in such chaos. He missed the kind of life he had before everything that was happening today. Thinking about this, he handed a can to Martinez, who was sitting beside him. The latter was surprised and instinctively took the can, then watched as Philip stood up. Crack, crack, crack. Slow, rhythmic applause drew everyone's attention, and suddenly, the scene fell silent. "Do you really think living like this counts as living?" As he spoke, he pointed to the empty cans scattered on the ground. His deep voice continued, "Eating expired food every day, hiding over and over again without end. Just look at us now. Does anyone remember the last time they took a bath? When was the last time you celebrated anything? Do you think we should live like this in the final days of our lives?" Martinez set the can down and said, "Philip, the world has changed. This is what the end of the world looks like." Hearing Martinez's words, Philip seemed agitated. His tone suddenly rose, and he responded passionately, "No, I don't believe that. Why can't we build a community just like before the end of the world?" Philip stepped in front of the fire and gazed at the crowd with piercing eyes. The flames reflected on his face, and people could see that his eyes seemed to be burning with an intense fire. "Is there anyone here who doesn't want to sit in their home and eat in peace every day? Is there anyone here who doesn't want to live a clean and peaceful life for the rest of their days? Is there anyone here who doesn't want their children to grow up happy and their elders to grow old in tranquility?" Each sentence was like a knife, cutting deep into the pain in people's hearts. Some began to show longing in their eyes, setting down the food in their hands. A few even started to stand up. Philip stepped closer, pointed at one of them, and asked loudly, "Do you want that kind of life?" "I do." Philip pointed at another and continued shouting, "What about you? Do you want that life?" "I definitely want it." Philip opened his arms, looked around, and shouted even louder, "All of you, answer me. Do you want that life?" "We do. Of course, we do." After a moment of silence, everyone rose one after another, their emotional cries filling the air. Philip looked around and saw the flames reflected in the eyes of all these people. Seeing the crowd's fervor, Martinez also shouted, "Philip! Philip!" The crowd's chants gradually synchronized, their voices echoing throughout the community. Philip raised his hands, and the voices slowly quieted. But all eyes were still on him, filled with anticipation. "Don't worry, I will do everything I can to make that dream a reality. Now, listen to my plan." Over the next period, Philip outlined in detail the division of labor for everyone. The community they had occupied was a relatively luxurious one before the apocalypse. The surrounding facilities were well equipped, including water sources, filtration systems, clinics, and other amenities. However, many things were still lacking. For example, the outer wall needed reinforcement with sturdy materials, food and fuel supplies had to be secured, and they had to find common necessities, among many other things. Under Philip's leadership, the community gradually developed. As it grew, they also took in new survivors, and slowly, everyone became addicted to this illusion of satisfaction. No one wanted to wake up from this beautiful dream, and the decaying world outside became nothing more than a distant nightmare. Walkers roamed everywhere, making the town's survivors unwilling to face the outside world. Thus, Philip completely dominated the town. When he was inside, he enthusiastically helped everyone in need and often went out on supply runs. Each time he returned, he brought back large amounts of supplies, further cementing the people's admiration for him as a kind and elegant leader. But only Milton and Martinez, who accompanied him on these supply runs, knew the true face of this man, a venomous snake. He could kill any survivors he encountered without a second thought and steal their supplies, or he could feign submission when facing a powerful enemy, only to strike the moment they let their guard down. Yet, his generous treatment silenced those who knew the truth. No one in the community would ever speak against Philip. They understood that mere words couldn't tarnish the glorious image he had built in people's hearts. In fact, the people even affectionately called him the governor. At this moment, Philip the governor in everyone's minds sat in a secret room next to his own quarters. Against one wall of the hidden room was a rectangular fish tank that spanned the entire wall. In the adjacent room, his sick daughter lived. Chapter 36, Requesting a Location. At dawn, the sun was slowly rising, illuminating the green fields where Jason's group had arrived purely by coincidence. Inside a room in a house, Jason slowly opened his eyes, but his breathing was unnatural. This unfamiliar environment triggered a momentary stress reaction, but then he remembered what had happened yesterday and calmed down. After a few minutes of steadying the heavy sensation in his body, he walked to the bathroom to wash his face and then stepped out of the room. Standing in the completely empty living room, Jason looked at the framed photos while thinking about everything he had done to get here. The feeling of being in the countryside was entirely different from that of the city. Here, he could understand Herschel's attitude toward life and death when it came to the walkers. If Jason hadn't had the skills to do what he had done so far, the idea of staying on a farm on the outskirts of the city would have been his choice. After all, protecting a farm with enough preparation shouldn't be much of a problem. As Jason observed the curiosities in the living room, he heard sudden noises coming from the kitchen. That must have been Mrs. Patricia, Otis's wife, who was now preparing breakfast. A pleasant smell filled the air. The small community that had formed in this place was good, at least it allowed them to survive the outside world. Two bad things were about to change. Jason ignored this thought and walked toward the room where Guillermo was resting. After a brief inspection, Jason sighed in relief. At first glance, Guillermo's condition seemed good, and his wound showed no signs of infection. It seemed the medicine they had was enough to keep Guillermo stable. After a few more checks, Jason left the room and stepped outside the house. "You're finally awake, Jason? Did you get a good rest?" As soon as he walked through the door, Glenn's voice sounded beside him. When he turned, he saw Glenn sitting alone on a bench, looking a little exhausted. Noticing Glenn's condition, Jason didn't hesitate to ask, "Why are you here at this hour? It looks like you haven't slept all night, have you?" Glenn blinked a few times, yawned, and replied with a reassuring smile, "I was on watch last night to keep an eye on the place. We didn't wake you because you were exhausted. You should consider getting more sleep from now on instead of just waiting until you get the chance." "Yeah, I'd like to have that privilege too." Jason carried a mental burden that couldn't compare to those around him, but now wasn't the time to make comparisons, so he asked, "Is everyone here?" Shane and Rick slept in tents along with the others since there wasn't enough space in the house, and they didn't feel comfortable inside the RV either. After speaking, Glenn pointed to a tree not far away, and indeed, there were two tents beneath it, right where the RV was parked. "Hey, guys. Did we wake you up?" Jason stood next to the tents and called out loudly. Soon, a few people emerged from the tents, looking groggy while holding shotguns. Seeing this, he spoke with a concerned expression, "Sorry, it looks like you weren't up yet. Let's get something to eat, and then we should explore the surroundings." "How could we not wake up when you're yelling so loudly?" T-Dog couldn't help but complain, thinking they were being attacked by walkers. This was the first time in a long while that he had slept outdoors. Rick stretched his back. He was tired of living in the open these past days and missed his bed at the CDC, but he understood that such comforts weren't something he could have all the time, so he didn't complain. "I get that you're not used to sleeping outside, but you need to understand that our stronghold at the CDC isn't permanent. We have to consider relocating most of the group due to the high maintenance costs. Until we find a suitable place, we should embrace nature like true primitive men." Morgan also nodded and said enthusiastically, "Jason is right. It's not just us, everyone in the future will have to get used to living like this. After all, we don't know what's going to happen next." After breakfast, Jason told Glenn to catch up on sleep while he went to find Herschel to ask him some questions. Inside the house, Jason explained their situation and where they had come from in greater detail. He needed to make them aware of what was happening in the outside world. "Herschel, as I mentioned, we're from the CDC. We went out this time to look for a secondary shelter because we can't afford to keep the facility operational for much longer. So I wanted to ask you, does anyone here know the surrounding area well?" Herschel thought for a moment and then nodded. "Otis is very familiar with the area. He helped us transport a lot of things from the city before. You can ask him directly, he shouldn't have any problem helping you." When Jason found Otis, the man was repairing a truck in the yard. After hearing Jason's request, he agreed without hesitation. After what had happened, he regretted the situation with Guillermo, but there was nothing he could do to help. However, when he heard Jason's request, he willingly accepted. "There are several pharmacies and warehouses nearby. As for the things you mentioned, I'm not entirely sure." Otis had taken Jason and the others to a pharmacy a bit of a distance from the farm, where there was actually a small town. Jason didn't really expect to find warehouses in perfect condition to store supplies, but it was a shame that Otis didn't know about these places. Now, they would have to check them one by one in order. Boom, boom, boom. On the street outside the pharmacy, the place was eerily deserted, and the silence of the air was broken by loud banging on the door, making Glenn and the others tense up. Immediately, the walkers inside the pharmacy were drawn to the door by the sudden noise. After making some noise to draw the walkers' attention and ensure they wouldn't be taken by surprise later, Jason had no intention of going in directly. At his side, Shane and Rick stood guard on both sides. Neither of them intended to go in, so they decided to break the glass by force. With a single strike, the pharmacy window shattered, and the ugly faces of two walkers appeared immediately. Puff, puff, the sound of two sharp objects piercing rotten flesh echoed. Rick and Shane's daggers sank into the walkers' heads almost simultaneously, and Jason also slashed one of the walkers behind them to death as it followed him. Go in and be careful. Rick reminded everyone to enter the pharmacy slowly. It was a relatively large pharmacy, about 100 square meters, with shelves full of various medicines that were still usable. The expressions of those who had initially been hesitant about large-scale scavenging quickly turned into ones of joy. Ha ha ha, honey, we hit the jackpot. Shane ran his hand over the boxes of medicine on the shelves with excitement. No one had expected this pharmacy to have such a complete collection of essential supplies. Everyone, pack as many medicines as possible. Start with the most important ones, then move on to the rest, Jason instructed, pointing to some shelves containing the most crucial medications. He himself didn't bother with the medicine on the shelves but went straight to the storage room in the back. He knocked lightly on the door, pressed his ear against it, and listened carefully for a few seconds. There was no familiar groaning of a walker, so Jason slowly opened the door and peeked inside. The storage room wasn't big, only about 40 square meters. Several shelves lined the interior. Jason wasn't one to wait for others to take action, so he went in directly. There were only 5 rows of shelves in total. Walking down the middle aisle, Jason finally found a corpse on the innermost shelf. However, he wasn't on guard because it was obviously a survivor who had taken their own life by swallowing a bullet through their throat. Understanding what had happened here and recalling the walkers trapped inside the pharmacy, Jason figured that the person in the storage room had likely been chased by some walkers from outside. Trapped in this storage space, where there was nothing but medicine and no other exits, they had chosen the easiest way out, ending their own life rather than being eaten alive. Jason shook his head at the heartbreaking scene. Every time he saw something like this, which was more common than it seemed, he felt anger. Most people had firearms in their hands, and there were only a few walkers around them. It should have been easy to fight their way out. Jason, are you okay? Rick's voice came from the door. Yeah, I'm fine. Rick walked up to Jason, looked at what he was silently staring at, and sighed at the sight. He patted Jason on the shoulder as if to comfort him and said in a slightly somber tone, you don't have to think too much about it. Some people simply choose a quick end to avoid suffering. In many cases, it's the best choice, honestly. Where there are those who fight, there will always be those who give up. Jason took 2 steps forward, slowly bent down, picked up the corpse's gun, handed it to Rick, and said, look at that, another good weapon? We shouldn't let it go to waste. Not long after, the group left the pharmacy, their hands full of medicine. Otis happily drove the truck, grateful that Jason's team had given him some common-use medications. His home supplies needed restocking, and he couldn't have felt better about receiving a batch of medicine without having to risk his life. Seeing Otis so happy, Jason suddenly thought that this man seemed familiar with the area, so he asked a question. By the way, Otis, do you know where the prison west of Georgia is? Georgia prison? What are you planning to do there? It's completely inaccessible. Otis's astonished look suddenly became very appealing to Jason. Sitting up straight, Jason pressed on. You know the place? Take us there, now. Jason was secretly pleased that he had finally found someone so useful. He planned to head there immediately. Chapter 37, Discovering the Objective. Do you know where? Hurry, take us there. Shane heard Jason's words and couldn't help but ask the same question again. Shane's slightly excited tone completely confused Otis, but he still explained everything calmly. The prison west of Georgia is a bit far from here. It will take about 40 minutes to drive there, just one way. By then, it will be dark, considering the time. Why don't we go first thing in the morning? At that moment, Jason looked up at the sky, at the sunset. He figured Otis was right, so he didn't insist further, and everyone quickly returned to the farm. If he thought about it, right now, with the medicine, they weren't in a good position to continue exploring. They needed to return first, drop off everything they had collected today, and then decide whether to keep searching. Morgan turned his head to look at Jason, who stood beside him with a pensive expression. Even though he seemed like a good leader, Morgan constantly felt that Jason was being cautious about something, and it was making him more impatient. He hoped that after taking the prison, he could finally get some answers. Sensing Morgan's gaze, Jason turned his head to see the other man's somewhat intrigued expression. He looked around, and after hesitating for a moment, he said, lately, I feel like it would be better to leave the city. Something tells me that the longer we stay, the less trustworthy people outside will become. Shane heard these words and nodded. He knew that out there, many bastards were causing havoc and killing innocent people. They couldn't afford to trust every survivor they rescued and had to always stay alert. At noon the next day, in the lobby of the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention. All right, rookies, we've just taught you everything there is to teach. Now it's up to you to see how much you can do when the time comes. Okay, grab a weapon and go to my kill. Assign you to a team to operate together. Merle finished his final survival training explanations. After that, he pointed out that he had nothing more to teach them, so they should continue learning from other instructors. For now, his presence was needed to work as a community guard. At that moment, Merle was half lying on a couch, his eyes half closed. He didn't care about anything else after finishing his task. Now, he just smiled and made people around him uncomfortable. But everyone present seemed to have gotten used to his behavior. Not only did they not feel uneasy, but some even joked and argued with him. After understanding that the rules had to be followed upon entering the SCT community, he and all the survivors realized how important they were for this place to remain sustainable and continue growing. The vast majority of guards here were military, and those who weren't had learned enough to know how to move, fight, and use a weapon. At first, some people complained about the attitude of certain guards during training. But after hearing that if they didn't accept these methods, they wouldn't be allowed to stay and that finding a safe place outside the community was nearly impossible, most of them stopped complaining. Once all the assigned trainees had finished their survival training, the two Dixon brothers were left alone. Daryl took his crossbow and began cleaning it while talking to his brother. Any news about the people who went looking for a new shelter? Staying in this place is becoming torture. At this rate, we're not doing anything else. Does Jason just want us stuck here teaching that bunch of morons how to survive? Merle, who had been half lying down without moving, finally reacted. He simply looked at his brother Daryl with an amused expression and then said lazily, "Relax, my good brother, we won't be here much longer. If I'm right, we'll be heading out soon to support the others." Merle paused for a moment and then said in a mocking tone, "I'm sure those virus researchers won't be making a cure anytime soon, so this whole mess will drag on for a lot longer." After speaking, he grabbed a bottle of alcohol beside him and took a sip. Merle felt that this place wouldn't be ideal for survival much longer. Now, most of the group under Jason's orders was clearing out the city and taking a lot of things they didn't really need. Why were they collecting tanks, helicopters, and hundreds of Humvees with machine guns? It was obvious that Jason was preparing for a future where the world's order would belong to whoever had the most weapons. Daryl didn't say a word when he heard his brother speak. He simply continued cleaning his crossbow. Seeing his brother's silence, Merle looked at him and, with a smirk, said, "I heard Jason almost shot you last time when you were out hunting at the quarry. Is that true?" With a cold expression, Daryl stood up and said loudly, "It was nothing. I almost put an arrow in his chest too, you get that?" Ha ha ha. Merle didn't respond, he just grinned at his brother. "Your laughter is extremely annoying, you know that." Daryl looked at his brother, not quite understanding his attitude. "But you're carrying the new crossbow he gave you, and now you have hundreds of arrows thanks to Jason. I suppose it won't be long before you fall for him like everyone else has." Just as Daryl was about to respond, the radio on the table suddenly crackled. "ZZ. Can anyone hear me? This is Jason, respond." Daryl froze, looked at Merle, and Merle grabbed the radio from the table and tossed it to his brother. "Come on, brother, don't leave the burden of being the group's spokesperson all to me. Get involved, find some love." Ha ha ha. Daryl caught the radio his brother had thrown, sneered, and pressed the response button. "ZZ. Copy that? This is Daryl. ZZ. Daryl, get Yana and Felipe together, I have something important to say. ZZ. Hold on a moment, I'll contact you later." Lowering the radio, Daryl tossed it back to Merle, then turned away and said, "You can handle it yourself, I'm not gonna be a dim messenger for those rookies." Merle smirked and walked toward the underground living area where the researchers were. Somewhere, two cars were parked on the side of the road. A young Asian man and a burly black man stood on the roofs of the two cars, keeping watch over the surroundings, while another group of people walked ahead. This group of people was Jason and the others. Otis walked at the front of the team. The long journey had left him drenched in sweat, and he was out of breath after walking a long distance, a distance that, for many, was relatively short. The group walked through the forest for more than 20 minutes when they heard Otis up ahead say, "Here, it's just ahead. There's actually a shorter path through the forest that leads to that prison. A friend of mine was locked up here before, so I know the way. But when we reached that intersection, 2 trees had fallen and blocked the road, so I found this shortcut instead. Look, we're here." A few people emerged from a forest trail, and the once dense forest suddenly became sparse, revealing a mountain with a wide open view. Everyone looked in the direction Otis was pointing, and a large-scale prison appeared before their eyes. Looking at the familiar prison in front of him, Jason felt a wave of emotion. Too many things happened in this prison in the original story after they took it, most of them tragedies. Now that he was here, he planned to turn this prison into the base for the SCT community and secure humanity's future. "This place is perfect," Rick said, looking at the prison. Filled with joy, he couldn't help but admire the place. Morgan also looked down at the prison and saw the dense cluster of walkers roaming mindlessly near the fence. He couldn't help but voice his concern. "It looks like this place has completely collapsed. Look at all those walkers." Shane expressed his doubts, looking at Jason as he said, "Jason, with all due respect, we don't know if the facilities inside are secure or not, but from what we can see, there must be hundreds of walkers in every corner of that place. I don't think moving here is a good idea. I still believe we can stay at the CDC. The facilities seem impenetrable, a safe and comfortable place." "Shane, I know you're thinking about the team, but what you need to understand is that staying at the CDC requires fuel, and the demand is enormous. Even with most of the unused equipment shut down, it's still a massive drain. So relocating the refugees is the top priority right now. We don't have a choice." Jason recognized that Shane was a very defensive and cautious person, as seen in various choices he made in the original story. He was also someone who disliked taking unnecessary risks. His reckless and irritable nature often led him to act impulsively. At that moment, Shane still wasn't convinced that the prison was a good option. He was about to argue when he heard what Jason was about to say. "Guys, do you want to know why we have to leave the CDC?" After pausing for a moment, Jason spoke in a clear voice, "It's because the CDC's fuel supply can never run out. Once we run out of fuel, all the CDC's systems will shut down. At first, I also wanted that place to be our operations center, but I had to take this factor into account." Shane asked, "Even if there's no electricity, it's still a good shelter?" Jason shook his head and continued explaining, "Do you know where we are and what the CDC actually does? The CDC stores most of the world's deadliest viruses and bacteria. Once the CDC's power supply is depleted, the central computer will automatically initiate a full decontamination." Upon hearing this, everyone present asked the same question almost simultaneously. "What do you mean by full decontamination?" "It will explode." Explode. A high-powered pulse bomb. It contains a two-stage aerosol ignition device, with destruction surpassing all known devices. Its internal devastation will annihilate everything stored inside. The effect is second only to nuclear bombs. The extreme temperature of 6,000 degrees will ignite the air and destroy every hazardous substance in the CDC. In the original story, Edwin's explanation had been shocking, and Jason vividly remembered this terrifying bomb, so he tried to explain it as best as he could. "Are you telling me we've been living on top of a bomb?" Chapter 38, The Prison is the Goal. "Are you saying we've been living on top of a bomb this whole time?" Everyone looked at Jason with disbelief written all over their faces. They had never imagined that the CDC facilities had such special features. Had they heard Jason correctly just now, or were they mistaken? Rick was also somewhat confused, so he asked angrily, "Why are you telling us this just now?" Seeing how everyone's expressions suddenly changed, Jason knew they were all upset and bewildered. But what could he do with so many problems to solve? Jason suddenly gestured for everyone to calm down. He checked the time and then looked at them with a tranquil expression. "There's nothing to worry about. Even now, the condition for the self-destruction program to activate is that fuel resources must be scarce." Jason sighed calmly. He really thought he shouldn't have to explain everything, but he still answered all their questions and pointed out, "Currently, the gasoline stored in the basement is enough to keep the CDC running for a long time. However, we've come to a conclusion it's not optimal to keep it operational." To be honest, he wanted to keep the CDC active and let the researchers continue working on a cure for the virus. That would have been ideal. But he couldn't afford that luxury with all the problems ahead and the possible events that could unfold. Jason was certain that if he kept growing in Atlanta, he would soon receive unwanted visitors. For now, he preferred to conceal his strength and not attract too much attention. When everyone heard Jason's explanation, those nearby felt somewhat relieved. But at this moment, no one wanted to return to the CDC or even consider staying there. After everyone understood the issues with the CDC and the SCT community, they all turned their heads toward the prison again. Now, the excitement in their eyes reignited. Jason knew that many couldn't understand his plans, so he could only share what they could accept and keep to himself the problems that very few could comprehend. In the future, some people would be in awe of those who were strong and maintained a safe haven. But once those strong individuals became weak in their eyes, they would start forming plans to act separately and take what little they had, revealing their selfish nature. How could Jason not think about the many things that would happen and the potential enemies that would cause trouble? He knew it all too well. That's why he had to be prepared to defend his community. He needed to take advantage of his future knowledge and be ready for all these challenges. He couldn't afford to dwell on trivial things like emotions or what others thought. He couldn't allow his thoughts to be disturbed by such minor concerns when he knew that was the weakness of many strong individuals. Jason pulled out the radio from his vest and began communicating with Daryl while focusing on what was next. Today, he only wanted to confirm the prison's location and wasn't planning to make any big moves yet. As long as his people weren't nearby, making any major moves would be foolish. Moreover, Jason knew very well that they were about 70 days into the apocalypse. The farm was still under siege by a massive horde of walkers. He didn't know exactly when it would happen, but there was still time before he needed to think about saving Herschel's family. Their agricultural skills were incredibly valuable for starting food production as soon as possible. The horses and many other resources on the farm were crucial, making Herschel's family something Jason couldn't afford to overlook. Besides, knowing that food would be their most critical need in the future, he required a massive piece of land that could provide enough food for his people year-round. However, given Herschel's stubborn nature, it was hard to guarantee that he would abandon the farm without experiencing the ups and downs of the original storyline. Jason wouldn't waste his energy on them just yet. The successive deaths of his loved ones such as Otis Shane's downfall, and Patricia's loss had deeply impacted Herschel's family and Rick's group. By this point, Herschel had already been through a lot. He had mostly recovered after quitting alcohol, but the shadow of his son's death was something he had never gotten over, which would cause problems. How could Jason solve this issue? If there hadn't been so much death and loss, how could Herschel's family have willingly left their home? They were valuable people who could greatly strengthen the SCT community. Jason could only shake his head and decide not to think about it for now. If he couldn't successfully transfer people and resources from the CDC to the prison, all his plans would collapse. If that happened, he would consider seeking out the CRM and growing within their ranks rather than continuing to pursue a future under his own ideals. ZZ. Jason, everyone is gathered. You can say what you wanted to announce. Meanwhile, Jason and the others had already returned to the road. They stood there for a moment, lost in thought, when Edwin Yanar's voice came through the radio. Jason organized the chaotic thoughts flooding his mind, took the radio, and spoke clearly, "Zizi. Alright, I have a few things to share with you. I'll keep it brief. If you have any questions, I'll answer them after my explanation." After pausing for a moment, Jason pressed the intercom button and stated, "Zizi. First, the relocation plan that we've been preparing for all this time is about to begin. Once I'm done, the others will explain in detail why this decision has been made. Second, I have to apologize to Felipe and his friends. Guillermo was injured, but it wasn't serious. He was accidentally hit by a bullet, but he's stable now and recovering. The third thing, and the most important, Merle and Daryl. You two will have to bring a group of people with whom you've had the most experience this past week, while Mike and the others take care of moving the supplies and preparing the relocation operation. Tomorrow, you'll have to bring that group to participate in a major battle and meet up with us. We've found an excellent shelter. Due to its large size, there are areas that need to be cleared. Now, you can ask any questions. Zizi. Jason, is Guillermo with you? Can I talk to him?" As soon as Jason finished speaking, Felipe's anxious voice came through the radio, and Jason could only offer brief reassurance, "Zizi. Sorry, Felipe, we're still outside where he is. Guillermo is currently in a very safe place, and someone is taking good care of him. Zizi. That's good, very good. Thanks, Jason. Stop crying like a dim bitch, give me the radio, you bastard." Felipe's grateful voice was suddenly interrupted by Merle's rough voice. "Jason? Aside from the most experienced man, all the soldiers are in the city searching for military-grade supplies, so we have very few who can help you. What do you want to do? Wait, could it be that damn prison you mentioned last time? Zizi. That's right, it's that prison. Tomorrow, lead an elite team. Remember to bring as many melee weapons as you can, but make sure you also have firearms in case you run into enemies. Oh, and don't forget food if you can bring extra supplies, even better." After long discussions, Jason finally arranged everything for the next day, and for now, they returned to the farm. Before entering the house, Jason noticed that young Jimmy had come out to greet them and informed everyone of several things, the most important being, "Your friend has woken up and is looking for you." Upon hearing this, several people quickly went inside. When they reached the room, they saw Guillermo half lying in bed, drinking a bowl of oatmeal. Everyone stepped forward, surrounding Guillermo with smiles on their faces, exchanging high fives one by one. Guillermo clasped his hands together and said to everyone, "Thank you all. I heard what Herschel said, if it weren't for you, I really could have died." Rick patted Jason on the shoulder with a smile and told Guillermo, "We're glad you're okay. There's nothing to worry about." Everyone was happy that Guillermo had woken up. There wasn't a single person who hadn't helped to ensure he was safe. "Man, it's a shame you didn't see Jason at that moment. We were all frozen, watching you bleed out on the ground, but Jason acted fast. He cut some sticks, asked several people for clothing, and in an instant, he had put together a stretcher," T-Dog said with an ironic smile. Shane joked as well, "Guillermo, I really admire you. You know, a certain someone also got shot, but he was in a coma for 2 months in the hospital." Wow. When he heard the clapping, Rick protested, "But I wasn't in a hospital, I was at the CDC. Glenn suddenly added dumbfoundedly, "Is there a difference between those two places?" Ha ha ha. After chatting for a while, the conversation shifted back to clearing the prison and other important matters. The next morning, on the small road outside the farm's entrance, a massive line of vehicles could be seen in the distance. The entire convoy was led by another modified RV. The exaggerated modifications on this RV gave everyone the impression that it wasn't just a conventional combat truck. Not long after, the huge convoy stopped in front of Herschel's house, and more than 40 people got out of the vehicles one after another. Jason and the others stepped forward, first greeting the Dixon brothers and then everyone else one by one. But many were surprised to see Andrea, Amy, Jackie, and Carol stepping out of the vehicles. As he looked further, there were many more women whose names Jason couldn't even recall, most of them likely part of Guillermo's group. Why are all these people here too? Jason's face darkened. He wasn't sexist and knew that there were very strong women who could take care of themselves, but he had made it clear that they needed to be strong fighters. Some of the women still had shaky hands when handling firearms, so despite considering that, Merle had still decided to bring many women. Jason turned to Merle and said angrily, "I asked you to bring the best fighters available. What do you think when you look at this?" Merle spread his hands innocently. "I never thought the leader of the SCT community was sexist. You're one of us, brother. But you forgot something, fighters need to eat too, don't they? Besides, they all insisted on coming." Chapter 39, The Cleanup Begins. After hearing Merle's ridiculous words, Jason felt the tension in his thoughts ease a little and decided not to pay attention to the current situation. Indeed, while violence cannot solve all problems, it could be considered beneficial for everyone to learn how to fight. "Jason, we came here voluntarily? This has nothing to do with Merle's decisions or anyone else's." Amy stepped forward, standing in front of everyone, and spoke words that some, like Shane, found ridiculous. "Besides, we also want to get used to fighting walkers. Our aim has improved a lot, my sister and I have learned many things, so we want to be useful." Andrea also smiled awkwardly when she heard her sister's words and raised her hand to greet Jason and the others. "I do too." Carol, standing among the crowd, raised her hand and spoke weakly. The only woman Jason respected, even if she was weak-minded at the moment. We can help you cook. Jackie also raised her hand generously. Yes, since it's always wise to conserve ammunition. We won't always have a large supply of bullets for them to practice shooting, Shane said, thinking the same way. Ignoring the looks from the people around him, Jason decided he wouldn't take responsibility for everyone's safety in the community one day. They would have to learn to defend themselves. While this group of people spoke, Herschel's family, standing at the door of their house, was shocked. They had assumed it was a small group searching for supplies outside. Although they had heard Jason mention the CDC and knew he still had companions, they hadn't expected so many people to arrive at once. Looking closer, none of these people seemed to be in bad condition. They were all strong men and women, some young, others middle-aged, which meant their group was definitely larger than just those who had recently arrived. When the time came, a brief meeting was held, and all the newcomers were informed of what was happening. They were planning to take over a prison occupied by walkers. Jason stood in front of the crowd and spoke in a strong, clear voice. I believe you are all now aware of why we're leaving the CDC. Securing and clearing the prison is crucial for our future. After saying that, Jason paused before continuing. Since we have a large number of people in our group, we can open several areas at once. In this mission, everyone participating must be coordinated, and remember your only job is to eliminate walkers. I don't want anyone losing their life over a simple mistake. Can you do that? We can. All right. No more wasting time, let's move now. Once everything was set, a modified RV drove down the road, followed by several other vehicles, all heading toward the prison. Driving along the road leading to the prison, Jason and his group cleared the way in no time and then simply drove straight ahead. With the path now clear, there was no need to cut through the trees to reach the prison. The road had been blocked before, but now Jason raised his hand and checked the time. It was almost 9 o'clock and saw that everyone was calm. Inside the modified RV, Jason sat in the passenger seat while Dale Horvath drove. Beside them were Otis, Glenn, and, surprisingly, Maggie. I told you it wasn't necessary for you to be here, Otis. This time, it could be really dangerous. And you, Maggie. Herschel is going to be furious when he realizes you're not home and questions your sister. I'm fully aware of my own decisions. Besides, this has nothing to do with my dad. I'm not here for you either. Jason didn't bother looking at Maggie, but when he saw the goofy smile on Glenn's face, his expression turned to surprise. Since when did those two get so close? Otis, sitting in the last row, hesitated for a moment. He looked at Jason, and their eyes met before he finally spoke. Jason, just because I live with Herschel doesn't mean I agree with his way of thinking. Those things aren't sick people. I go hunting often, and I know those things aren't human anymore. Noticing that everyone's attention was on him, Otis continued, I don't think we can stay on the farm forever. If we ever encounter a large enough number of walkers, we'd have no choice but to run. So I hope you can convince Herschel to leave that place and move somewhere safer. Seeing the tense atmosphere, Rick looked at Otis's somewhat serious expression and said, I don't think Herschel is considering moving anywhere. I had a conversation with him earlier and learned that his family has taken care of the farm for many years. It's not easy for him to just leave that place. I had the same thought, Jason said with certainty, but considering that the walkers from the city are expanding outward, a massive horde will soon form. Once the farm is in their path, the outcome won't be good for them. Hearing Jason's words, Otis envisioned a massive swarm of walkers overrunning the farm, and a chill ran down his spine. He shuddered, and his concerns grew heavier. Seeing this, Jason sighed, gripped his weapon, and said, You don't have to worry. I'll talk to Herschel as soon as possible and help him make the right decision to save himself and his family. Otis could only nod, as there was nothing else to do at the moment. I'll help convince my dad too. Upon hearing this, Maggie looked at Glenn beside her, and the two silently held hands. After some time, several cars slowly pulled up at the prison's main entrance. Everyone exited in an orderly fashion, wielding melee weapons. They immediately formed a perimeter and began taking out the surrounding walkers one by one. Glenn used a bolt cutter to snap the prison gate's lock while the others continued clearing out nearby walkers. Jason observed everything calmly. As soon as the group began moving efficiently with their weapons, he knew they had trained extensively. As he moved forward, he nodded while standing in the center of the prison. Although the prison facilities looked old, the entrance consisted of a double gate with a wire mesh structure. Beside the gate was a watchtower, with a sign bearing the prison's name fixed to its wall. Looking inside, there was a large yard, likely the prison's recreational area. At that moment, the yard was overrun with walkers, and even the walls were littered with corpses. Everyone quickly entered through the gate, and Glenn and Daryl immediately shut and locked it. The walkers gathered outside the fence came to a halt. The prison was designed with both an inner and outer fence, and the group was currently in the open space between them. Jason took charge immediately, drawing everyone's attention as he assigned tasks. Listen up, everyone. Daryl and Merle, take 15 people to the west side. Shane and Morgan, you take another 15 to the opposite side. The rest will follow me. Stay on high alert, take your positions, make noise, and draw the walkers from outside the fence. Oh, my God, look at that. A young man suddenly pointed toward the entrance leading to the inner yard. Everyone turned in that direction and saw that the sliding gate was open, with a large number of walkers inside. According to the original plan, I'll close that gate. Jason signaled everyone to proceed to their designated positions. That's too dangerous. There are too many walkers inside. Jason motioned for everyone to stay quiet and then said, "All right, as planned, we need our best shooters. Shane and Rick, get to the towers on both sides. Everyone else, fire freely and clear out the walkers in the yard. Make sure you don't waste any ammunition," Rick added as he moved into position. Seeing the group's determination, no one objected further, and they ran to their posts. Once in place, they started making noise. Glenn held the yard gate and warned Jason, "Be careful. On the count of 3, 2, 1, now." With that, he pulled the gate open with all his strength, producing a loud metallic screech. At that moment, Jason held a pistol with a silencer in his left hand and a machete in his right. The moment the gate opened, he swiftly dashed forward. The adrenaline coursing through his veins heightened his senses, making his heart pound faster and sending oxygen surging to his limbs. Jason felt truly exhilarated. He swung his machete, cutting down 2 passing walkers. Blood splattered in all directions, staining both his weapon and his hands. Moments later, the 2 walkers collapsed to the ground. Chapter 40, In Depth, Part 1. The distance from the gate was getting shorter, and the number of walkers around Jason was increasing. Bang, bang, bang. At that moment, gunshots rang out everywhere. The walkers, not far from Jason's position, dropped to the ground one after another, leaving the small group unharmed and able to continue forward. After scanning his surroundings, Jason didn't hesitate and rushed ahead without stopping. Now that he was in this situation, there was no room for mistakes. He didn't care where the walkers were positioned, he only focused on those ahead of him who hadn't yet been taken down by the snipers. Seeing Jason charging forward, Rick and the others didn't hold back either. They focused on shooting the nearest walkers to ease his path. Bullets continued tearing through the air. With a swift movement, Jason dodged the grasp of the first walker on his right, twisted his body, and slashed its neck with his machete. The immense force behind his swing severed the walker's head in one clean strike. At the same time, gripping his machete tightly, he turned to another walker and beheaded it just as easily. Crack, crack. In just a few seconds, the sound of 2 consecutive strikes echoed as 2 walker heads hit the ground. Coagulated black blood spurted out, and the walkers' rotting bodies collapsed. Confident in his skills, Jason paid them no further attention. As he advanced toward his objective, he spotted another walker nearby. It had likely been drawn by the noise in the area and soon fixated on him, moving slowly in his direction. But it was too late for the walker to even raise its arms and attempt to bite Jason, a killing machine. As soon as the creature stepped in his way, the sharp blade of Jason's machete sliced clean through its neck, severing the head entirely. Crack. After dispatching the third walker, Jason raised his silenced pistol and quickly eliminated the ones directly ahead, who were getting closer and closer. One walker blocked Jason's path. Due to their close proximity, he couldn't raise his gun in time to shoot, leaving him with only one option, a fast maneuver. Without giving the walker a chance to advance further, he took a few quick steps forward, lifted his foot, and powerfully kicked the rotting body, sending it crashing to the ground. Finally, with the area clear of walkers, Jason grabbed the railings on either side of the gate with both hands and pulled forcefully, closing the open section that had divided the yard from the massive horde of walkers on the other side. Once the gate was shut, Jason turned to look at the people behind him. There were only a few remaining walkers, who were swiftly dealt with by a few more shots. Then, he turned toward one of the towers and opened the door. Inside the entrance of the watchtower, Jason encountered a walker wearing a security guard uniform. Without a second thought, he rushed to eliminate it. Reacting swiftly, Jason lifted his foot and kicked the walker's body, creating distance between them. He took 2 steps forward and drove his machete straight into the walker's forehead. Crack! The walker's skull was pierced, black blood splattered against the wall, and once everything was settled, Jason closed the door behind him. He did it? Ha ha ha, crazy bastard. Merle exclaimed with a loud laugh. Now let's clear out the remaining walkers. Daryl shouted. As soon as the words left his mouth, the gunfire around them intensified. Within minutes, no more walkers were moving in the prison's main yard. We need to go inside. Everyone rushed toward the spacious yard, and some couldn't help but cheer. While the CDC had been a refuge, its narrow underground space had been truly suffocating. But now, they could finally feel the grass beneath their feet and see open space all around them, filling them with excitement for the future. No one could suppress their smiles. Jason also walked happily across the tower. This place would be easy to defend and an excellent location to house everyone. Jason, you're incredible. Glenn ran forward excitedly and praised him. Jason, always modest and never one to bask in praise, didn't dwell on the compliment. After retrieving his M4 from one of his men, he said, "Now, bring in the trucks and vehicles from outside. We need to check that all the walkers are down. We have to make sure this place is completely free of infection. Once we've confirmed that, gather the bodies in the farthest section and burn them." Saying this, Jason looked at Rick and gestured toward the inner yard. "There's still a lot of work to do. Let's finish this quickly so we can move forward." "Understood. No problem." Upon hearing this, everyone sprang into action, staying busy for quite some time. After handling the first phase, they all gathered in front of the fence leading to the inner yard once more. Gazing at the walkers beyond the fence, Jason quickly devised a plan to eliminate them without taking casualties. There was also a back courtyard inside the yard, where a large number of particularly dangerous walkers had gathered. Jason knew this all too well. If too many people advanced at once, casualties were inevitable. Facing these complex walkers, survival was nearly impossible unless the bite was limited to a limb. Alright, let's split into several groups and take turns making noise in this area. We need to lure the walkers to the fence and eliminate them safely. After much consideration, Jason decided that killing them from the other side of the fence was the safest option. Some thought he was being overly cautious, but no one voiced any objections. It was better to have a careful leader who thought things through 10 times before acting than a reckless one who rushed them into danger without considering his people. Everyone could tell that Jason genuinely cared about their lives, which made them feel valued. Jason walked up to the fence and struck it with his machete, producing a loud clang. Nearby walkers, drawn by the noise, slowly made their way toward the gate. However, Jason's eyes weren't focused on them. He was watching the corner behind the wall. The group in front of the fence had already started picking off the walkers one by one. Then, Jason finally saw some walkers emerging from the corner. Soon, their numbers grew denser. At that moment, the others, who had been eliminating the walkers near the fence, also noticed the growing horde they hadn't seen before. Seeing the sheer number of approaching walkers, they all shuddered, silently grateful for Jason's caution. After more than an hour of cleanup, the walkers on the other side of the fence finally became scarce, and the area where the sliding gate had been sealed was now clear. However, the ground was densely covered with corpses. After making a decision, several people took charge of opening the gate, and Jason took the initiative to rush in, clearing out the last walkers wearing riot gear. Many already knew how to deal with these walkers, he had demonstrated it, and the rest were able to replicate it easily. Once again, everyone transported the piled-up corpses to a hill near the exit. A long time had already passed. When everything calmed down and night had fallen, Jason had no intention of moving forward, so he ordered everyone to set up camp in the area and prepare dinner. Everyone was truly exhausted that day. After setting up the tents, they all sat around the fire, waiting for the others to finish cooking, while Jason carefully inspected the fence outside for any damage. Daryl stood on the roof of the modified RV, not far away, keeping watch over the surroundings with sharp eyes. Just as Jason was about to step away, he heard a voice beside him. "You're a good leader." Seeing Jason's solitary figure in the corner, Morgan suddenly spoke. Hearing this, Jason looked at Morgan without saying anything. Everyone considered him someone special, but in reality, he was just preparing for the future, increasing his chances of survival to shape the future according to his desires. He had no intention of being at a disadvantage against more powerful organizations. That's why he needed to use his knowledge to create opportunities and earn the respect of those around him. Yeah, you have great vision, and you truly care about people. If it weren't for your help, I might not have made it. Rick agreed with Morgan's words. I'm just someone who happened to be in the right place at the right time in your lives. I also hope that if I ever need help, you'll be there to save me, Jason said jokingly, though his words reflected some of his true desires. Of course, all of us would come to save you if you ever needed our help, Shane said with a slight smile. If I weren't here, Rick or Shane would be good leaders. They both have what it takes to lead. After a brief exchange of words, silence returned. It seemed like everyone was lost in their own thoughts, and no one took the initiative to speak. Several young people and women who had not actively participated in the cleanup approached with large pots of food, and everyone began receiving their meals. On the roof of a distant RV, Carol brought food to Daryl, who was alone. Eat something. You can't ignore hunger, even if you're on watch, Carol said, handing him the food. Our leader sure keeps the good food for us, huh? Daryl remarked sarcastically as he accepted the meal. Don't be so hard on him. In my opinion, he's done quite well. At least we're all still alive. While everyone else was resting, he was the only one who took the trouble to check the surroundings. He's the best leader we've had so far. Daryl ate in silence. In truth, he knew very well that Jason was a good leader after all, even his brother said so. He just felt a little distant because there was a gap in communication between them. As Daryl was thinking about this, he noticed Carol reaching out to massage her shoulder, and he couldn't help but ask, "What's wrong?" "The recoil from the gun was so strong that it hurt my shoulder," Carol replied, showing slight pain on her face. "Come here, let me check," Daryl said, setting his food aside and motioning for Carol to turn around before touching her shoulder. "You're very romantic. Are you trying to get a chance with me?" Carol joked. Their friendship had grown much stronger. Ever since she stood up to her husband Ed, Carol had been protected by everyone in the community, and Daryl was one of the ones who had taken the most initiative in helping her. "Stop joking," Daryl said as he stood up from the RV roof, intending to go relieve himself. "I'm serious," Carol replied. Haha. Chapter 41, In Depth, Part 2. In the prison's main yard, silence filled the surroundings. Today had truly been a day full of intense emotions. Everyone had felt the world in its full splendor through all these explosive experiences. Around a campfire, everyone sat immersed in silence. But in the next moment, someone clapped. Everyone looked up and saw Rick, who seemed to have something to say. "I know we're all very tired. You've worked hard today. Get a good rest tonight. Tomorrow, we'll move deeper into the prison, which means we'll have a great shelter in the future." Rick paused, looked at everyone, and continued, "Once we renovate the inside of the prison, it'll be a great place to live. Based on what we've seen, there's a large kitchen, an armory, and an infirmary, so we need to clean this place thoroughly before moving resources inside." "Rick is right," Establishing ourselves here is only the first step in the plan, and it's also the most important one to ensure our survival, Jason said seriously, his gaze sweeping over everyone around the fire. Then he looked down at the ground and added, I think many of you are a little confused about our future and unsure how to handle it. The only thing I can tell you is that once we settle in this prison, we'll strengthen the defenses around it to increase our security. The goal is to continue taking in new survivors, and then I'll teach you more about how to secure your own lives. Next, we need to have our own resources, grow food in large quantities, and eventually expand our influence. Only when our numbers grow will we be able to do much more. After hearing Jason's words, everyone became interested and excited at the idea of welcoming more survivors into their community. Captivated by his words, they paid close attention to what he was about to say. You might think what I'm saying isn't realistic. Right now, it isn't. But I'm telling you the truth, this is the end of the world. Survival resources will be the most important thing in the days to come. How can we ensure we have infinite resources and never worry about food? By planting, raising livestock, and manufacturing just a small part of what we'll need. Jason paused to let his words sink in. Then, in a clear voice, he continued, you know, as time passes and the outside world gets worse, we'll experience unimaginable things. That's when we'll truly see the cruelty of human nature. We'll witness massacres over a single bite of food or a glass of water. If I had a choice, I'd rather none of us ever have to go through such things, but that's impossible. That's why we must strengthen our community and defend ourselves against anyone who intends to harm us. Only when we are so strong that no one even dares to think about hurting us will we be able to set the rules. Believe me when I say that in the future, we will create a world where no one will do anything that could harm us. God once said, never repay evil with evil, act in such a way that everyone sees we are honorable people. Do everything possible to live in peace with everyone, and most importantly, never take revenge. Jason looked at everyone and said in a serious tone, at some point, we'll have to do things we never dreamed of doing. But I'm telling you now, let justice take care of it. From this moment on, I will be the one to take revenge. I will make them pay for what they deserve. Never let evil defeat you. Those who had never wandered the outside world couldn't understand just how cruel it would become in the final days. Surviving was much harder than anyone imagined. That's why most survivors preferred to travel long distances to remote places rather than venture into a city. Anyone thinking of leaving and taking their own path would have to face a world that had become a jungle. If they weren't strong or intelligent, they would be devoured by the stronger and wiser. Many in the SCT community had never known hunger and thirst, and Jason wanted them to be aware of the struggles many others faced. Then, Jason finally said, I hope you all remember what I said. If you want to be part of the SCT community and a part of this change, we must live as a family. Internal conflicts won't be tolerated, the formation of separate groups won't be allowed, and indiscriminate killing of innocent people won't be permitted. We will also not tolerate anyone intimidating our people. Anyone who tries to destroy our world, our SCT community, will know the face of devastation. Suddenly, Merle's rough voice broke the silence. Jason, do you really know how to farm? I was thinking about a little cannabis field. I figure that kind of crop could be really helpful for us. Besides, we'll have to think about recreating things we don't know much about. Everyone stared at Merle in silence. Was this really a problem worth focusing on right now? Was he serious? Hearing Merle's words, Jason shifted his gaze to him as he stood up and said, well, there are books and manuals among the resources I've gathered over time, and we also have many skilled people with that kind of knowledge. But even if we didn't, I think I could figure it out without too much trouble. Huh. Jason heard a few murmurs among the crowd. He was genuinely confident in his abilities and saw no need to hide it. From the beginning, Jason had studied many things that would be useful in the future and had never truly relied on finding people with specific skills. That's why, while at the CDC, he dedicated himself to studying. He continuously improved not just physically but also in terms of knowledge. Internally, I think we should clarify the division of labor and announce the positions for leaders of smaller groups. Of course, once we fully occupy this place, we'll hold votes to consider everyone's opinions. Up to now, I've been leading the SCT community, but that could change if you all wish. Someone else can take the leadership position if they have better skills than I do. Jason didn't want to be an authoritarian leader. He preferred to listen to others before taking absolute control by force. No, I vote for Jason. So do I. I think the same. Everyone present raised their hands, showing their agreement that Jason should continue leading the SCT community, including Rick and Shane, who had nothing to say. Jason didn't refuse, either. Although everyone had followed his orders before, that kind of obedience had only lasted while the CDC was operational because he had provided them with food and security. But after many days, everyone had learned to fight, and leadership roles had formed subjectively among those closest to Jason. Jason stood up, rubbed his hands together in appreciation, and then said, "Thank you for your trust and support. Since you still agree that I should lead, I won't refuse. But just like at the CDC, we need some people to help manage this place alongside me." Seeing that everyone agreed with his words, Jason pointed to two people in the group and said, "Rick and Shane, these two great men are experienced police officers. I recommend them, along with Sam Valdez and Tommy, to be the leaders of the combat team. Then there's Guillermo, who will be the security captain for now. Guillermo was also involved in all aspects of coordination before the end of the world. I recommend him for the position of internal leader. Finally, Merle and Daryl, although these two are not security guards, they both have strong survival skills in the field and are responsible for some training. Choosing them would be the right decision. What do you think? While discussing this, Jason didn't notice that Daryl gave him a complicated look, and everyone agreed. I support it. We have no objections. Of course, these titles are just for the division of labor, and we won't force anyone to take on a role if they don't agree. We are also trying to survive, just like you. If one day our orders put the group at risk, everyone has the option not to follow them. Jason's serious attitude was once again supported by everyone present. The next morning, everyone woke up early and ate something, but when they got up, they saw Jason carrying some wood in his arms. Sir, what are you doing with that wood? Since the vote was finalized last night, people had started calling Jason Sir or Captain. These titles also applied to others, but Merle made it clear that he didn't like that kind of nonsense. When Jason heard the question, he smiled and replied, I'm trying to make a few small things. With the help of the others, Jason attempted to make a kind of shield for those who didn't have riot shields. The plastic shields on the ground weren't enough for everyone. After some time, Jason and the others managed to create makeshift wooden shields that looked sturdy. These shields were different from the plastic ones, but they provided the same function. To be honest, he was just practicing while everyone else woke up. He wanted to see if this method was actually viable. Merle stood to the side, observing the shield, and said, well, this thing would actually be useful. Once everyone was ready, Jason instructed those carrying wooden or plastic riot shields to take the lead, and they finally entered through the prison gate. Chapter 42, In Depth, Part 3. Due to the lack of electricity, the interior of the prison was very dark, but this didn't bother anyone. With flashlights on their weapons and in their hands, illumination wasn't the problem as they walked through the hallways. Not long after entering, they arrived at a spacious hall without encountering any obstacles. The place was truly a mess. The situation on the upper floor was temporarily unknown, but it appeared to be some kind of warning room, while the lower floor was filled with overturned tables and chairs, large amounts of trash on the ground, and a thick layer of dust covering everything. Upon stepping inside, Jason scanned his surroundings as he slowly and silently moved forward with the others. He took in the environment, breathing in that mixture of dust and dampness. Daryl walked toward the iron door leading to the cells. He shook it forcefully, only to find that it was locked. Turning his head, he whispered, it's locked. We need to find the key to get in. Everyone spread out and began searching the room. After a while, they heard Felipe's voice coming from the guard room on the second floor. I found it. Jason rushed up to the second floor, looked at Felipe, and walked toward him at the guard room. He saw Felipe looking hesitant to enter, so he leaned in to take a look and immediately recalled this scene upon seeing the guard sitting inside the small room. A corpse was slumped in the chair, its head completely tilted back, motionless. Looking at it from the front, it was impossible to tell whether it was a walker or just a corpse, while the keys hung from its waist. Even though he vaguely remembered that this guard was completely dead, Jason still moved cautiously. He slowly extended his hand, took the keys from the guard's waist, and also grabbed the guard's gun. Turning around, Jason looked at Felipe and handed him the weapon. We can't leave anything behind. Keep that gun. The guard is just a corpse, and we need to clean it up. With that, Jason headed down the stairs, the keys in his hand. Felipe, on the other hand, swallowed hard. He had come because he heard that Guillermo was injured, but he never expected to end up in a place like this. Now that Jason had the keys, the rest of the problem could be easily solved. The prison was filled with iron doors and bars. Without saying a word, even before stepping inside, their priorities were clear. Without hesitation, they entered the first section. When Jason unlocked the barred door, to everyone's surprise, there were very few walkers in the cells. Even on the first floor, not a single walker was found. Only 1 or 2 corpses lay on the ground, each with a bullet wound to the head. It was more than clear that everyone here had been killed. Most were likely eliminated before they could turn into walkers. After opening the second floor, Jason and the others finally found a few walkers inside some of the cells. However, since the doors were completely shut, Rick and the others easily took them down. There are 12 cells in this unit, and each room can hold 2 to 3 people, meaning a maximum of about 30 people per unit. Hearing this, Jason looked at the cells and said, with some partitions in the hallway, this unit could hold around 50 people. Rick examined the cell layout and was pleasantly surprised this place was more than perfect for living. No, let's count 2 people per room. This unit can accommodate 24 people. Our current group needs more space than this, but it'll work if we expand our area. Let's keep moving. Jason's plan was to check the entire place first, making sure not to leave as many unsealed gaps as in the original story, which had led to countless problems later on. Additionally, the large amount of resources he had needed to be transported to this prison, leaving nothing behind. Therefore, every corner of this place would be useful. Jason opened the next door and stepped into the hallway. He noticed that this passage was much darker due to the power outages and that this area was a deeper part of the prison. He extended his hand to stop several people carrying shields and signaled to Glenn. Give me that bag. After taking a backpack from Glenn, Jason pulled out a dozen pistols and silencers, then turned to everyone and said, the next step is crucial. We need to observe carefully in a tight, confined space. Not all of us can go in right now. For now, we need a small team. Rick, Glenn, Daryl, Morgan, will carry weapons while T-Dog holds a shield. We'll move forward, while the rest will follow Shane. He'll be in charge of checking blind spots and ensuring everything is clear inside. Remember to only do what you can. Don't rush in if things get bad, Rick reminded his friend. Shane nodded and called for the others to move to another area. Jason turned his head and noticed that neither Maggie nor Otis had gone with Shane. He was momentarily surprised and said in a low voice, "What are you two doing? Get out. Wait outside with the others. Glenn's not leaving, and I'm not leaving." Maggie seemed stubborn. Glenn kept trying to convince her to go, but she wouldn't move, gripping Glenn's hand and looking at Jason, unwilling to leave. Otis, standing behind her, looked even more confused. When did I get dragged into the front lines? At this moment, if he really didn't leave, he was surely going to die. Seeing Maggie's serious expression, Jason looked at Glenn again and simply said, "You're too kind. If anything happens, you'll have to answer to Herschel." Glenn nodded, clearly much less enthusiastic than before. Jason shook his head helplessly and could only motion for the others to head out. The passage ahead was completely dark, with half-open doors on either side. The wide corridor could only accommodate about 4 people at a time. Morgan and T-Dog stood at the front with their shields raised, while the others slowly advanced behind them. Unlike everyone else, Jason pointed out that every body on the ground that wasn't moving had to be secured, even if it made their progress slower. The search would be much more detailed this way. Once every cell, every floor, and every walker was secured, the area would be much safer for the others to clean up without risk. As a result, one could imagine how much slower their progress was. Fortunately, this ensured complete coverage. Jason would rather spend twice as much time investigating than lose good subordinates under his command. Every cell and room in the prison corridor was carefully checked by several people. The corpses on the ground were stabbed to make sure they wouldn't get up. However, the few walkers inside the cells and rooms began to unsettle the group. There hadn't been any walkers for a while. Where were they? The answer was clear, outside their cells and rooms. As the group reached a corner, the beam of their flashlights illuminated rotting faces. They saw a horde of walkers densely packed around a door. Stimulated by the light and sound, the walkers turned and started moving toward Jason and the others. Down. As soon as T-Dog and Morgan heard Jason's roar, both of them, who were in the front row, immediately slammed their shields onto the ground. Using their bodies for cover, they positioned their shields and flashlights, aiming them at the approaching walkers, illuminating the front. Just before the walkers could reach Jason, he and the others opened fire. Bang, 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 bang. One by one, bullets pierced the heads of the undead in the first row, and the entire team fired simultaneously. Bang, bang. The deafening gunfire filled the corridor with suffocating tension. Luckily, Jason had given everyone suppressed weapons, so only muffled shots could be heard as they shattered the walkers' skulls. The first row of walkers collapsed to the ground with a dull thud, followed by the second row. After the first 2 rows of undead fell, their bodies created an obstacle. The walkers in the back piled up, pushing against those in front. Some tripped over the corpses littering the ground. Jason shouted, "Focus on the ones in the back, leave the fallen ones to me." Without hesitation, Jason concentrated on dealing with the walkers on the ground. Even though everyone's aim had improved to some extent, they were still inefficient at handling so many walkers attacking from multiple directions. Even though Jason was the only one dealing with the fallen walkers, their numbers were anything but low. His speed and precision were unmatched, and his reload timing was so fast that, throughout the entire encounter, not a single walker managed to get close to his position. Chapter 43, In Depth, Part 4. As the situation unfolded, T-Dog and Morgan, who were crouched down, braced themselves to withstand the impact of the walkers at the front of the group trying to get closer. Their muscles tensed, but the impact never came. Only the sound of gunfire echoed from behind, and the roar of the walkers came from in front of them. Both men lifted their heads, filled with curiosity, to see what was happening ahead through the gaps in their shields. They quickly realized that the walkers in front of them had already been taken down, and there wasn't a single one in sight. Bang! Finally, with the last gunshot fired a few seconds later, all the walkers were eliminated. Letting out a sigh of relief, everyone couldn't help but look at Jason, somewhat stunned. Among them all, only Jason held a gun in each hand, firing with precision at every walker before him. No one was blind except for Rick, who was one of the best shooters in the group. Others occasionally missed their shots. From time to time, a stray bullet escaped from the rest, but they had definitely seen many walkers drop to the ground with a single shot to the head. So who had taken down the large number of walkers that had just fallen moments ago? It went without saying that everyone knew Jason had not only taken out the fallen walkers but had also supported the others by handling the ones behind them. This allowed everyone to clear out the large number of walkers much faster. However, considering that Jason was the leader of his own group, the others felt reassured upon witnessing his shooting skills. They were also leaders of their respective squads, but it was not uncommon to feel relieved knowing that the one leading them was so skilled. Without any rush to move forward, Jason stepped forward, shining a flashlight attached to his gun over the fallen walkers. He hadn't expected so many to appear at once, and many of them had gathered together, forming a horde. Jason, armed, could take down many walkers. If a small team with weapons could eliminate so many, what would happen if his group of experienced ex-soldiers cleared this prison? Things now seemed to be going more smoothly than he had imagined. Not only had they managed to clear this place with relative ease, but no one had been injured. Seeing that there were no living walkers left, Jason called everyone to move forward. Knowing that a single misstep could result in someone being bitten, Jason wasted no time and remained highly vigilant of his surroundings. But for now, he pushed those negative thoughts aside. He and several others behind him stepped over the corpses, and Jason then grabbed the radio on his vest and said, "ZZ, Shane, send some people in our direction to clear the bodies and pile them up with the others." "ZZ, Roger." As they continued forward, Jason and his group cautiously cleared the path. Regardless of what had just happened, everyone was eager to press on. Shortly after, they reached a door blocked by walkers and noticed that it was a double door, locked with a padlock. Looking at the door in front of him, Jason gradually recalled an old memory. This door likely led to the cafeteria. Considering the distance they had covered and the fact that their group was not yet in a secure location, as there were still people living in the cafeteria at this moment, Jason decided not to open it for now for everyone's safety. In the dark hallway, they continued moving forward. Occasionally, they encountered one or two walkers inside the cells and rooms on either side, but these didn't even require gunfire. They could be dealt with using knives. Soon, they reached the door of the next unit. It had the same design but contained many more rooms than the previous unit. Estimating around 40 rooms between both floors, no one bothered eliminating the walkers locked in the cells. After Shane continued sending people to clear the bodies in the hallways, several others kept advancing. After some time, they had cleared 2 more units. Finally, at a corner, Jason reached out and touched T-Dog's shoulder, who was ahead of him. T-Dog instantly froze in place. With tactical understanding, almost the moment T-Dog stopped, the others did as well. Stepping out of the formation, Jason reached the corner, listened carefully for any sounds, then leaned forward, aiming his gun toward the other side. Bang! A sharp sound struck metal. As soon as Jason lifted his gun, those behind him instinctively raised theirs, ready to fire. Hearing the noise stop, Jason moved behind a corner of the wall when another gunshot rang out. "It's Jason. Here, Shane." Jason signaled that they were out of danger. Lowering his weapon, he stepped out from behind the wall. "What's the situation there?" Jason asked, glancing down the corridor behind Shane, which appeared clear of walkers. Shane also holstered his gun and pointed behind him. "We cleared everything up to here and found 2 cell blocks much larger than the previous ones. There were also several cells and large rooms in the corridor, around 120 rooms. How did it go on your end?" Morgan stepped forward and said, "Counting the first unit, we cleared a total of 4 units, plus the hallway rooms around 200 rooms in total." Rick, excited, said, "With these, that's more than 500 rooms. We can easily accommodate between 500 to 1,000 people. This place is great." Jason also nodded at Rick's words, surprised by the size of the prison. However, he reminded them, this is likely the largest area of the prison. Other sections are probably smaller, but we shouldn't have a problem housing more than 1,000 people. After saying that, he pointed to the corridor with evident burn marks and explosion damage and asked, "What's the situation over there? Did you check it out?" Shane looked over, nodded, and said, "We went to check it out. That wall should be the back side of the prison. The corridor led to a unit, but it looks like it was destroyed. That unit is no longer usable, including the back wall. The yard wall is also damaged, so for now, we can only close the gate here to prevent the walkers in the forest from getting in." Jason understood that this must be where Tyree's group had entered. If it weren't for Carl, that group would probably have ended up joining the prison group. "All right, we need to move now. Everyone, come with me. There are still some areas that haven't been cleared yet." Jason turned and led the group towards several sections along the way. Jason remembered that there was an indoor activity area in the prison. That place was probably full of walkers, most likely locked inside. He wanted to move now and find that area to clear it out. As they cleared the hallways, several people discovered many special rooms. Some of them were different from the prison cells they had passed along the way. Logically, these should be some of the prison's support facilities. Several people entered the first special room and discovered that it was the prison infirmary. Aside from some medical equipment, there weren't many medications, but there were gauze and disinfectants. This area was definitely valuable. As Jason moved from room to room, a thought suddenly crossed his mind. There was a small problem. They needed a suitable place to relocate the CDC lab later. Finding a large enough area to set up the lab was now a priority, and it had to be separate from the sleeping quarters. While thinking about this, Jason turned his head and said to Shane, "Tell the people outside to check if there's a separate structure on site. It needs to be a large space. If they find one, it has to be cleared immediately." "Got it." Some people left the infirmary and soon reached the second room next door. The door here was made of heavy metal, but it wasn't locked. As the door was slowly opened, the growls of a few walkers could be heard from inside. Jason opened the door and saw several metal machines on both sides of the room's entrance. Looking further in, there were only 2 walkers heading toward the door. Crack! A crossbow bolt and a dagger pierced the walkers' foreheads at the same time. Jason pulled his knife out of the walker's head while turning to nod at Daryl. Daryl nodded back, and both of them entered the room. The place resembled a factory room filled with equipment and pipes. There were various types of machinery, including generators, pipelines, and power sources. If conditions allowed, electricity could be generated sooner than originally planned. Daryl walked toward the large generator, took a look, and discovered that Jason was surprised to see there was still fuel in the tank. There were also several oil drums next to it, all filled. Even though they already had a lot of fuel stored, who wouldn't want more for the future? Everyone got excited upon realizing that this place was incredible and full of hidden resources. Chapter 44, In Depth, Part 5. As everyone delved deeper into the prison, more supplies were gradually discovered. Although they were all practical, they remained useful. For example, someone found a large amount of clothing and bed sheets, as well as pots and pans in the storage room at the back. While these items had little value in the past, in recent days, any material was crucial for survival. Someone also found an important arsenal in the corner of the prison. Most of the weapons in it were well preserved, but the total number of firearms was not even half of what they should have been, as many of them were outside with the now-dead security guards. Fortunately, there were still plenty of untouched ammunition. As reports came in one after another, Jason and the others grew excited. Obviously, they were now more motivated in their search. At this moment, the entire area had already been cleared, and there were no walkers in sight. While more than half of the group had been cleaning out the walkers and securing key locations, a group of 12 people stood behind the cafeteria door. Standing at the main entrance, Glenn took the bolt cutter and snapped the chain. The chain broke apart and fell to the ground. Thanks to Shane's great help, there were now about 15 armed people at the cafeteria entrance. Half of them held silenced weapons, while Jason and the others carried assault rifles. Right now, this group had the chilling appearance of an army. Everyone breathed slowly, dressed in black tactical uniforms. Every part of their limbs was protected by gear, and they all wore bulletproof vests, prepared to face anyone standing in their way. The most experienced individuals were at the front of the group. One stood on each side, exchanging hand signals before starting a countdown. When the count hit 0, they suddenly opened the door, and the entire group entered the room with their weapons raised. The cafeteria was the last place to be cleared in this area, and to everyone's surprise, there were no walkers inside, just a large open space. But that wasn't the main concern. There were 5 people in prisoner uniforms standing in front of them. They were all near a glass window, staring at them. Jason's group, who had been well informed, was shocked to see these people. As soon as Jason and the others exchanged glances, they stepped forward one after another. A dozen more people entered the room slowly, their weapons still aimed at the group of 5 prisoners. Jason watched as everyone moved forward. The leader of the prisoner group had a pistol tucked into his waistband, his long hair tied back in a ponytail. From his expression, Jason recalled that this person's name was Thomas. Behind Thomas stood a thin, dark-skinned man named Andrew. The other 3 were Big Tiny, the talkative Axel, and the kind-hearted Oscar. As Jason took a step forward, he looked at Thomas and Andrew, his gaze turning cold. These 2 definitely couldn't stay among his people. In the past, Rick had failed to deal with Andrew due to an oversight, which led to having a hidden enemy in the prison. But Jason would not make that mistake. He would never make a rookie mistake. As soon as he stepped forward, an intense sense of danger surged from within Jason's heart. The hairs on his entire body stood on end, as if the mantle of death had completely covered him. But the feeling came and went quickly. Before he could react, it vanished from his body. His posture stiffened slightly, and a few cold sweat drops trickled down his forehead. Jason took a deep breath and watched the prisoners with even more vigilance. Daryl raised his hand crossbow, stepped forward, and warned Thomas, who had just stepped out, "Don't come any closer, stay right there. Who are you? Are you from the military?" Standing in front of more than a dozen people dressed in black tactical suits, Thomas instantly lost the nerve to draw his weapon. Although he was a murderer, he wasn't an idiot, and Andrew behind him was nothing more than a coward hiding behind a tough exterior. Seeing that the other party had no intention of answering his questions, Thomas simply raised his hands to show his surrender. He could tell that the roughest-looking man in front of him was the team's leader, so he directly asked Jason again, "Are you here to rescue us? Are you with the military?" "You don't get to ask questions in this situation," Rick said coldly. You're prisoners from this place. Why are you locked in the cafeteria?" Jason took 2 steps forward and stopped a little over a meter away from the 5 men. Recalling the feeling he had just experienced, he was absolutely certain that a strong murderous intent had been directed at him when he entered this room. So he had no intention of answering Thomas's questions. Instead, he acted naturally according to his group's interests and the questions already forming in their minds. Thomas narrowed his eyes and scanned the room, finally focusing on Jason. Seeing that no one else was speaking, he cautiously replied, "A prison guard locked us in here and gave me a gun. Here." After speaking, Thomas pulled out his pistol and waved it in front of Jason as if to hand it over. But Jason, although he wouldn't judge sins that hadn't yet been committed, wouldn't be naive enough to forgive everyone either. Crack. My hand. Thomas's hand, which was holding the gun, was instantly grabbed by Jason. With a bit of effort, Thomas's wrist twisted, and the gun fell to the ground. Andrew, who was behind Thomas, reacted quickly and raised a baseball bat in his hands, but his body froze as he felt the cold barrel of a rifle against his right side. Before he even realized it, someone from Jason's group was already pointing a rifle at his head. Meanwhile, Daryl also rushed forward, aiming his crossbow at Thomas, who was about to resist. Just as the others behind Jason, Daryl, and Rick reacted, Jason, with support, had already taken control of the situation, and the rest of the prisoners' group slowly backed away. At that moment, Jason smiled amicably and looked at Andrew. I don't need to know who you five are. There should be a record in this place with all your information and the shit you did to end up here, so we'll talk about your situation after we get that information. For now, you just have to wait. Looking at Andrew, Jason whispered softly, I don't need to know anything else about you anymore, you're already dead. Upon hearing that, the baseball bat in Andrew's hands fell to the ground. With that said, Jason turned his head and told the people behind him, take them to a unit, lock them up separately. Only after we sort things out here will we decide what happens to them. Yes, sir. Several team members walked up behind the 5 prisoners, aimed their weapons at them, took away whatever arms they were holding, and then escorted them outside. Thomas looked at Jason bitterly. He shouldn't have hesitated at that moment. If he had taken control of the situation when he had the chance, he and the others wouldn't have been locked up as soon as they stepped out of the kitchen. But deep down, he knew that if he had attacked Jason, he would already be a corpse. After the 5 prisoners were taken away, Jason looked at Shane and said, there should be a database in this place. We need to find it and see why these 5 were arrested to determine if they're telling the truth or not. Why don't we just send them out of the prison? Daryl thought it would be a good idea to let them try their luck on their own. I think that would be a good idea. Rick agreed with Daryl's words. He didn't want to accept these 5 prisoners, but when it came to executing them, he felt he couldn't do it. He simply hadn't experienced enough yet. The team members also discussed their opinions, and most agreed on sending some of them out of the prison. Jason didn't answer right away but instead posed a hypothesis. These people are very familiar with the prison, even more than we are. If we release them, they might take revenge by cutting the barbed wire fence around us while we're not paying attention. Then, they could lure in a massive horde of walkers. What do you think would happen to us then? The people around him fell silent. None of them were sure if that would actually happen, but they couldn't argue against it. Jason looked at everyone's expressions and knew what they were struggling with. He sighed, and his tone suddenly became serious and heavy. This is the end of the world? If we treat strangers with kindness, all we'll get in return is a hard hit that will knock us to the ground. The only people we can trust are our own community. Every stranger is an enemy until we've watched them long enough. I don't want to be careless. You all saw how that guy with the bat almost attacked me just now. Do you really think they would have hesitated to kill me if they had the chance? Chapter 45, full of discoveries. We didn't know each other before, but now are we nothing more than just simple friends? Morgan frowned and looked at Jason. He really didn't want these people to be expelled from the prison. The security of this place is under my leadership. I can't assure you that I know these people well, but I truly believe that not all of them are bad. However, you'll soon realize that our future encounters with survivors will be different from what just happened. Jason paused, his gaze sweeping over all those who refused to see the reality of their foolish decisions. Then he pointed out, Guillermo's people took care of the elderly before bringing them to the shelter. You, Rick, and Shane were cops before. Morgan and his family were helping others before I met them. Glenn, long before we met, tried to help us. Herschel isn't part of our community, but his daughter and neighbor are here to help us clean the prison. After saying that, Jason frowned slightly. He knew that the others didn't want to get their hands dirty, and now it wasn't his intention to do anything wrong. They simply didn't want to commit a dark act. Jason paused, but still said, I'm just trying to take care of our people. I've seen and experienced truly horrific things. I witnessed people committing inhuman acts long before the world ended. What kind of things do you think are happening out there today? Daryl, standing beside him, listened to Jason's words and suddenly felt that many weren't seeing the bigger picture. As a good leader, Jason was only thinking about everyone's safety. Thinking about this, Daryl also said, Jason is right. Many of you don't understand what could happen if we let those people go. We can't leave those starving people outside the prison. I'd rather live as a villain than die as an innocent. Everyone fell silent, and there was an inexplicable glimmer in their eyes. Jason didn't insist any further. He patted Daryl on the shoulder, signaling that they would move forward. Just moments ago, Jason seemed to be going through many mood swings. But in reality, he wasn't angry at anyone. He had no problem letting those criminals go just so the others could learn from their mistakes. However, he knew there would be many more lessons for them to learn along the way. Now, it seemed his words hadn't been in vain. At least Daryl understood what he really meant. In the end, he would make the final decision. If someone disagreed, they could consider taking measures to resolve those issues. Some people entered the cafeteria, a very spacious place. The rows of seats had been moved to one side of the room, leaving a large open space in the center. There were blankets on the floor where people slept. A bit further ahead, not far from where they had been sleeping, Daryl went in first and walked forward. Damn it, this group of people sure ate well. He gestured to the others, and they all saw what looked like a storage room packed with all kinds of food. Look at all this food. We hit the jackpot. Hearing the exclamations of joy, Jason kept walking forward and looked at all the food in front of him. Surprisingly, there was far more than he had imagined. If he calculated the days, he had arrived at the prison much earlier than originally planned, and all those extra days had been rewarded with food. Assuming 3 meals per person per day, considering they were 5 young and strong individuals, the amount of food they consumed was extravagant. While everyone was looking at the food, Jason did some mental calculations and said, although this is nothing compared to what we already have, based on this amount of food and what was being distributed in the prison, it's estimated that they were feeding more than 500 people. This entire storage room could sustain all of them for a week. The fact was exactly as Jason said, this storage room alone could feed more than 500 people for a full week without restocking. Considering the storage capacity of this food warehouse, more than 500 people could live in this prison without a problem. That's incredible. Having a lot of people here would make us really strong, wouldn't it? Said Glenn, who had just entered the storage room with a big smile on his face. Everyone looked at Glenn in disbelief. No one had considered building a shelter with more than 500 people. In these times, that was unimaginable to lead. At the moment, everyone's thoughts were scattered because of what had just happened, but it seemed Jason didn't have time for that. Jason, who had remained calm until now, suddenly remembered something and looked at Shane. By the way, we're bringing Guillermo back tomorrow. We can't let him live in Herschel's house forever. Today, we'll clean out a cell block to prepare a place for the elderly and sick. We have doctors and nurses here, so it will be easy for them to recover. Shane nodded to show he understood, then turned and left the cafeteria. Rick walked to one side of the storage room and suddenly discovered a tightly sealed iron door behind him. What's this? Rick approached the door handle with curiosity. Boom! Jason stepped forward to press against the iron door that Rick was about to open. It's best not to open it. Didn't you notice how clean this room is? Do you feel like something is missing? Everyone looked around and shook their heads. Rick asked, confused, what? Jason smirked in boredom and said, I'm guessing this is a bathroom, so there's no need to open it unless you want a truly unique experience. Rick realized it after hearing that and lowered his hand. Is that really true? However, some curious young men still didn't believe it. One of them reached for the iron door handle. Jason's expression darkened, and he turned away. Oh my god. As the door opened, the faces of those young men turned green, and Rick, who was standing in front of the door, quickly reached out to close it while covering his nose with his other hand. Shit. Who the hell opened it? Liam, you're dead. The corners of Jason's mouth lifted slightly, but he noticed that after everyone finished complaining, they all looked at him with that strange expression again. Damn it, I thought it would make good fertilizer. Daryl looked at Jason as if he were a monster. He was always thinking about how to use everything to his advantage, a trueborn survivor. While Jason and the others were clearing out the prison, the people from the CDC were also preparing for the transfer. Everyone was busy packing supplies into the military trucks, even the researchers were moving the most important items from the laboratories. Outside the CDC, Mike and Sam Valdez watched as all the soldiers transported crates of weapons and ammunition to the military trucks. Throughout this time, the most experienced individuals had been in charge of securing the perimeter of the facility. Mike, the first trip to the prison will be the most valuable because of the resources being transported. It will be escorted by tanks and the majority of our forces to protect it, Sam Valdez said with a calm expression. Won't it be dangerous to leave this place so unprotected? Mike looked at Sam. If the transfer took place, more than half of the experienced soldiers would be moving along with the people. No, there are strategic points to defend the CDC. Those machine guns can wipe out a large group of enemies with ease, Sam Valdez replied, unfazed. The skills and experience of many of the civilians who had been trained were now on par with that of a soldier. Some had been trained to operate tanks, others to use machine guns, and many more to handle higher-level weaponry. Considering the available resources, they would need to make at least 3 major trips like the one they were currently preparing. We have a massive amount of weapons. Is it really necessary to take them all? Mike could swear that the building next to him was packed with all kinds of weapons, ammunition, and various tools. From his perspective, who would need that many weapons? And who exactly were they supposed to fight? There were at least 100 weapons for every refugee still in the SCT community. You don't get it. Jason mentioned that there would be many communities that might consider us enemies. Who knows? But it's better for these weapons to be in our hands than in enemy hands. Don't you agree? Sam Valdez shifted his gaze toward Mike. In our hands. In a dormitory, Lori was reading with Carl while thinking about what her husband was doing. She couldn't help but dwell on everything that had happened so far. She feared that her husband would become as cold-blooded as Shane. At that moment, there was a knock at her door. Knock, knock, knock. Lori got up from the bed and walked to the door. She opened it and saw Candace standing on the other side. Candace, without hesitation, asked directly, Lori, the first group will be ready to leave soon. Do you want to go with them, or will you wait? Lori looked at her son and said, I want to leave with the first group if possible. Then get your things ready. But before that, we need to talk about what you asked me, Candace said in a serious tone. Chapter 46, the first batch of resources on its way. About your delay. The pregnancy test you asked me to do already has a result. Candace looked at Lori with a reassuring smile. She was very happy to share this news. The result of the pregnancy test. Lori's heart skipped a beat. She had never thought that her sudden idea about her delayed period would actually turn out to be a baby. Initially, she had secretly contacted Candace for help because this thought had been worrying her. Candace approached and explained to Lori, there's a lot more. Besides giving you the result, I have something very important you need to know. Can I come in and talk about it? Lori realized she was being rude and invited Candace into the small room. After the two sat down, Candace continued, I talked to Jason a few weeks ago before you all left in search of a new shelter. I forgot to tell everyone after being busy in the lab all this time. I'm sorry. Hearing Candace's sudden apology, Lori quickly waved her hand and said, no, all of us should be thanking you. If they hadn't accepted us, how could we be living in such good conditions? Isn't it ironic? Jason was the one who convinced me to start accepting refugees into the facility shortly after the military abandoned us. Plus, they also took care of collecting a lot of medical equipment and valuable medicine, so there's nothing to worry about. Even if you're pregnant, you shouldn't be concerned, we have enough medical resources to ensure a smooth delivery. But there's something we haven't shared yet. Our group has made great progress in studying the virus, allowing us to create the first vaccine. Can you cure this virus? Lori couldn't believe it, her eyes widened as she looked at Candace in shock. Candace knew Lori had misunderstood and calmly explained, it's not what you think. We've actually developed a vaccine, but it can't prevent infection from being bitten by the infected. Upon hearing this, Lori's previously excited mood instantly cooled, but Candace's next words gave her hope once again. Even though we can't solve the issue of infection caused by bites from the undead, our vaccines can now immunize people against infections caused by airborne and non-blood contact with the infected. Other forms of transmission can no longer infect us. Even if we die accidentally or naturally, we won't turn into walkers, making it easier to start over somewhere else without the fear of an internal outbreak. This is amazing. Lori was so happy that she wanted to shout out loud, Mom, does this mean we don't have to be afraid in the future? Carl tugged at the corner of Lori's clothing innocently. Lori hugged Carl and said joyfully, no, sweetheart, we can't go back to the way things were just yet, but things will keep getting better in the future. Candace stood up and told Lori after finishing, then I won't bother you anymore, I need to inform the others. All right, thank you. Lori stood up and hugged Candace. At that moment, she was incredibly grateful that her group had chosen to follow Jason out of the quarry. And, of course, she was even more thankful to Jason for all his efforts. After saying goodbye to Candace, Lori anxiously ran to the bathroom. A moment later, she came out holding the test results in her hands. She went to the bed and hugged Carl before quietly asking, Sweetie, would you like a little brother or a little sister? As Candace left, she was intercepted by a figure that looked quite anxious. Dr. Jenner, the first batch of supplies has been sent out. When they return, we will begin evacuating the first group of refugees. Tyler reported from the other side of the door in a clear voice. I understand. I'll discuss it with Tommy right away, Candace said after a brief pause, and the sound of her quick steps echoed as she walked away. Outside the CDC facility, 20 large trucks, escorted by 10 Humvees equipped with machine guns and 5 tanks, were preparing to head toward the new shelter they had cleared. If everything went well and quickly, Sam knew that Jason would return with the trucks to start the journey with the survivors and continue transporting resources in future trips. This time, half of the facility's forces were departing with that large convoy of trucks and military vehicles. Without a doubt, this trip was the most important one, as it carried the most valuable resources they had been safeguarding for a long time. Will everything go smoothly? George asked, looking somewhat lost. Let's hope so. The prison Jason mentioned should be getting cleared by now. The place seems much more suitable than the city, and given that we have no future here, it would be ideal to have secure facilities there, Sam Valdez said with a nod. When Candace announced that the first batch of supplies was being sent to the new shelter, the entire CDC was filled with a joyful atmosphere. Meanwhile, Jason, who was at the prison, also received the news that the first batch of crucial resources was on its way. The prison. At that moment, standing outside a gym, he was looking down a hallway full of walkers. This time, there was no reason for him to move. Dozens of people were split into 2 groups clearing out the undead. When he turned his head after some time, the more experienced group had just finished clearing the walkers from the hallway leading to the gym. At first, everyone was puzzled that the number of walkers they had eliminated didn't seem to match the amount that should have been there. However, when the doors leading to the gym were opened, that idea vanished from their minds. The gym was densely packed with walkers. Everyone relied on their shields at the front of the formation to withstand the initial surge. After a slight struggle, their combat formation proved highly effective, and they began advancing. At this moment, everyone was fighting and clearing out the area. After Jason received the news from Candace, he immediately notified everyone about the first batch of supplies heading their way, and the entire group was filled with excitement. Originally, there were still a large number of walkers in the gym, and people were starting to get exhausted, but they suddenly became energized. Now, the walkers in front of them seemed like insignificant obstacles. The cleanup work, which was originally scheduled to be completed by nightfall, was abruptly finished an hour earlier due to everyone's high morale. Jason's eyes gleamed with excitement as he witnessed this. He knew that in the grand scheme of things, this was trivial, but for a start, it was good enough. At that moment, Jason and the others headed to the prison cafeteria, which had been cleared out a few days ago, thinking about dinner. By now, everyone who had spent the entire day cleaning the place and killing walkers could no longer hold back their hunger and ran to the cafeteria like children. The tables and chairs had been rearranged, and everyone received a large portion of food on their plates, eagerly indulging in the feast. Jason was also sitting at a table. The food in front of him remained untouched as he examined some documents in his hands. Daryl and Rick sat beside him. After scanning through the documents, Jason placed the papers down on the table. What do you think of our friends? Ha, blah, BWA. Merle said as he choked on the food in his mouth. Seeing that everyone ignored him while they focused on eating, Jason decided to do the same. He was starving. 15 minutes later. Did everyone eat well? Although Jason was the last to start eating, he was the first to finish. I'm so full. It's been so long since I enjoyed a meal like this. Various exclamations came from the group members around him, and Jason looked at everyone with satisfaction. The unity of this community was growing stronger each day. Finally, as those around him finished their meals, Jason picked up the papers again and pushed them forward. Several individuals with the title of group captains picked up the papers and examined them carefully. The more Merle read, the more amused he looked, eventually breaking into laughter, but Rick was different. Anger was evident in his eyes. After a while, the documents were passed around like a newspaper. As everyone read, their expressions began to change. What do you think? Jason placed his hands on the table, tapping his fingers lightly from time to time. These documents contained the criminal records of the 5 former prisoners. Shane had arranged for someone to retrieve them. This Axel guy is just unlucky, ha ha ha. Merle laughed heartlessly. Everyone ignored Merle. Rick held Thomas and Andrew's files and remained silent for a while. He was feeling hesitant. He recalled Jason's words from before their group planned to live here for a long time. Was it really a good idea to let them go? If they decided to seek revenge, they could cause serious harm. Daryl hesitated for a moment, pointed at the paper in his hand, and said, Oscar's sentence has already expired, and Axel and Tiny are in a similar situation. I don't think these 3 are very dangerous, but the other 2 are serious criminals, and I don't think it's a good idea to let them leave this place. You think so too? Jason stopped tapping the table and sat up straight. His eyes reflected a murderous intent. He had clearly already made up his mind long before reading the prisoners' files. Jason wanted to be fair, giving everyone the chance to express their opinion. However, in his eyes, no one was truly prepared for this world. Shane and Merle seemed to be the only ones who understood, but Jason, who had already made his decision, would act according to his own judgment. Chapter 47, The Decision of a Good Leader. Jason, what do you think we should do with these 2 people? Shane looked at Jason, sensing that he had already made a decision and that showing them the information now was just to help everyone understand his reasoning behind the outcome of this issue. That was all, and the truth was that he respected that. What to do with them? Upon hearing this, Jason raised an eyebrow, looked at everyone in front of him, and said, These 2 people will be executed, and the remaining 3 will be isolated under observation for an indefinite period. Sensing the coldness in his tone, Rick and Morgan looked at Jason. Even though they had a premonition about this, when they heard Jason say it himself, it still felt strange. They asked, Are you really going to execute both of them? As for the expressions of the others, there was no change. Shortly after, only Merle's voice was heard. Well, even though I agree that these 2 shouldn't stay, it's still not appropriate to execute them right away. Halfway through his sentence, Merle stopped speaking, subtly glancing at Rick and the others. Then, he whispered, Why don't you pretend to let them go? And then, crack, huh. Merle picked up the fork from the table and dragged it across his neck. Everyone understood what he was implying, but no one responded immediately. Before anyone could say anything, Jason made a sound against the table and said, I know this decision is hard for everyone, so I will give the order and handle it myself. No one else has to get their hands dirty with these 2. Although Jason spoke in a calm tone, the severity in his voice and the way he tapped his fingers lightly on the table showed that he was completely serious. Some people here still had noble values. Jason would undoubtedly prefer to let them go so that those who still had nobility in their hearts or pretended to could learn from their mistakes. But this was definitely not the time to experiment and waste time with these foolish games, so he would solve this problem quietly, without anyone except the leaders knowing. No, this should be a decision we all accept. Morgan said with a nervous look. Looking at Morgan, who was still struggling internally, Jason could immediately tell that he didn't agree with these decisions and, if given the chance, would rather not kill anyone. But Jason paid no attention to these trivialities and made it clear that he would handle it fairly. Jason turned his head toward Shane and asked, Shane, Merle, you 2 probably have strong opinions on this matter, right? Huh. Shane looked at Jason, stunned. He didn't quite understand what the other was getting at. Merle grinned, his expression beaming, Of course. I've been feeling anxious about this. This group I'm part of is overcomplicating things for something so stupid that could be solved in a simple way. Sure, we could let them go and see if they survive outside the prison, but Thomas and Andrew should be able to stay with us. Shane's eyes lit up when he heard what Merle said, and he also understood the message he was trying to convey to everyone in the cafeteria. Jason glanced around and noticed that everyone was listening to the conversation. He slowly lowered his voice so that only a few could hear. Then, seeing that everyone was waiting for his words, he said, You and Shane should act normal. Talk to them after taking them out and see what they think. If they make a mistake, I'll personally take care of it once you bring them to me. After speaking, he made a gesture across his neck, just like Merle had done. His movement made Rick and the others understand a little more about what Jason meant. Jason was definitely someone decisive when it came to his enemies. When no one had a solution that could resolve everyone's doubts, Jason's method became the only option. Then, Jason sat down with the 2 of them and carefully discussed the plan. About half an hour later, the three of them had a strategy, and Shane and Merle left the cafeteria. At 1 in the morning, in the cell where the prisoners were being held, Thomas, who was lying on the bed, was tossing and turning. The words of the man who seemed to be the group's leader before leaving were still echoing in his mind. He knew very well that once they found out he and Andrew were murderers, the situation they would face would be dire. Damn it. Suddenly, Thomas heard 2 soft knocks on the cell door. He lifted his head cautiously and could only see a figure standing in the shadows outside. Startled, he couldn't help but growl in a low voice, "Who's there?" "Shut up, you idiot! Don't make a sound. Come here, quick." Thomas hesitated. The figure's deep, raspy voice sent a chill down his spine, but his curiosity still led him toward the door. He slowly walked toward it, and the dark figure moved slightly closer. Thomas could now see this person more clearly and immediately recognized him. He was one of the men who had stood behind the group's leader in the cafeteria. One was a white man, and there was another person beside him, but it was too dark for Thomas to see them clearly. "What's going on, buddy?" Thomas asked tentatively. He really couldn't think of any reason why the other party would stay awake in the middle of the night just to find him. Hey, kid, do you want to live or die?" This person was, of course, Merle. At that moment, he was dressed in dark clothing and looked at Thomas in the cell with a playful expression. Thomas was shocked when he heard this. He suddenly realized that this might be his lifeline, but he still asked cautiously, "What do you mean?" Merle's tone became a little impatient. "My time is limited. If you keep talking nonsense, I'm leaving. Let me remind you, your case has already been decided by that idiot leading these people. Do you really think they'll let a murderer go free? Ha, what a fucking joke." After hearing Merle's last words, Thomas finally realized the gravity of the situation, and without thinking further, he walked to the edge of the door and asked, "What do you mean? Are you saying you want to rescue me? Why?" Suddenly, Thomas heard the man beside him whisper, "Come on, Merle, this guy's an idiot. Are the 2 of us enough?" Merle sneered, and an indifferent voice reached Thomas's ears, "Forget it. At first, we planned to take you before we left this place, but we didn't expect things to turn out like this." After Merle